Between the time when chaos broke Cadia and the return of the sons of the Emperor, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this, Kronan, destined to bear the jeweled crown of Aquilonia upon a troubled brow. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure. Continued from Kronan Da King, story so far. Now, things had not exactly been going swimmingly in the camp of the mighty Kronan war, and that was quite the understatement. For without their lord, their master, their chief, without Kronan, it had devolved into a brawl of unexpected brutality. Well, to say that brutality was unexpected is a bit much, I suppose, as that is truly the orky thing to be, after all. Was it not Gork himself that said, "To be cunning is to be orky, to be brutal is to be divine"? Or was it Mork? Oh well, some things are inscrutable, lost in the sands of time. Like why it was necessary to have grots, let alone snots, in so many numbers. Yet it was a hard truth that no Waaargh could exist without an abundance of these seemingly pointless creatures. When I say pointless, but that again is a bit of an exaggeration, for grots and snots did indeed taste delicious, and were as a second food staple, after the mighty and useful squigs, of course. Well, the ones for eating, the common garden squig, as every youth knows that there are a multitude of different breeds of squig, and some are definitely not for the eating. Like, if you were to go and attempt to eat a boom or sploding squig, well, it would not bode well for your dentures to do so. Of that I can assure you. Nor would the consumption of a weird squig do one's mental faculties any good, and dining on bowel torrent squigs is a most unpleasant and messy affair. Now the snots were having a hard time unto themselves, as the grots were more than willing to share their woes with their diminutive cousins. And what woes they were! The grot numbers had only just returned to normal after their excessive use in the last month, lines dead marking no think zones, and the popular craze of origgrotmy, of course, their use in mass cogitations. Now this last element was what had caused their most recent plight, for it was simple and plain to all orcs worthy of the name. Their chief, their boss, Kronan Da King, was so mighty, so cunning, that it was ludicrous to believe that he had made any error in his strategic and tactical acumen and understanding of his situation. But Kronan had been captured by a lucky hit from the despicable enemy warboss Tooth Smasher. Hence it was posited by the greater Waaargh that the error could not be his. Ergo, it must be the fault of those around him. And all now looked for the root cause. For there to be a proper lynching, the cause would have to be something smaller and less fighty than those knobs and bosses at the top. For they would probably make any lynch mob scatter swiftly when they unleashed their might. Not that orcs would avoid a fight, of course. That would be blasphemy, a profanity to the very spirit and beings of their gods, Gork and Mork. More to put it, that rage that needed releasing also had to be done so in a way that did not utterly destroy the Waaargh. Hence it was that some bright spark put it about that it was surely the fault of the grots. Had Kronan not used them in his deliberations, his planning and scheming, his mighty cogitations? Had he not used them to augment his cunning? Therefore, if the thinking had failed, then surely it was the fault of the treacherous grots who were supposed to be helping. Had they secretly conspired to be less effective, to cripple or confuse the Great One's ventures? And from this simple decision, a bloodbath ensued. But this time, the grots seemed to be ready for it. None knew quite why. their response, to attempt to satiate the orcs' rage on others. Hence it was that the grots took a bit of a steer from their orky masters and performed metasnotosis. It was the changing of the snots on a fundamental level to make them appear like grots. For the few bright sparks in the grots hoped that the massacre might only go on for so long. Thus they would give the orcs something to take out their wrath on. The runt herds were actually quite important, you see, so they were more involved in the greater struggles for dominance. So it was mostly the youths that were hunting down and punishing the grots, and these youths were far less discerning than the older, more mature orcs. And it was not long before the fringes of the camp were exposed to the spectacle of smaller youth orcs chasing around snots that had undergone metasnotnosis. Now some might think that the stapling of multiple snots together and rolling them in rags or rugs so that only the top snot's head and the bottom snot's feet protruding from their wrappings would not fool even a youth. But it was dark. It was a time of war. It was pandemonium. And, if we can be honest, which I always hope to be, the youths were not too bothered if it were actually snots or grots in the first place, for they were doing little more than performing a minor play. A copy of the greater confrontation that was transpiring in the camp centre. For while bonfires of snots and grots lit the edges of the camp, the centre was a thing of horror, or hilarity, depending on your worldview. Most involved thought it was indeed the latter, as the elements of the Kronan War fell on each other. It started when, in the absence of Kronan, who had surely been slain by now, Gitskusha McMurder proclaimed himself the new big boss. A mistake, to be sure. For this elicited an immediate response from Madna Kunkelstein, of course, who then began to use his mighty foot of Gork indiscriminately on the camp. Huge spectral feet, hundreds of meters in size, slamming down all over the camp, crushing all beneath them. But being candid, this did slay many an orc, but it was more for show, really. It was scary, to be certain, but it didn't do half the amount of damage to the numbers that it may have looked, and Gitskusha was well aware of this. It was for scaring humies, really, but it certainly added to the confusion in the camp. Now the situation got worse very swiftly, as these sort of things are wont to do in a large congregation of orcs. For the larger bosses and their knobs were seeing a golden opportunity that may never come again, and it was no exaggeration to say that near 1 in 3 bosses now believed they could take the Waaargh for themselves. Gitskusha was very effective, of course, but he was no Kronan. Certainly not in cunning, for no orc but the prophet himself was, but nor in size or brutality either. And so the camp broke into a score of fighting bosses, all attempting to win Kronan's golden chair, his golden thong, for themselves. And without Kronan and his bodyguard, his Black Legion, to regain control, the Waaargh was literally tearing itself apart. Which many agreed was what Gork and Mork would have wanted, and it was hilarious to boot, especially when employing said boot to the head of other orcs, of course. But there was one orc who did not see the amusement, did not see the opportunity. He saw the death of the Waaargh. For Kronan had taken him deep into his council, whatever that means, and had revealed his suspicions about the other Waaargh, the Speed Waaargh of Tooth Smasher. The red hue to some of the skins of the envoys they had received, which was unorky in the extreme. Both the merest existence of the embassage and the harrowing mutation of some of the orcs' skin to that reddish hue, which could only mean one thing. These vile heathens had turned their backs on Gork and Mork. They were milksops who turned to chaos. And if that were true, then the Speed Waaargh would inevitably fall. It was how these things went. And so it was that Ducker von Smashhoven acted. He would not allow his people to be drawn down into the dung heap of worshipping weak and pitiful gods of humies and pointies. No, he would act. Thus it was that Ducker von Smashhoven left the camp mid-crumpen. Many of his closest adherents had forwarded that it was he that should be contending for the place of boss of bosses. But he had just ignored this chance from his flyboys, and told them to move their vehicles as far from the main ward as possible until he returned. There was some disappointment and no small measure of annoyance, to be certain, but after a few decapitations and crumpings, he had persuaded them of the merit of his plan, and the winds of Waaargh hopped into their cockpits and relocated. Well, after dropping a few bombs on the camp as they flew over. But they did not want to be entirely without any action in the air. Action. So, as Dacre von Smashoven took his last look down at the cunning Waaargh, he was both entertained and slightly vexed in equal measure when he saw the carpet bombing his flyboys enacted on the camp. But he had to conclude that it was worth it after all, because it did create such huge explosions and fire and fun, boys flying in the air and entire swathes of the camp ablaze, a sight to warm the cockles of the heart. Dacre then turned and went on his dark way, a shadow in the night, because to find shadows, one had to become a shadow oneself. Hence it was that Dacre von Smashoven crept into the foreboding forests nearby in hunt for the hunters. It was not actually that long before he was found, for it was definitely he who was found by the orcs he was coming to see, not the other way around. Dacre von Smashoven had walked and stalked for hours, but had seen hide nor hair of the orcs he was attempting to locate. He now stood on a rather convincing grassy knoll, his face beaming up at the two moons that leered down at him, basking in their light, when he heard a rustle. Now he may have heard the rustle, but he was soon to discover that this was just a way of gaining his attention, for as he turned to face the source of the disruption, he was confronted by a wall of green. Standing right next to him, fanning out behind in a seeming forest of their own, were huge orcs covered in branches, and muck, dung and slime, all so that they were indeed utterly camouflaged against their backdrop. It was as if the woods had sprung to life and just materialized behind him, and somewhere Tolkien was happy. Von Smashoven was acutely aware that he was only alive because someone had recognized him. It could have been the proximity of so many previously invisible boys. It could have been the way they stood back from him with a tiny bit of awe. Or it could have been their leader, who belched hard and stated, "We would have slit you good if you weren't the great Dacre von Smashoven." At that, the air was filled with an eruption of gaseous bottom burps, as each of the orcs had been holding in their flatus while hiding from this intruder to their realm. Their leader had spoken. They had all stood and revealed themselves, so the need for disguise was gone. Hence was the night broken, with a sound like a chainsword being let off during the silence of a sermon. Dacre von Smashoven did not choke, no matter how chewy the air had become. He did not wince or even comment, as the combined expulsions assailed his nostrils and confronted his very eyes. He was a boss, and bosses did not gag or choke on mere flatulence alone. When the welcome breeze rustled more of the leaves and, thankfully, blew away their miasma, he spoke. He spoke of honour, of orkiness, of the enemy and of cunning, of how their lord Kronan had not been beaten as long as there were any who held his name as their guide. Of course, this phenomenal display of eloquence was utterly lost on the wide-eyed drooling Kommandos, so he then tried a more direct tack. Knowing that the intellect of the Kommandos was actually quite formidable for his race, he realized it was just the angle he had chosen, the vectors of his oratory sallies that had been at fault. Thus it was that he prevailed upon them to follow him in his schemes, by stating simply, "Do yous wanna go raid in the other camp then?" As predicted, this did the trick. Such potent enticements could not be ignored, and the Kommandos all sniffed and nodded in agreement, and then went about gathering their number from the surrounding forests. It was then an odd factor that Dacre noted, for at his side also appeared a huge bull with teeth. He was easily recognizable as the largest and meanest and bitiest of all the squigs in the entire Waaargh. It was none other than Tiddles himself, the pet of Kronan Da King. Sniffing the area around Dacre von Smashoven, Tiddles cocked his leg and marked him. Now, this was not something that Kronan would have ever permitted, of course, but Dacre was almost brought to tears by the loyalty and passion of this squig. He had mocked Dacre. Did Tiddles know sense on some instinctive level that he was attempting to save his master, to rescue Kronan. The foot he belted into the squig was just enough to let him know who was actually boss, but not enough to indicate that he actually wanted a fight. The squig, large as it was, took the hoofing without complaint, and merely growled at Daka von Smashoven for a moment to make certain no more chastisements were coming in his direction. And thus it was that Daka von Smashoven was soon travelling across the plains and forests of Aquilonia, with multiple thousand Kommandos in tow, Tiddles, previously known as Nutcruncher, at his side. He would strike at the speed Waaargh and try to work out if Kronan was still alive. He had to be. For the survival of all orcs on Aquilonia, for the greater Waaargh, for the honour of the great gods Gork and Mork. He had to be. They had arrived. Daka von Smashoven crept through the landscape along with a multitude of Kommandos, Magnus the Strangler, their leader, at his side. Magnus explained that usually there would be a lot of undergrowth for them to get even closer, but that something had disrupted the usual warp and weft of the land. Something had seemed to drain all of the vitality out of the foliage and other flora around the camp of the Speed Waaargh. As Daka von Smashoven looked around, he did indeed note the strangly and rather sad-looking scrub around him. It was as Magnus the Strangler had stated. It was now a dry and lifeless place, where before it had been so verdant. It seems that the Speed Waaargh had more than a little nastiness hidden within it. But then, Daka knew exactly what was responsible, or, more to the point, whom. It was the leader of the Chaos Scum, their boss, Tober. His filth had permeated the very grounds, the very holy sod of Aquilonia. Not that Daka was a budding horticulturist or anything. In fact, he gave less thought to trees and grass than he gave to squigs, which was to say none at all. But it was a wonderful new reason to despise his opponents. For who really wants to crump anything if they do not despise it? Oh, the rush of the crumping is all well and good, but a lovely tinge of revenge, or hatred, added a certain je ne sais quoi to the entire activity. Not something to be missed, really. Well, not if one had tasted its heady draught before. And after all the victories that Kronan had given to Daka von Smashoven over the hated Humies, it was definitely something he now required to really enjoy the violence. And a debt he was not willing to ignore, no matter how his orky mind usually worked. It was for this reason alone that he was here, outside of his mighty craft of the skies, hunched over and covered in camouflage. Now Daka was not entirely sure that quite so much dung was required to attach the scant foliage he had been covered in previously, but his commando brethren had insisted it was just enough. Nor was he sure that the ritual of being spat on by every member of the squad was to his liking, to be accepted as one of them before the hunt, of course. But he figured he would never have to do this sort of thing again. And if he still felt aggrieved after they had regained Kronan, well, later on, he could just round them up and put them in a field and bomb the Kommandos. And thus it was that they crept towards the camp. The Kommandos stealthily approached the pickets and made them disappear, knives dragging across jugulars in utter silence. They pushed on. Inside the enemy camp there was much celebration still going on, even after a few days. The elation of the victory over Kronan was palpable. It made them sloppy. Of that Daka von Smashoven was sure, for they had penetrated as far into the camp as is possible, without there being a mild squealing. Perhaps a poor choice of words, but it was how it was. As Daka von Smashoven cleared the main buildings on his hands and knees, as were most of them, he espied a very excited Tiddles hoofing off towards the central section of the camp, and as he followed the cheeks of the squig disappearing into the distance, his eye was drawn towards a central tree, and a scene that filled him with both hope and fear in equal measure. For there he was, Kronan. He still lived. Hope was still alive. But he was broken and beaten, and was hung unceremoniously from that central tree. Picking up pace, Daka and the Kommandos now broke into a jog, then a sprint, as they saw their target, and little betwixt them. They could do it. Alas, it was then that Tiddles managed to bump slap bang into a huge red orc. The thing was near carried off its feet, but righted itself on a tent pole, and then looked at the fleeing, madly happy Squig, only to then look at where it had come from, and he gazed directly into the eyes of Dacre von Smashoven. With no hesitation whatsoever, his jaw dropped and a huge bellow came out of it. The alarm had been rung out and was carried across the entire camp within minutes. And that was the end of that. For walls of Red Ork, Squigs, and even Grots came pouring out of their tents and the broken old structures that they now infested and barreled towards the Kommandos like an avalanche. Despite putting up a valiant attempt to punch through, it was when Meganob and Flashgitz, in their mega armor, appeared between their forces and Kronan that they knew it was a lost cause. Despite how close they had come, they were not going to make it. Tiddles had avoided the oncoming wave of flesh and hidden in the camp, but Dacre von Smashoven and his allies were not so fortunate, and took eye-watering casualties on their way back out of the camp and away into the night. But the speed war did not even chase them. They did not care to. They had Kronan, and they had victory. They did not need to hunt down a few stragglers. And so it was that Dacre von Smashoven trudged back to the camp, shoulders rounded and his step heavy. Now many would believe that this was due to his failure, but nothing could be closer to the truth, for he had seen his boss, knew he was alive. He knew he could get him out. He knew it. The Squig Games. Story continued from Orc Kommandos. And so it was that the raid on the camp of Toothsmasher had been pipped at the post, held back at the very boundary of victory. For the Kommandos led by Dacre von Smashoven had been in eye-shot of their lord, their boss, Kronan Da King. But the camp had come to life, and it was a large war unto itself. Perhaps not as large as Kronan's Cunning war, but it was hardly anything to sniff at. Well, this was more to do with the fact that the very airs had been befouled in the camp. There was a reek emanating from its centre, from its very command structures in this humid conurbation that the speed war had captured. It was the whiff of corruption, of weakness, of lily-livered, cringe-inducing, slack-jawed wimps that had done the unspeakable. For some of the orcs in this camp were red. They had decided to turn their backs on the great ones, the true gods of the orcs, Gork and Mork. Now these vermin were less than a snot in the eyes of Kronan. Well, when he could open them, for it was difficult to open his eyes, due to the crumpings he had received while in the gentle care of the speed war. But nonetheless, if Kronan could open his eyes and focus on the camp around him, they would all have been degenerate scum in his vision. For they had gone over to the worship of the dark gods of chaos. You know, the girl, the fat one, the librarian type, whatever that was, and the juice god. None of them could truly understand the nature of reality, for they were the pathetic fever dreams of the Humies and the Pointies. And the Humies were weird, and far too involved in all these weird and odd kind of whiffy gods that demanded all bow and scrape or take off their clothes and sweat all over one another. Odd in the extreme. Kronan had literally no idea why these humans prayed to such a lackluster bunch. Not one of them could win even a bogey-flicking contest with one of the mighty gods of the orcs. Now that does bring us onto the subject of bogey-flicking, as identified by the bogeyology of the Mechani thingy, and then distilled, collated, and theorized on by the Oldo Pinos of the Insquitition, or something like that. Bogey-flicking was viewed as a rather unimportant nuance of the orc condition, barely deserving of any sort of real commentary, except to dub it as messy but mostly harmless, which was, as is so much involving the Humies, utterly and patently ridiculous. For the Humies could never understand anything that did not involve stomping around in lines like the Storm Boys, or writing things down endlessly, then sending it to other places, so other humans could write down more things about the things that had already been written down. To be honest, Kronan still suspected the Adipi Arse starters, the Space Marines, were more orky than Humie by a country mile. But then, he did not really know what a country mile was, for all orky measurements had been changed to some strange thing called a meter, It had caused much argument about the entire structure of reality at the time, but then that was only between some odd boys, and nobody truly cared what they blathered on about. But back to bogey flicking. Sidebar. Concerning bogey flicking. It was the bedrock of orc society. It was the first step towards fighting and winning. Now the humans could not fathom this simple truth, that even a youth would get if so pushed. Pushed being a round of unending thrashings until it sunk in, or a fatal beating was administered. It is true, but the statement stands. For bogey flicking was the base building block of all of the arts of war. For it was the first attempts at hand-eye coordination, applying the correct level of force, and the ultimate expression of accuracy. It was about hygiene, of course, but no orky orc cared for that. But it did clean out the nostrils quite effectively. But these first attempts at competition, at control, at hitting on target, these were the roots of all. Well, except for waddling up to another youth on one's pudgy little large fleet. The first steps, then leading to crumping them. For even at the earlier stages, youths could be seen rumbling, even in the patches from which they sprung. It was a sight to bring a tear to the eye of any true orc, watching as they rolled around and bit and thumped one another in the mud. Ah, good times. Anyway, bogey flicking, as we have heard, was important. But not more important than pushing the plot forward, I am told, so sidebar over. Now, if you recall, which is unlikely due to the rampant waffling and sidebars, that the camp of Tooth Smasher was an expansive and sprawling war of its own. Hidden deep within it was Tiddles, the honourable and loyal pet squig of Kronan. Previously known as Nutcruncher, there were no real issues with the squig protecting itself from the roaming indigenous squigs of the camp. He was rather a meaty and bitey lad. So when the camp went into another bout of unrelenting celebration at beating off the Cunning War a second time, it was not difficult for Tiddles to stay hidden. And when the revelries and raucous carousing drew to a close, he slowly crept from cover towards his master. Now our legendary hero Kronan was in a bit of a daze. On the one hand, he had seen that his cunning war had not forsaken him, despite losing in a scrap to another orc. For some reason, he was not forsook. And this was a strangely buoying circumstance. Yet the crushing truth still remained, that he was stapled to a dead tree in the middle of a sickeningly corrupted camp, and his boys had been beaten off a second time. So it was that when Kronan looked down to see what was peeing near his leg, not on it, he was actually elated to see the vista before him, for it was indeed his pet squig Tiddles. The little squig, measuring about 1.5 meters actually, wagged its body and looked up at its master. When Kronan did not come down from the tree to pet or kick the squig, it looked up at him perplexed, and sort of waggled more. But after no activity from its beloved master, it sat. It was looking at him with an indignant gaze, when Kronan nodded down at his squig and tried to shrug his shoulders, looking at his arms and hands. Now the squig followed his gaze, and also looked at the considerable spikes protruding from his palms, stapling him in place. The squig narrowed its eyes, took a few steps back, and then assailed the source of the constriction of his lord. And Tiddles embarked on a legendary battle. A feat that will go down in legend. Well, it would if Kronan gets out of this mess anyways, for he was the only witness to this Herculean effort. For Tiddles now attacked the tree with gusto. He bit, chomped, rammed, and slathered on the tree that had captured his master. He never faltered, never failed, never stopped. Even when Tiddles had consumed so much wood matter that he was constantly defecating in a massive spray out of his posterior, just to make space for the huge repast, he was unstoppable. Alas, Tiddles was no structural engineer, physicist, or lumberjack. It was only when the tree itself was swaying, so much of its central column had Tiddles removed, that Kronan knew what was about to happen. Sighing as it did, for no other response seemed appropriate at the time, as it wasn't as if he could shout at the squig, for that would arouse the camp around him and end his escape attempt. So Kronan's eyes widened, and then scrunched close as the tree fell forward, bitten nearly in half. Luckily, the real impact of the fall was taken on Kronan's face, with the tree behind it. Ouchy to be sure, but not life-threatening. For the old tree had already been on its last legs before the advent of the speed war, A clumsy metaphor perhaps, but it's late. And the power of chaos had also taken its toll on the massive flora. For it was now mostly hollow from the grubs and termites that had eaten away at its core. But we shouldn't mention termites too often, or GW may get squeamish about how much of their sitting was ripped off from Nemesis the Warlock, and that would not be politique at the present. Well, it would probably fly over the heads of most who work there now, as it predates them by so much. Ignorance is bliss, and leads to the mirage of originality, I guess. But moving swiftly on, as I can hardly talk, the skit monkey that I am. So, as the tree fell forward onto Kronan, the entire camp around him should have burst into life. But this was not the case. For they had been celebrating quite hard. The proof of the pudding being the almost rivers of vomit running between the crude and pongy tents. And thus it was that nary a squig did notice. Well, apart from Tiddles, of course, as he was the perpetrator. Kronan was free. Well, sort of. He was no longer pinned on the tree, hanging about like some slacker, it is true, but he was barely more active underneath its girth, and he also had the enduring issue of the mighty pins through his palms. So he was still rather attached to the tree. I would hasten to add that it was not in any sentimental way, just in case my verbosity is confusing the issue. For he had no emotional reaction to the tree whatsoever. Well, apart from a large dollop of annoyance, but that was hardly anything to write home about, as Kronan was annoyed by most things, if we can be frank. Though Frank is a rather hard-sounding name, so let us be earnest instead. But it's not as if it's important. Moving on. So, there was Kronan, once the most eminent prospect for the title of the very first boss of bosses of all of Aquilonia, trapped under a huge dead tree, surrounded by heathens and beaten to within an inch of his life. Still, he mused, Tiddles was helpful. As the thing regurgitated semi-digested tree and other foodstuffs into Kronan's mouth, Tiddles could see it in Kronan's unopened eyes. His lack of activity. His master was weak. Now most squigs would have taken this opportunity to simply bite the face off their would-be master and waddle off crunching. But not Tiddles. He was a squig in a million, but this was only to be expected, for Kronan was an orc in a billion. Hence, he attracted the very best, elicited such ardour as to be messianic to many of his people. And squigs, as strange as it may seem to the humane bogey oligarch, were indeed still of the same species. They were truly orky. Now one might imagine that this particular situation would be rectified at dawn's first light, but this was not the case. For as Tooth Smasher and his entourage were alerted to the situation, the camp exploded into activity again. Slowly, often staggering and belching and vomiting again, activity. But soon, the hillside around the camp was being searched by the very best Tooth Smasher speed Waaargh could muster. Kronan himself was privy to many an orc boss wandering up and sniffing at the scene. The dead tree, the lack of green smush at its edges, indicating a dead Kronan. In their mind's eye, he had escaped. For none could fathom his capacity for survival under what they considered to be a metric ton of dead wood. But let's not tangential into the weights and measures again. As the sun slipped below the horizon, the clouds began to open and the wind to pick up. A storm then ripped through the camp. A deluge of water came down and drowned the entire site. Hence it was that Kronan found himself in considerable danger, as he watched the small basin Tiddles had dug out so that he could get food to Kronan, fill with water. Well, it was more of a canal now, as the water hitting the tree came down into this small trench, which, strangely, none of the Speedwar had noticed. But then, they did not seem to note a lot, actually. With red orcs wandering around the camp, which was a clear sign of unorkiness, it did not surprise Kronan in the slightest. Well, it would have done had he spent any thought on it. As he was gagging on muck and mud, it didn't really register at the time, you see. Nothing left for it. Kronan gave it one last go. He had to escape the clutches of the tree, or he would drown. Luckily, the torrential rain, the activity of the termites and other wood-eating thingies, the food from Tiddles to recoup his strength, Kronan could hear the cracking of the wood. But it was not enough. He flexed again with all of his might, to no avail. It would not budge. It was then that something very odd occurred. Kronan would later see this as divine intervention, as there was no other way to explain it. For the heavens opened, and the thunder increased. Waters came down harder, but in that instant, Kronan was blinded by the reflected light, as a bolt of crackling energy came from the guards themselves, and split the tree in half above him. Smoke billowed from the smashed trunk, and was thick in the air. But at its end, Kronan found that he was free. The tree had split in two, and helpfully, rolled from his back on either side. Now the shout of his adulation at freedom, or the response elicited by both of the trunk halves pulling the staples out of his palms at exactly the same time, was mighty. But it was covered by a thunderous resound from the heavens. Truly Gork, or was it Mork, or was it both, had come to his rescue. Tiddles then leapt onto the prone and revealed Kronan, licking at him and trying to tug him into a safe place. Still deeply wounded, Kronan turned the squig around and placed the two prime fingers of each hand into the sides of its mouth, like a bit. Tiddles took his cue well, and then dragged his master into the night. Kronan awoke again, what he estimated to be only a few hours later. He was inside a dilapidated Hume construction. It had definitely seen better days, but at least the torrential rain was outside, and not pounding him down anymore. Kronan took stock of his location, his surroundings. There next to him was his pet. He would get the shiniest muggins and gubbins for this most loyal of all of his kind, if he could find a way to escape, to survive. It was hopeless. Kronan knew this. As soon as the dawn came again and the clouds moved on, the rains ended, they would be back to the hunt. And Kronan had a strong suspicion that his luck would not hold out. He could not flee. He was not strong enough yet. With the speed while surroundings being mostly plains, it would not take much to find him. He could attempt to hide, to gird his loins and harbour his strength, but he was unsure if Tiddles could maintain his cover, especially if he was seen coming back to this structure so often. It was indeed only a matter of time before the ball of teeth was recognized. So Kronan embarked on the most dangerous of paths, the most desperate of activities. He began to think. And now he had been awake for smatterings of the previous day. He had heard some of the conversations of those bosses who had come to see the scene. And now he tried to recall these discussions, to gain an advantage somehow. For even with the support of his guards, Gork and Mork, it was not Gork, the god of brutal cunning, who could save him now. It was Mork, the god of cunning brutality. He would need to be cunning. Kronan begrudged the lack of grots. He found it difficult as well due to his condition, for he had little to munch on to assist his mighty cogitation. Hence he scrunched his eyes so much it hurt his eyebrow muscles, for orcs did not have eyebrows, for they had no hair, but that is beside the point. Either way, it hurt as physically as it did mentally, as he tried to get into the zone. His memory assisting him for the first time in his existence, Kronan began to think. He had heard the knobs talk of a game, and later he had heard Tooth Smasher himself mention the initiation of new boys into his own tribe, his own mobs. It seemed that Tooth Smasher was now, after having defeated Kronan, being petitioned by many a youth and even boy, or knob, to be accepted into his inner circle. Well, his tribe to start at least. And Tooth Smasher did not like this one bit. Oh, he enjoyed the fame and fortune of being a boss, Kronan suspected, but he had no grasp of the logistics, of what it truly meant to be a boss of bosses, let alone a big boss of a war. It struck Kronan that the only reason that Tooth Smasher had a war at all is that perhaps he had been rather brusque with some of the applicants to his own war, had not let old grudges with some tribes go, thus forcing them into the clutches of Tooth Smasher by dint of being the only real alternative. And so it was that Kronan promised himself that he would never turn down a gift mob again, no matter how wretched. For, after all, minefields would need to be cleared. Humies did so love their minefields. Despite how potent this revelation had been, it was not really a solution to his particular situation, the pressing one, so he pushed on. He went deeper within. he attempted to commune with Mork himself. Kronan recalled the name of the game, the reason for it. It was supposedly an ancient rite of passage for the tribe, and thus it could not be ignored by Tooth Smasher. And thus did Kronan formulate his cunning plan. Risky, but anything worth doing is hard, Kronan nodded to himself sagely. He knew that if he was wrong, he was well and truly in trouble. But fortune favours the bold. Or was it the bald? Kronan knew only one thing for certain. It was time to nut up or shut up, whatever that means. The rain was not letting up, thought Earripper, the miserable knob on guard duty outside the expansive structure that Tooth Smasher had chosen as his command tent. Odd to call it a command tent, as it was a massive edifice, but that was the way of things. You can take the boys out of the nomadic life, as they say. Leaning on his huge chopper, Earripper looked out into the gloom when he saw something. Something very large and very angry. As it hoofed its way towards him, Earripper giggled with glee and snatched up his chopper. At last, a good old-fashioned fight. But when the dark shape got closer, Earripper now gauged the actual size of the thing. He had to call it a thing, for it had the strangest shape. 2 small legs, a bulbous body, and then a second body, and a tiny head on top. 2 sets of gnashers, one in its torso, one in the usual place in the face atop the rest. Earripper bounded forward, raising his chopper high, ready for the downward swing. But he had misjudged matters quite considerably, for the thing moved faster than he had assumed, and barreled into him before he truly came down, the top half separating and leaping at him too. It was larger than he, even in 2 parts, but the top half knocked him back and landed on top of him. In the moment of his impact with the ground, the thing gripped his head and bashed it against the floor until he passed out. Kronan looked down on the smashed orc head and crunched the front half under his foot. The sickening crunch was lost in the sounds of the storm. And so it was that the huge horde of Tooth Smasher was mid-feast when the doors were slammed open. And there, with lightning crashing down behind him, was a beaten and bloody Kronan, and Tiddles in the background, silhouetted by its light. Silence reigned in the hall now, as all could see the notorious enemy of Tooth Smasher stride into the hall. Well, stride is what he would state to people if Kronan was asked later on, but many would describe it more in the vein of hobbling or lurching. But that is besides the point. None raised a sound as they looked on, and so it was that Kronan finally stopped only 20 paces from the top table, where Tooth Smasher held court at its centre. Tober, the chaos scum, sitting to his right hand, sneering at Kronan as he glared with undisguised hatred. But what was this? At the edges of the table, honoured but not too much, sat an orc in debonair dark glasses, slicked hair, and a strange black and white outfit of distinctly humy design. It could only be the talker, Chains Grand, Orc of Mystery. But was he placed here by someone who had hired him from the Kronan War? Or was he another turncoat who had thrown in his lot with Tooth Smasher? Only time would tell. Tooth Smasher silently stood, looking as regal as he could muster as he simply stared at Kronan, his hand reaching for his largest and most cutty chopper. Kronan then looked him up and down, then turned to look in a circle, to look in the eyes of all who were present, as he strode to the pile of sacks on the ground before the great boss Tooth Smasher. They were in the colours of Tooth Smasher's tribe. Tooth Smasher looked on, stunned, expecting Kronan to hawk and spit on them, or make some other last-ditch offer of resistance. But his jaw slackened and near hit the table below him, when Kronan slowly bent double, and then came up with one of the sacks and held it above his head, then turned in a circle again to show all of his intent. It was then that Tober launched to his feet and grabbed a chopper, looking as though he would launch himself over the banquet table and into Kronan. But he was stopped and propelled backwards, slamming over his chair, as a powerful hand went a scruff of his neck and hurled him backwards. It was Tooth Smasher's. Kronan now ended his circle motion, and glared again at Tooth Smasher, and held up the sack to him. The contorted face of Tooth Smasher showed his ire, for he knew full well he had been outfoxed, whatever that is, for he was in a dire quandary now. He despised Kronan and wanted him dead. He could never dominate all of Aquilonia without that head stuck on a stick outside his home. Yet he could not break the ancient rights of his people. This was made very clear when the chief Yeller of Tooth Smasher's tribe, a sort of mad priest, came and stood at Kronan's side and just beamed at the boss of the Speed War. Tooth Smasher then just nodded and sat as the Yeller then bellowed that the Squig Games would begin on the morrow, in an entirely theatrical and very annoying way, if we're honest. And so it was that Kronan was escorted from the hall in silence, drawn down into its foundations. The sack was placed over his head for all of this, but when he finally could see again, it was due to his sack being ripped from his head and a boot planted into the middle of his left buttock, forcing him to collapse forward into a cage. The sack was then thrown onto his back as a metal grid of bars swung closed and locked behind him. Kronan looked around, and from the dark walked many an orc. But the majority were indeed youths, young orcs looking to better themselves. But Kronan also soon discovered that this was not only for the real hopefuls, those orcs who actually wished to join. It was also for punishment. He could tell this as he saw an old runt herd in the corner, looking out into mobs of orcs there. For the cell now unmistakably held collections of orcs in distinct mobs, not a massive huddle of them, as Kronan had expected for this sort of thing. Thus did Kronan slap off the hands of other orcs who approached him to join their mob, and he walked to the old runt herd in the corner and sat. Those orcs he had slapped off mostly picked themselves up off the ground, but not all. Even as injured and abused as he was, Kronan still had a formidable right hook. The old runtherd looked at Kronan passively, but we could not afford voice actors, so he will thankfully remain silent. Kronan just nodded to him. The runtherd had held out his hand and indicated Kronan to take something from him. Kronan accepted, and soon found a hunk of meat in his hand that went straight to his mouth and directly to his stomach. Kronan, despite the assistance of Tiddles, was still famished. The old runtherd was mostly quiet, but Kronan did gain some information from him. He was about to participate in what was called the Squig Games, and it had 6 parts to it, all lethal. The runtherd had confirmed he had been through the Squig Games before, as Tooth Smasher really did not warm to him. Thus he was aware of some of the hundreds of permutations of the coming trials. Of course, it was rather a strange event for Kronan, for he was then regaled with over 80 of trials that the runtherd Slackbutt McSloppy had survived. It was 6 events that would occur, as that was the extent of the counting ability of the Yellers who would organize the games. But that was only due to them being trained to this level of mental acuity for decades, of course. It was no small thing counting to 6. It was indeed twice Kronan's favourite number of 3, but we have discussed this previously. And so they sat in the metal cage, watching each other carefully for any sign of betrayal. None knew what the morn would bring, how many of them would survive to be accepted into the tribe of Tooth Smasher. It was very exciting, really, thought Kronan, and not a much-deserved break from all of the bossing people around at the very least. In fact, Kronan made a mental note to take more breaks. He deserved it, after all. Dawn came, and the cheering of the boys outside was naught but a cacophony to Kronan. Not being utterly imbecilic, he had made sure he was awake all night, just in case anyone got any ideas. Wiping the remains of one of the smaller other contestants from his lips, after passing some to his friend the runtherd, McSloppy, Kronan was feeling quite rejuvenated. Of course, the lion's share of the thanks for that would have to go to Tiddles, but it was neither here nor there unless he could perform today. So the poor youth he had chomped was just grist for the mill. One of the only others without a mob, the youth had tried to hide behind Kronan, so he was conveniently on hand when Kronan made his decision to chunk up on protein for the day's events. Of course, McSloppy was grateful, and was almost a shadow unto Kronan from that point on. The contestants were then soundly thrashed as the doors opened, and knobs and yellers charged inside to force the orcs outwards, down the corridor, to some bright light. All of them trudged on, but Kronan waited until he and McSloppy were the last to join the line heading out. Ignoring the feeble whipping and bashing from Tooth Smasher's knobs, Kronan made sure to be the very last to come out into the arena. For when he did, there was an explosion of whoops and cheers from all around and above them, for it was indeed an arena. Sand covered its central circle, wet from the rain the night before, sunlight already beaming down on it and vapours rising amidst the heat trails streaking into the skies. Kronan decided, in for a tooth, in for a limb, so put on the razzmatazz. He walked the edges of the circle, hands raised high over his head. Orcs were far more interested in a good spectacle and some guts than any political machinations, so the crowd went berserk at this clear, unvarnished display of machismo, much to the consternation of the scowling Tober and his lord, Tooth Smasher. The yellers and knobs then corralled Kronan back to the other hopefuls. In front of them were long tables. On the far end of the arena there were simple fortifications, a ditch, and a slightly built-up barrier of sand. But atop those sand dunes were some of the Speed War's boys, brandishing shooters. Not big shooters like, but not small either. The yellers then indicated all of the applicants kneel. Kronan did not like this much, so just inclined his head slightly. As the rest of the supplicants looked on, the yellers brought out slightly larger sacks. And it was a horror. For the applicants were all then approached one by one, and their sacks replaced with one that has something inside them. Kronan watched on as the yellers sewed the sacks to the necks of the applicants, while remaining deathly quiet. Even the crowd were now calming down as they knew what was about to happen. When the yellers finally came to Kronan, he dipped his head so they could proceed to sew the bag to his neck, and he gazed at the thing in its depths. For there was a snoozing squig, a plump and round thing, and Kronan could not quite make out its type, due to all of the darkness of the sack. But it was more a mesh than a true silk sack or anything, so he could still see a bit. More light and shadows, really, but there you go. The gauze of the material had plenty of air, he thought, which was a blessing, as the sleeping squig was very pongy indeed, somewhat moist as well. When all of the applicants were lined up, squigs and sacks in place, the game was explained to them. Kronan listened intently, knowing of the danger he was in, for it would be a fool who would not bet on the fact that Tooth Smasher would be making absolutely certain that Kronan would not survive these games. Even Toothy wasn't that stupid. And it was then that he fathomed the depths of his peril. For the first Squig game was simple. The applicants would run towards the fortified end of the arena whenever the drums went off. When they stopped, all of them had to stop too. If they got to the other end alive, they would move to the next leg of the games. Simple. Kronan did not chortle, however lame the challenge seemed, for he remembered the leer of the boys at the other end of the arena, and how their eyes kept following him as they nudged each other and drew fingers across their throats while tittering. The indication that the games had begun came in the way of a mighty explosion, and then the bashing of 100 drums in a frantic, fun-filled cadence. Alas, this is when all of the contestants, candidates, then discovered the nature of their squigs. For instantly upon the thunderous explosion, all of them began to erupt with explosive diarrhea. They were bowel torrent squigs. The sacks sewn to their orcs' heads were meshed, and thus funnels of liquid excrement sprouted from many, not just the edges, but like a muck spreader, it erupted from all sides. Kronan could hear his fellow applicants scream, slip, slide, and panic as they were suffocated by the dire dung explosions within their sacks. The more the others struggled, the more scared the squig became, and the more it defecated like a waterfall. This distracted all of them for the moments the drums were playing. Then they stopped. And in exactly the same instant, the boys at the other end of the arena began to gun the contestants down. Now Kronan had a suspicion that this sort of thing might happen, so the first few shots sailed over his head as he threw himself sideways and skidded on the ground. He knew that the candidates between he and the firing squad would not stop them for long, so he took immediate action. His hands tied behind his back, as they were. He knew he could not rip off the sack, nor did he want to break the game, thus giving Tooth Smasher an excuse to summarily execute him. He instead invoked his cunning, throwing his head forward a few times, until the squig was now right in front of his face in the sack, exploding with excrement as it was. Kronan then rammed his head into the ground as the drums started again. And eventually, the firing from the boys ended. Not quite as the drums stopped, mind you, but it's hard for an orc to resist letting off ducker while so much fun is going on. Kronan took a half-dozen smashes of his head down before the squig was clearly dead. But more than this, a tear in the sack occurred, so its remains were left on the sands as Kronan lifted his head. He could see, but the remains of the sack were still on his head, so he was not cheating. Kronan saw the boys, calculated the ducker, noticed how the bodies in front of him were torn to shreds. They had continued to fire in his direction to the exclusion of near all else. Kronan looked around and saw his temporary colleagues either suffocating, lying already dead, or lurching towards the other end of the arena while the drums continued. Only the old runt herd was seemingly in control of his destiny, as he made strange cooing noises. It would seem that no feces were dribbling or gushing from his head. McSloppy had somehow calmed the squig, and next to Kronan the strange runt herd lay. When the drums continued, Kronan whispered something to his friend, then bolted upright, the old runt herd behind him, entirely covered by Kronan's mighty form. Ducker ripped into the area as soon as the boys saw their quarry clearly again. Drums or no drums, it made little difference from that point on, for the crowd cheered Kronan as he made his power play. Other orcs were being shot by the boys, but this was a minority, and Kronan put it down to them not being able to control their urges to shoot anything that moved. Using the effluent from his now past squig, Kronan eased his hands under his feet and up in front of him, tied though they still were, for his biceps were so mighty that this would have been utterly impossible without the lubrication of the squig poo. With this, Kronan grabbed the nearest youth and held it in front of him as he charged the other side of the arena, McSloppy close in his footsteps. As Kronan charged, he found that his me-shield was swiftly losing its use, so much flesh was blown off it. So he weaved slightly to pass a very dashing young thing that seemed to have gotten halfway up the course. The ducker had all been aimed at Kronan, in this segment at least, so the poor youth thought he would capitalize on the opportunity. Alas, he was now Kronan's next shield. Kronan made it across the length of the arena in no time, and finally launching his shield youth into the gathered boys there, knocking them down, and on them he jumped. The food from Tinnels, the repast from another colleague, a heady draught of adrenaline, all contributed Kronan now pulling a half-dozen of the firing squad apart with his bare hands, before the yellers intervened. This was indeed a sacred ceremony, for the yellers surrounded the boss of the Kronan War, so he could not be executed, when he was clearly a winner of the Squig Games. So the Ducker boys just looked up toward Tober and Tooth Smasher and shrugged, then went on to culling as many of the other sprinting applicants as possible. Kronan had survived the first Squig game. He was one of the few, to be honest, as in the next few minutes the boys really did go to town. So a lot less came through the corridor and went into another holding pen with Kronan. Less than a third. It was utter butchery, and Kronan laughed raucously at it all. What a waste of orcs, he thought. No wonder the Speed Waaargh was never as numerous as his own. But he had to admit, it was bloody fun. Literally. Things were a tad different in the holding pens during that night. It is not an event that is for the ears of we grots, so I will be vague. For it was soon discussed amongst all, and most knobs had come to the conclusion that there were only so many spots in the tribe of the boss. Hence it would behoove them all to reduce the competition. Plus, this would have the wonderful secondary byproduct of providing ample repast for all of their mob. Now one might think that Kronan would be an immediate target in all of this, and the chances of the old McSloppy getting out of the pens alive were lower than that of a planet who had informed the Sector Inquisitorial College that they had a tragic lack of lube. But nothing could be further from the truth, for in his presence, seeing him as they did, witnessing his splendour, his sheer orkiness, made most of the mobs approach Kronan to be their new leader. Of course, Kronan stood aloof to all of these pleas, but none wanted to tussle with him, as his prodigious healing factor had already knitted or reduced the vast majority of his wounds already. He was getting close to his old form, which means that had he wanted to, he really could have just gone on a one-orc rampage and probably snaffled a lot. But being near his peak was not good enough, not to face Two Smasher a second time and be victorious. Kronan would have to bide his time. And so it was that the mobs were again bundled out of their pens and herded back into the arena on the next morn. But there were far fewer of them still. When the youths and the unfavoured, like McSloppy, were all in the arena, the second of the Squig Games was revealed. For dotted around the arena were barrels, and in those barrels was another Squig. The Yellers and the Knob Bully Boys all lined up the applicants, and then assigned them a barrel. Then the drums began again, and it was simplicity itself. For the challenge was to reach into the barrel, take out the Squig, then remove its limbs, and put it back inside again. Simple. Easy, was what many of the youths declared. Kronan knew that things could not be that simple, and looked warily at the sleeping Squig within. And one of the youths to his side bounded into frantic action. Bending into the barrel and snatching the Squig, he then proceeded to grip a leg and pull. Alas, it was at this point that the Squig then opened its eyes and wailed in a high-pitched screech. Then it convulsed, and a powerful warp blast came out of it. Drat, thought Kronan. They were weird Squigs. They were linked to the warp and annihilated all who treated them roughly. The youth shuddered for a moment, as blue worms of warp power leapt into it and then coalesced inside its head, which then exploded. A round of them went off in quick succession, as the least patient or cautious youths all acted too swiftly. When the fallout had ended, the rest all looked up at the bleachers above them to see that the flag-holding Knob was already a quarter of the way around the edge of the arena. When he made it the full way around, the judging would occur. If the Squig was not limbless, the candidate would be executed. Kronan looked down into his barrel at the leering Squig within. It shook, and looked as though it had been pumped full of the humus recaf. Odd, but not unsuspected. He always knew this would be hard, but the empty Imperial recaf tins surrounding the Squig at the base of the barrel were a bit of a dead giveaway. Kronan now took his time. He knew what to do. Kronan, as the cunning one, was a fast learner. He scrunched up his face and tried to remember all he knew as Squigs, but all he could get was the memory of Tiddles, or the cooing of the old runt-herd he witnessed the day before. Hence it was that Kronan gently began to coo at the Squig inside his barrel. After only a few moments, this strange sound knocked the little blighter out. Kronan gently lifted its wheezing, snoring roundness up and looked at its legs. Now he knew. If he just tore them off, he was a dead orc. Really dead. So he gently positioned the Squig above him and took the thing's feet, then its legs, into his open maw. He did not clamp down as he wanted. No. He chewed a bit. Not too much. Cooing just to make sure, then chewing again. Until, sweating like an elder under a drop pod's swiftly expanding shadow, he felt them come off in his mouth. He did not swallow. Oh, no. He knew this could be used against him, so he replaced the Squig gently, and then placed its legs at the side of the barrel. To his utter shock, the old runt-herd was grinning at him, having just done exactly the same, as both of them then looked around smiling. The playing field had cleared a bit, more dead youths, but those around Kronan and the runt-herd had been watching, and soon half of them had performed the same activity. But still, even with the example, half that tried to do this could not help themselves but bite hard on the Squig and wake it, leading to their instant and messy doom. The trial out of the way, the youths and undesirables, the candidates, were then returned to their pens. But instead of a night of fun, crumping, assassination and edibles, the candidates were shocked to hear that the ceremony, the holy rite of the games, and been brought forward a little, so they would have the games back to back now. Thus was all chance of sustenance removed. It would be a slog, all right. And so they went on to the next game. The candidates were all addressed by the yellers again, and were told to get into mobs. Not difficult for most, for they were already in mobs, but there were stragglers. Again, Kronan was approached by all, but he would not yield. He would not bow to another. He would not join their mob. So he sat apart with McSloppy, and only the mobless approached. Now Kronan was of a mind to just go it alone, perhaps with amusing McSloppy, but it was the self-same slackbutt who indicated that they would indeed need a few more boys if it was indicated. It could be one of a score of games against the Squigs. But this one turned out to not be about Squigs at all. The youths would face up against each other, to show their strength against other orcs, and so it was that Kronan took his motley crew of some half-dozen youths and the ancient runt herd out to the acclaim of the crowds. For it was beginning to be something of an event, watching Kronan slap the hindquarters of all who faced him, head-butting danger and leering at death like it was a particularly scrummy-tasting squigling. But this time, he seemed to be out of luck. Despite his new vow, he had only attracted so many to his banner. Now, some of this was due to the general lack of the mobless, for free rangers became a rare thing after the nocturnal battles and subsequent snacking, but even so, small mobs had been warded off of Kronan. He watched two of the bosses of larger mobs threaten smaller mobs not to join Kronan. Pathetically, many had been so affected, avoiding fights, taking orders from someone not an actual boss or nob. Kronan could definitely see why his Waaargh was the more numerous, and had actually gotten into a proper fight with the Humies. Two Smasher had raised a few Humie settlements, it was true, but he had avoided the open field of combat, despite being the speed Waaargh. From Kronan, the Humies fled now. From Tooth Smasher? And now he could see why. He could see why they had allowed the taint of Chaos scum into their camp. Gork did not love them. How could he? They were not truly orky orcs. Kronan was thus unafraid when he led his team out. But then he saw the opposition, and his team's reaction to them, for they were now on a bridge. And across a large gulf of space, a deep fall into the waiting maws of a sea of angry and clearly ravenous squigs. There was the other team. But it was passing somewhat odd, for Kronan was quite sure that some of that mob were considerably larger than any of the youths or the hated. So his enemy had stacked the deck further. His youth, his team, they quailed. But he was Kronan Da King. He knew what to do. Now, most would have put Kronan's gigantic girth at the very rock of the line, its strongest point. But after a brief huddle, the crowd saw Kronan take to the front of the line, with the old runt herd being at his side. He then chose the smallest youth to be at his back. Now, some might have thought that it would be so that only Kronan looked across at his foe, that he would hide the scrawniness of his team from his enemy, rob them of their confidence, beat them early on morale and confidence alone. Others might think it would be as Kronan was such a huge egotist that he wanted to be the best seen, was about to make a good end of it. But the truth was so much more cunning. He gripped the rope that went across the gulf between the teams, shackled to it as they were, and then in the last second, he turned around and dug in. Just as the flag was raised, the sign of the beginning of the tug of war, instead of him bracing, Kronan took the next orc and pulled its body away from its shackled arms, and then twisted and threw it across the divide like a very floppy and wet but intensely noisy frisbee. The flag was dropped as the body smashed into the front line of his opposition and knocked half of them over like dominoes. But instead of trying to win in a second, Kronan was too cunning for that. He then enacted his long game plan. He turned, only because half of the opposition was still bundled up with his teammates, who were still screaming, then snapped off the arms of the next one on the line, as each of his orcs then went berserk attempting to back away from the huge form of Kronan, who was himself trying to get at them as fast as he could, by only contained and constrained by the weight of the opposing team's tension. But as he bellowed at his team, McSloppy bellowed the simple command to get away from him. It worked a treat. Kronan rampaged forward as the team pulled back with such zeal to avoid Kronan that they bested the Chaos and Nob opposing team, and it was only when Kronan fell forward onto his mob that he knew they had won. The transformation was instant. Kronan bellowed again, but raised the hands of the two closest of his mob in victory. As they all slowly turned and walked to the edge, the rope between them had been shot away by colossal Darker when the opposing team had fallen off their side. Again, the Yellows would not permit a besmirching of this holy ritual, the Squig Games. And so Kronan and his mob laughed and urinated over the edge on the mad Squigs tearing the other team to pieces. And Kronan and the mob only knocked one of their boys off the walkway in all the celebrating, which was deemed to be most amusing for the one-off event, but none truly wanted it to become stale with repetition. All nodded agreement and backed away from Kronan in trouser-filling, respect. Respect, of course. But this halcyon moment was inevitably and inexorably shattered, for the next game would begin soon, and that would be no team game. The candidates, were all gathered again and informed of the new game. They would have to pick a partner, just one other orc to work with. Of course, at this, Kronan realized that all of the other mobs now shattered, as the biggest were trying to get together, the smallest trying to find an unpopular whopper. But then, having charm or dependability, or any other positive trait, was not really seen as important in orkidom, so biggest was always best. But it was when Slackbutt McSloppy's eyes widened at this, and he backed away from Kronan and then made a run for it, that the boss of Cunning had a strange inkling. It was so startling, the idea that flew into his head. And there he was, mid-spontaneous unelicited cogitation. He wanted to vomit. How could it be that he would think so fast unbidden? Was there any way to save himself from this horror? His own eyes widened at the exertion and exhilaration of it all. But he had little time. He would work out some form of anti-idea headgear at some point. For if hats could harness ideas, could attract cunning, then surely there must be the equal and opposite out there. A hat that would stop thinking. And all of this worsened when Kronan realized that this too was an idea. So he concentrated on his original one in the hopes that it would somehow fill his mind, so no more would erupt there. And here is where we would have put in a flashback to the other dialogue, if we had the time to arrange voice actors and the money to do so. That kind of stuff. But we didn't, so here goes. For Kronan knew that Slackbutt McSloppy was an old orc. He stated that he had been through the Squig Games multiple times, obviously unable to please his boss, or simply too stupid to move away from a regent who hated him. But in any case, Slackbutt had prior knowledge. He had experience. And that look of wide-eyed terror made Kronan have the idea that perhaps, just perhaps, they would not be in teams of two, but something else would happen. So Kronan barreled through the few survivors to get to Sloppy. And he was right on him when the final drum was struck and the duos were set. Slackbutt whimpered a bit as Kronan raised his arm with his own, the signal that they were a team. Many a youth partnered up with their best friend or closest mobmates as they processed back into the arena again. But this time, there were big holes in the sand. 2 holes right next to each other all across the arena. And the diabolic rite continued. The Squig game was closing on its last set of challenges, but woe was there amongst the pairs, for they were told the rules. All candidates would be buried up to their necks in the sand, so they could not move. Then a set of gobsquigs would be dropped between them. When the drum stopped, the candidate with the most gobsquigs in their gob would be the winner. The other would be left in the sands for the squigs to eat, and lamentation there was. For interminable seconds most of these duos made the most horrible spectacle, and then the game began. All of them were encased in the sand up to their necks, unable to move utterly. Dozens of gobsquigs were dropped practically on the head of Slackbutt McSloppy. None were deposited even close to Kronan. So again, he was being messed with by Tooth Smasher's underhanded scummery. But the aged runthead was not going to lose. Of this he was certain. for he began to croon again in his strange way to attract all of the gobsquigs. As the few that were not already making their way to the runt herd then turned and crawled in his direction, Kronan was in trouble, deep trouble, but he was never beaten. As he looked around a tiny bit, he saw all of the candidates spreading their mouths as wide as possible to show the plaque and detritus in there, for the gobsquig is tiny, slithers around an orc's mouth eating the rubbish built up there, so all others yawned like statues, desperate to gain their attention, so they could live. Now, during his time attempting to show his own runt herds the art of origotmy for the first Thinkmas celebrations, Kronan had spent a lot of time around the herds. Far more than is normal for an orc boss as he. But Kronan was now an orc of many talents, many skills. He remembered more than any other orc boss he knew. His mind was like, well, it's nearly there, tip of my tongue. Oh, sod it. An absorber of things. His mind was like an absorber of things. And thus it was that Kronan did the only thing that would possibly give him a chance. He played hard to get. Kronan clamped his mouth shut, upturned his nose, and raised his chin off the ground, and gave off a derisive, truly diminishing snort at the squigs. Difficult to fathom, I know, but the orcs are beings of few words, so their body language was far more explicit. Note, I did not say complex. And it was like a set of free eyeliner to an autarch. Irresistible. The gobsquigs stopped. They could hear the cooing and wooing of the herd, slackbutt. But when all was boiled away, when every scrap of skin was seared or flayed away, and only the bubbling core of enzymes and amino acids remained, they were orcoids, and thus they wanted a challenge. Initially, it was just the first few that were near him that turned and then attempted to gain access to Kronan's gob, and as they did, he fought them. Not at his full might, of course, as that would have been suicidal, but he gave off the best act ever. He whipped his head around, stretched and compressed his neck, tried to snort his nose or blow them away, but then they would gain access to his gob, and on this went for the next few moments, as the drumming got faster and faster, until the effect was so much, the draw so much, that the quiet gobsquigs inside the herd's mouth were now forcing his lips apart and clambering out to try to get some of the action. The herd tried his best to croon at them still, but as his nerves frayed, his notes fell off, his reverberation was off, and the squigs exodused from his mouth to join a war in miniature, the battle against Kronan. It was when a shadow fell over the two of them that they finally knew the game had concluded, and both were then forced to open their mouths. At first, Kronan refused, until there was such a kerfuffle that the yellows came over in numbers. This way, Kronan could be more confident that the count might be less biased. Slackbutt McSloppy, the runt herd, had opened his mouth, and two came out. Just two. Then Kronan opened his mouth, and many, many rolled out. With a groan from the knobs behind, Kronan was declared the victor. Slackbutt was to be left there. But for some strange reason, as Kronan was walked away, he turned and McSloppy looked at him dead in the eye and winked. The last candidates were marched into the pens as the crowd cheered, as another door was opened and ravenous packs of squigs were released. The full metal doors were closed behind Kronan, so he never saw how many bites it took to remove and consume Slackbutt McSloppy's head. Not that he wanted to, really. It was just another curiosity. The penultimate game. So few candidates now remained. The other arena had been prepared, so they walked directly to this event. The candidates were then walked into a room which had an identical number of weapons on a table, one for each. Small knives ranging all the way to large choppers, like really big ones. And all of the candidates, were to choose one weapon. But Kronan had spent so much time looking at the doors closing on his last sight of McSloppy that he was at the very back. So, when he did arrive, the others had conveniently been allowed to grab their weapon before he even entered the room. Kronan walked to the table edge, then along its length until he stopped in front of the last item there. A wooden spoon Kronan sighed and swept it up into his hand and glared at all around him. Kronan was chortling later, when they were led into the next arena, and there was a huge drop with strange platforms suspended by ropes, but they were awfully far apart. He saw the wielders of mighty choppers begin to sweat, thinking that if it were involving climbing, swimming or jumping, and not combat, they were truly buggered. It was short-lived, as the Yellows declared that the weapon was purely to decide the order in which the candidates would progress, largest to smallest, first to last. All were bemused at this, until they went to the edge and looked down. There were squigs below, large ones, very large. The onlooking mobs of the speed war went wild, as the Yellows explained that the candidates would need to jump down onto the squigs. If they chose right, they would be bounced back up onto the next platform. Well, unless they were rubbish at jumping anyways, which elicited even more mirth. But it was tears and sigh-splitting guffawing when the candidates were informed that half of the squigs beneath them were of an uncommon variety, meaning that if they were landed on by a candidate, they would probably annihilate them. Well, more definitely than probably, really, but no one can ever tell. Orcs are very sturdy for their dimensions. But to keep things moving along, a knob would walk the perimeter of the arena as a timer of sorts, as had been done before. Of course, the said walker would alter their speed according to how well or badly it affected Kronan. He was no fool. He had clocked this. Well, when he wasn't wiping bowel torrent discharge from his eyes, but that felt like an eternity ago now. But Kronan did have to admit that this was all jolly good fun, though he definitely would not have put it that way, because he isn't English, whatever that is. And so it was that the candidates were arranged according to the size of their weapons. Wooden spoon in hand, Kronan stood at the back, growling slowly and deeply to those just in front. But as he was decidedly and irrefutably the most orky orc there, his mighty lungs and copiously shouty voice box purred like the engine of a land raider. All before him heard it, and the quailing that some experienced was definitely more about that which was behind them than the potential demise before them. Now the first youths were truly orky, even Kronan had to admit, as they spent no time on the pointless course of deliberation, and just jumped off the ledge and onto the first huge squigs. But rather undiscerning and filled with the vim and vigour of youth, they saw no point in waiting for the result of the first jumper and just went for it. The two leapt off. When the one on the right hit the squig, it sort of buckled, absorbing the youth almost entirely into its blubber, then rebounded them upward as its huge rolls of fat returned to their previous spaces. The youth flew through the air and over the second and third swinging ledges. He was at an odd angle, and just looked at them longingly as he went over the other side and fell to make a nice little spatter on the ground. You know, like when you are cooking and drop some small droplet of sauce that when it hits the ground spreads out across half your kitchen floor. But none saw this final impact, as the onlookers were all falling about and slapping each other on the back and pointing. For the candidate on the left had hit his squig, and the both of them had exploded in a fireball that funneled up and singed the candidates looking down from above. Kronan now saw the walker. He was practically sprinting around the edges of the arena, and all knew that if he managed to get to the end, it would lead to the execution of Kronan. And the boss then saw what was happening, for there were mobs and even knobs who were actively impeding the speed of the walker. It seems Kronan was gaining somewhat of a following amongst the very boys of the speed war. Well, that or they simply wanted to watch the spectacle, and not have it devolve down to a rather anticlimactic execution. Those were always amusing, but the Squig Games were side-splitting fun. So they stood about in front of him, talking, ranged in groups cheering, so that the walker had to go around. And thus it was that Kronan had a little time, but not much. The youths in front of him were bounding, and some now watched carefully, so that they could judge their jump, so as to rebound off the squig up to the next platform, as they should. They were nearly all of the way across, many exploding, of course, when one of the youths turned round on the second platform from the last. He had a mid-range chopper. Nothing to write home about, certainly not a first pick, so as to put it. but a functional affair that could certainly do the trick, for he proved it. When he turned on the next candidate, and as he landed on the platform, the youth gutted him and pushed him backwards off the ledge. The chain of orcs moving thus halted. There were a lot of hand gestures, usually involving 1 or 2 fingers being raised in some V formation, and there was mooning going on, as the other youths attempted to hurry things along. But the insults were coming thick and fast, and the youth in question just pointed at his chopper and waved the other hand, encouraging the others to join him. An obvious trap. This, of course, could potentially have held up Kronan, but he was the cunning one, so he moved like the wind and thought and action were one. Kronan bounded across the squig that had been found to be safe from bounty, until he got to the platforms where his other candidates had stalled. Up he jumped. When he landed, he took the first one and threw it at the squig to the left of the last platform. Then he grabbed another youth and threw it at the squig to the right of the last platform. The first youth's face planted into a exploding squig. The second hit the side of the squig on the right, and it did not explode. Alas, Kronan was not really concerned about the vectors or angles, just the hit, and so the youth was jettisoned into the side of the squig, and then jettisoned again into the floor of the arena so hard that sprays of sand came up and glistened all over Kronan. The other youths then grabbed onto ropes, dodged and screamed as Kronan stalked forward. But he was no longer after them. He had discerned the real squigs from the exploding squigs, so his path was clear. Apart from this last hurdle, this last challenge, the obvious assassin planted in the pack by Tooth Smasher. So Kronan looked and planned. Then he leapt. Kronan actually swung the platform until it gained its maximum height, terrifying the youth still grabbing the ropes and trying to avoid him. He needed some speed for this particular maneuver. So up went Kronan like a gymnast. Then he reached his summit, and then made his body into a missile by tucking his arms in and ploughing down towards the squig. He hit it, was absorbed into it, then fired back up like a cannonball. But all laughed raucously when Kronan had seemed to misjudge it. He was fired like a dart into the bottom of the platform with the armed youth on it. He smashed into the middle of it and went straight through, wood exploding out and striking near all there. He was like an avenging green, huge, muscular and toothy angel of death when he burst up through the landing on the platform. He kicked a youth who was teetering on the edge down onto the sands of the arena. To a deafening roar of the crowd, Kronan just walked to the edge and bounded onto the last squig and was bounced up onto the finishing platform at the other end. The speed war went absolutely berserk. In fact, Kronan was still parading around the platform, hands above his head in a victory shake, when the last 3 youths arrived. The games were nearly over, and Kronan was now in fine fettle indeed. He had fought. He had striven. He had consumed many of his opponents to regain his strength. His regenerative ability somehow enhanced beyond anything he had previously experienced. In fact, Kronan now felt better than he did when he went into that fated battle against Tooth Smasher. He was ready. Only one more challenge needed to be survived, and then Kronan would be of Tooth Smasher's tribe. If his present course was anything to go by, then he would have enough popularity and support in the camp that he could challenge Tooth Smasher and not be gutted out of hand by his hundreds of knobs. Kronan was nearly there. He need only survive the last Squig game. And thus he thought, bring it on. The 3 remaining applicants all stood in the center of the arena. Now there had been 4 going into the holding pens, while the squigs were removed and the last challenge set up. But it was decided by near-unanimous vote that everyone was a bit peckish. And seeing as only one of them would be getting out of these games alive, it only seemed right and proper that the Runtiers sacrifice themselves for the other candidates, so they were in top form to give the very best performance to the waiting audience. It was truly an altruistic moment for the greater good, and he barely put up any resistance when Kronan pulled off his arms and threw it to the others, then chomped to his content. Now, this was not something he would usually condone, of course, the eating of other orcs. No, not in his Waaargh. Snots and grots? Of course. Squigs? Well, that was what they were there for, but not usually boys. But needs must when the dark gods drive, as they say. Again, not that Kronan would befoul his mouth with such a platitude, but such is the way of the world, that sometimes the most unappealing of metaphors is also the most accurate. And so it was that Kronan was paraded out into the arena, to a standing ovation from the crowds. He strutted in as usual and waved his hands to indicate to the crowds that he could not hear them. When they exploded further, he even shook his head, then cupped his left hand to his ear, as he raised his right hand again, indicating that he could still not hear them, which drove the boys watching into paroxysms of laughter and even greater screaming and baying. But the elation was not to last, as the dour yellers now began to try to drown out the crowd with their proclamations. Kronan decided he would be magnanimous, after stopping them with cheering thrice, due to his performance. He now stood sternly looking at the yellers, as they described the next game. There were strange chalk markings all over the sand. Kronan looked at them while the yellers explained this arcane game that the tribe of Tooth Smasher had developed. It was odd and complicated, involving hopping and zones and whatnot. Then Kronan looked up with a snap at the declaration that the rules are void if there are none left to complain about their breaching. Meaning he could utterly ignore all of this cobblers if he killed the other candidates. Kronan then stopped listening, turned his head and looked down at the two youths and grinned his widest, most toothy grin. The two youths furrowed their copious and overhanging eyebrow regions, scowling at Kronan mirthlessly. It was on, as some say. The candidates were led to separate tables, with a veritable banquet, a cornucopia of sharp, stabby or choppy weapons of war. Kronan walked his table, putting on a performance by picking up near every weapon and testing its balance, holding it up to the light to check its sharpness or studs, then summarily rejecting the weapon, with a shrug and a casual lobbing of it over his shoulder, much to the amusement of all. Finally, he took two weapons and raised them over his head. The watching mobs again went into a gleeful fit of cheering at his mirth, his sarcasm. For Kronan turned on his opponents and showed them his choice. Two tiny choppers, usually used for picking the grit from beneath one's toes, if one bothered with that sort of thing. The other candidates had still been deliberating. One might almost suspect it was stalling. But upon seeing this gross insult to them both, they turned and grabbed the biggest chopper they could. Neither of the youths took their eyes from Kronan as they were positioned in the starting places for the Squig Game. Though Kronan found he now realized why it was called the Squig Game, despite there not being a one present in this challenge. The white markings on the floor were indeed a really bad rendition of a squig. I mean really bad. Like if you got a donkey drunk and placed its hoof in paint and then screamed directions at it. Or if two orcs covered themselves in paint and then wrestled, which, looking at the patches of white paint on the yellows, could very well be the truth of the matter. As this was the last challenge in the Squig Games, the yellows knew their moment in the spotlight was about to end, and thus they milked it for all it was worth. Each one of them coming forward and giving a statement about the tribe and its history, how they did things, yaddy yaddy yah. Kronan thought it was nearly as long as the massed cogitation. It lasted for an unending seconds. Perhaps even minutes. Well, before Tooth Smasher himself stood up, and the yellows knew to clam up. A few of them obviously crestfallen at the lack of having their moment in the sands. Tooth Smasher stood and recited what were obviously ceremonial words. He bit them off like he was barely able to contain his frustration, as Kronan began to bounce up and down on the spot, intimidating his opponents. He was, after all, at least twice their size. He didn't really need to do any of this. All was certain, but Kronan had found that he sort of enjoyed the spectacle, putting on a bit of a show. He would have to do something just as fun, but possibly less expensive in boys, when he took all of Aquilonia. For it now seemed inevitable. He would do it. He could almost feel his hand clasp a skinned and polished skull of Tooth Smasher in the palm. He could almost touch it. And it appeared from Tooth Smasher's attitude that he knew it too. He was dressed in his finest mega armor, in the midst of a ceremony with all of his Waaargh around him. Not a sign of confidence, which meant it was a sign of weakness. And all could see it. He was ripe for toppling, and Kronan felt he was just the orc to do it. The short speech done, the flags raised, the drums began. There was no time limit in this last match, so the drummers started low and slow, hoping to save their best efforts for the final moments. The game began. The two youths circled around his left and right sides, trying to get him to turn his back on one of them. Kronan merely allowed them to wander around the place, even right behind him. They were so intent on their activity that they actually collided with one another, vision locked on Kronan as it was. And at this, his moment, Kronan did a standing leap backwards. He bunched his legs and sprung into the air so high he was at eye level with Tooth Smasher when he flipped him the bird. He then came down again and landed between the sprawling youths. He stamped on the leg of the one to his right, snapped it like it was a 6-month-old wafer, and he followed this with a huge kick to the head. The youth was instantly unconscious. The other orc rolled up and took a mighty swing at Kronan, who leaned back and literally limboed under its arc, his head near touching the sand before he righted himself again and continued his motion with a thunderous headbutt. The youth's life savings, his teeth, shattered and fell from his mouth like it was a dental waterfall. All could practically see the stars around his head as his eyes rolled into the back of his head and he fell backwards onto the sands with a thump. Kronan raised his hands above his head in victory. The crowds were going insane. But then, Tooth Smasher rose to his feet slowly. The mood changed as he waited for silence. It was a while, but eventually his Waaargh noticed his action and quieted down. Tooth Smasher extended his hand dramatically and pointed to Kronan.
"3 orcs still live. The game is not complete."
At this, Kronan theatrically took 2 steps back, like he had been struck and was staggered. He looked at his knives, the ones he had not even needed to use. He looked at the youths on the ground. He stood there, head down, and silence reigned, and the tension built. Kronan walked to each of the youths in turn, raised his hand as if to strike, then threw away one of his weapons, a clear indication of disgust. He would not slay youths on the ground unconscious. He would not. Both weapons now discarded, Kronan's reverie was shattered by the furore from the crowd. They were more loud than ever before, and the chanting began. The chant that spelled the doom of Tooth Smasher, the end of his rule. For the crowd chanted his name, slow and low at first, but when none of the other orcs around them bashed their noggins for it, the chant ripped around the crowd and gained in power with each passing moment. Tooth Smasher was visibly shaking with rage. Tober, the chaos-corrupted whelp, surreptitiously slunk from his seat next to Tooth Smasher and seemed to just melt into the crowd. But Kronan noted it. It was then that Kronan walked to one of the yellers and pointed at a sash, a simple sash of the colours of the tribe. The yeller seemed confused, torn. Obviously, Kronan had won the games. He had bested all. But Tooth Smasher, his chief, had given his diktat. The games were not over. The yeller looked down into his hands, then looked up at the skies. And there, with the air so clear, the clouds gone, he could see it. In the years to come, the yeller would regale anyone who'd listen. He saw it. The grin of Gork. And he knew what he had to do. The yeller snapped his glare to Kronan. Then he shifted it to Tooth Smasher, as he shot out his arm and opened his fist to Kronan. The fist clenched the sash of the tribe, and he dropped it into the open hand of Kronan. The crowd shrieked and bawled in approbation as Kronan donned the sash. Tooth Smasher bellowed in rage, but was upstaged. For it was then that a strange orc erupted from his entourage and leapt onto the very edge of the arena so all could see him. He then addressed the audience there. Kronan has bested the Squig Games. He has won. But Smasher would rather force him to kill defeated Ys than concede his win. He knows that Kronan cannot do that. He knows that Kronan is too orky to perform such a cowardly deed. Now all were absolutely agog. Not because of the content of the speech, which was pretty much unambiguous and irrefutable, but it was more his choice of words and accent, really. But, shock over, the crowds were listening all right. Kronan is now of the tribe. He is of your own war. He has won with you. He is yours now. But will you have him? Or will you have this coward and weakling, Smasher, hiding in this mega armor? I ask one simple question. Who is the orkiest orc? Who should be your warboss? At that, Smasher did not lunge for Chain's Grant. He did not drag out his best shooter and gun him down. He walked to the edge of his box and unclipped his cloak, then leapt down onto the arena floor. Kronan and Smasher were to have their duel. Kronan stood in his loincloth, tiny daggers now collected and firmly placed in each hand. Smasher, there in his best mega armor and wielding his patent power weapon. Now some might consider this a bit of a mismatch, a bit skewed to say the least. But Kronan Da King, would not have it any other way. To be continued. Now, things had come to a bit of a head, which does seem to be somewhat of a silly saying, really, as coming to a head doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, really. Certainly not under the dire circumstances we now find our illustrious hero. For Kronan was about to get into one of the most uneven fights he had ever witnessed, let alone participated in directly. But Kronan, that most orky of all orcs on all of Aquilonia, would have it no other way. For he was the receptacle of the glory of the gods, the emissary in the mortal realms. He was an adherent of Gork and Morg. But it must be said, as so many others leant entirely on the works of Gork, he of brutal cunning, Kronan was somewhat of an oddity in that he was an advocate of all things Morkish. Now that is not to say that he was overly sentimental. Nothing could be further from the truth. That he was known all across his world as the Cunning One. He was a servant of both gods, of course, but he was one of the few in recent years who had truly channeled the undisputed power of Mork, the orc god of cunning brutality. He had harnessed the dire power of cunning. Now, this is not to say that anyone could outdo him in brutality, for such would be an utter misrepresentation of the facts. And it is, in fact, the absolute unvarnished self-evident truism that Kronan was the most brutal of all orcs on Aquilonia as well. Had he not won victories against the Humies themselves? His meteoric rise to power had been nothing but a masterclass in brutality, but it had always been an upshot of his adroit deployment of cunning. From the first armor he had captured from the Humies, all the way to his matching and besting them, quite tidily actually, on the open field of battle. And no orc warboss had managed to defeat a massed army of the Humies in living memory. But more than this, even in legend. There was Belend the Boisterous, who had managed to kill a whole squad of marines all on his own. There was Fartus Maximus, who had defeated a whole score of Humie horsey riders when they raided his camp. But these had been short highlights in an otherwise rather doleful relationship with the Humies on Aquilonia. Oh, fighting had always been a fun element of life on this verdant world, but it had always been met with swift and effective counterattacks that had returned the status quo pretty much immediately. For Belend the Boisterous had been captured by the Adipi Arse starters, and summarily executed by firing squad. Well, More to put it, the 3 squads of Marines hove into view and then peppered him with bolt of fire until there was no 2 scraps of the boss more than 2 millimeters together in one place. Alas, Vatus Maximus had also been the recipient of a close encounter with a power sword when the Marines came back to the region only 2 days later. And thus it was that Kronan had been the first boss to have had a lasting victory. He had taken a column of Hume metal boxes, and then, without so much as a by your leave, he had done the impossible. He had taken a whole Hume settlement. From there, the growth of his war had been stellar. Not that anyone would have put it that way, as it is far too flowery and a bit poxy, so I'm told. But the sentiment remains the same. Kronan's star was rising, and fast. He had amassed a huge war, the first seen on Aquilonia, ever, it seemed at least. But as things always do, for nature abhors vacuum cleaners, or something like that, a competitor war arose or so. When Kronan led the Cannon War, his arch-enemy Tooth Smasher had raised a speed war. Now to say that old Toofy was an arch-enemy to Kronan sort of makes it seem like that they had some form of protracted and in-depth convoluted backstory, where they had met and perhaps become friends, a Romeo and Juliet tale, perhaps, where they became closer despite their familial differences and the cultural clash that would often underline it. Or that it was some form of buddy tale, like Dumblesnore and Grumpelwald, friends, or even more, then forced to confrontation due to a tragic realization of their differences in their worldviews. This was certainly not the case. To be frank or earnest, for reasons we have discussed before, Kronan had never heard of Tooth Smasher, his tribe, or their horrible weakness before he had controlled nearly half of the planet. Only then was it revealed that perhaps he should not have been quite so imperious about who to take into his war, as it struck Kronan, as related in the Squig game, that he had sneered at many an applicant and thus forced entire tribes of orcs to look for other leadership. His truculence was never in question, as this led to fightiness, which of course is the prime requisite for any orc, let alone the most orky of all orcs, a big boss. But perhaps he should have just taken the heads of the annoying or vexing bosses of said tribes and absorbed them into his own war without delay. But such is life. Better to fail upwards than consistently strive for safety and mediocrity. For instance, Kronan could have kept on the path his small tribe had always maintained, the defence of their tiny valley, fighting the other local tribes for small tracts of land. Not large tracts of land, but that's a different matter. But instead, Kronan had seen the light. In a rare event, he had been initiated into the deeper secrets of the gods. He had witnessed the coming of the prophet of the gods. He had truly heard them. And from that day forward, Kronan had attempted to bring cunning into his life. And it was this fundamental change in perspective that had brought him all of the success and victory he had ever yearned for. Nothing worth doing is easy, as they say. Well, the Humies do anyways. Apart from fighting, doing things the hard way was definitely not the way of the greenskin. Let's be honest, anything outside of the furore of combat was dull and rather inconvenient to most orcs. So doing things the easy way, the path of least resistance, was most often the absolute default setting for most true orcs. Because doing things the hard way took time, and that was time not spent in fighting, which was clearly a waste. Yet Kronan had managed to somehow defeat this ingrained preponderance of his kind. He had truly listened to the prophet. He had taken heart and learned. He had learned mightily. For Kronan had then set forth on the most dangerous of all paths, the path of cunning. Now one might not think that being cunning could be such a high risk to the individual in question. Certainly not a strapping orc such as Kronan. But this was the foolishness of the naive, the desperate stupidity of the uninitiated. For to be cunning required thinking. And as had been attested in events of the Thinkmas celebrations, this could be tragically and very ultimately bad for one's health. Okay, in truth, Kronan had arranged matters so that the support structure of his main rivals had the correct headgear to be removed from play before the mighty Kronan cleared house. For he did not kill his main enemies via exploding thinking drot headgear. He merely removed their bodyguards so he could cut to the quick of the matter himself. And he did. For he took many a head that day, and the resultant scrapping in the Waaargh merely removed the chaff. Let the cream of the up-and-coming boys rise to the top, for things will be done in an altogether novel way, and the older, crustier bosses would not have been supple enough to keep up. So fresh blood at the top reinvigorated the entire Waaargh. Yet still there were some who could not stand to see the cunning one succeed where they had failed. Treachery had led to the current circumstances, for the speed war that had arisen from the dregs that Kronan had chided and rejected. They had gathered as opposition to his force. Such a strange thing. Like waiting for a conveyance on a particularly wet and dreary day, when one Waaargh appeared, thus did another form. There the orcs had been for years untold, waiting for a decent rumble, and then two factions arose at the same time. But this was a thing to be pondered on. Never actually, as Kronan did not actually enjoy the process of thinking, as no orc should enjoy this dire and dark art. He would not be dwelling on this issue more than was absolutely necessary. And when I say absolutely necessary, this did not mean he would devote a few moments to it and then move on. No. Now that Kronan had embarked on this horrific practice, this golden path, he found that his mind was like a magnet to ideas. They would bound unbidden into his mind. And it is with no small consternation that our hero, for he certainly is thus, was prone to unelicited bouts of thinking. Now some days Kronan was of a mind to end it all, by simply cutting open his bonds, scooping out some of the tragically plaguing head matter that his weird boys had confirmed was indeed the source of his ideas, of the thinking. But then, would he not be turning his back on the gods? These ideas. They had been the curse of the god Mork, but this curse had led to victory after victory. It had led to him becoming the big boss of a Waaargh. So Kronan had decided that he could do nothing but continue on the path his lords had created for him. He would perhaps look into an idea-repulsing hat, for headgear was indeed the reason for much of his cunning. It cannot be denied. Thus hats might also be the way to protect his overtaxed mind, but this was for another time entirely. For at this present moment, he was about to engage in that oh-so-unfair battle. Old Tooth Smasher had defeated Kronan with an amazingly lucky hit, the git, then dragged him back to his camp to crow over him. The rather tangled events that ensued we have already covered, but it ended in the one point. The one situation that we are now gathered to recall. Well, I will be recalling it, and then imparting it to yourselves. But that is pedantry, really, and we have far more gripping events to cover. And thus it was that the scene was set. Kronan had survived the Squig Games. He had become the victor, and was thus initiated into the tribe of Tooth Smasher, was technically now a member of the Speed War. But he had not bent the knee. He now challenged Tooth Smasher as one of his own boys, a challenge that could not be ignored. Well, not if old Toofy wanted to see out the day and not be ripped apart by his own former followers, which would have been hilarious, but far less dramatic than the scene that is about to unfold. Trust me, this one is a corker. Tooth Smasher, the traitor, the unorky, the weasel, whatever that is, had thrown in with the most rare of horrors, the unorky. He had within his inner circle scum that had turned to the gods of the Humies. Now Kronan was not sure which of them they had begun to worship, the girl, the fat one, the bookie bird, or the killer farter, but nor did he really care. A tragically large amount of orcs in this camp had even become red. They had fallen so far. And it was anathema to the whole of orkydom for even one boy to turn to that lackluster bunch. And, if truth be told, which we always try to do in these chronicles, Kronan was incensed. On a personal level. For he was now the toenail of the gods. He was the bogey flicked at their enemies, but with such force as to destroy them utterly. Thus Kronan was not just livid about the existence of a rival Waaargh, and one that did not even take on Da Humies, but he was also filled with a righteous religious zeal. These red orcs were a sin against his gods, and they would have to be exterminated with extreme prejudice. Like really extreme. Just think of the most extreme prejudice you have ever felt, and then multiply it by 3, or even 4. So very extreme. But the most pressing issue was Kronan's present position. He had been victorious in the Squig Games, had bested every trial put before him, even with the old Tooth Smasher stacking the deck against him at every turn. But this had been proven to be a fundamental error on the part of his rival. For he had not summarily executed Kronan, and then just wiped out any who would rebel. Tooth Smasher had been manipulated by Kronan's astonishing cunning, so that he could take no overt action. And with each victory on the preceding days, Kronan had gained more and more influence and adoration from the members of the onlooking Speed Waaargh, and things had gotten to such a state that Toofy had simply no choice at all but to accept the blatant challenge from the newest member of his tribe, Kronan Da King. And so it was that the scene was set. Kronan, unarmored, and from a dueling few days of utter mayhem, stood with his hands empty of weaponry and his stance wide in challenge, as Tooth Smasher walked to the edge of the box he had been watching from and leapt down onto the arena sands. And his landing was everything one would expect from a big boss of orcs, especially in the very intimidating and exceptionally heavy set of mega armor. He hit the sands and sent them spraying as he rose from his kneeling position, fist impacting in the ground as well, of course. What some might call the superhero landing. But alas, these forms of vid or picked entertainment were not widely available in the grim darkness of the far future, as they would have been describing mutants. And this was certainly not an age of tolerance. So mutants would have been burned at the stake by the thin starters, with the white hair and the pointy noses. But I digress. Tooth Smasher cared not that the battle would be so uneven, for he had not only mega armor on, but his finest panoply of war. His finest choppers, his finest shooters. To be honest, he was armed to the teeth, and even his teeth had weapons. All while Kronan was presently near naked. While he certainly did not have a big swanky power chopper on him, Kronan looked at the slowly advancing Tooth Smasher, as the self-same drew out a particularly nasty-looking serrated chopper the size of a knob, which then shimmered as its power field buzzed into life. But Kronan was not called the cunning one for nothing. He recalled the tables of weapons that had been left by the Yellers when the last leg of the games had begun, and he performed his mighty backward salmon leap. With this, he was taken to the very edges of the tables, and without a second of thought, he grabbed 2 short choppers. Well, more daggers is what Humies would call them, but again, they overcomplicate everything with their endless lists and naming of things. But I digress. Now there was a veritable cornucopia of weapons at Kronan's disposal. Huge maces, warhammers, which was particularly poignant, spears and double-handed choppers. But none were weapons of worth. None were power weapons or chain choppers. Thus they were almost useless in the face of the walking tank-like mega armor that Tooth Smasher had donned. Thus Kronan, without even acknowledging the fact, took up the weapons of cunning. For he could not match the strength of Tooth Smasher in his armor, for it augmented the might of its wearer quite nicely. Thus it was that Kronan knew that the only weak point his hated enemy had was possibly the least important. Cunning unto itself, Kronan would have thought. Well, if he had time for cogitation, which he did not, for he was far too invested and excited by the confrontation that was about to ensue. A battle he had yearned for since he knew of the existence of the Speed Waaargh. It was time. Finally. It was time to see who had the love of the gods. Who is the most orky orc on all of Aquilonia. The deck was again stacked against the Lord of the Cunning Waaargh, and Kronan, as I said, would not have had it any other way. Alas, as this is a skit of an 80s film, and the previous colossal works that it was based upon, of course, the inevitable could not be avoided. As Tooth Smasher approached Kronan, he stopped at a respectable distance, and it began in earnest. The legendary pose-off. The ultimate aperitif to any duel of real import. The two knew exactly what was expected of them, and the crowd of orcs that watched on was agog at the spectacle. As Tooth Smasher stopped, he slowly raised his arms over his head, and then slammed his left hand to join the right on the grip of his sword. He brought it down slowly until it was level with Kronan's head. The overhand reach. A standard pose, but a solid one. Kronan replied by turning his back to Tooth Smasher and raising his own hands above his head, then bringing them to his sides with his biceps taut. Then the muscles down his back popped one after the other. Rippling rage. A move that could not be performed by Tooth Smasher due to his armor. Kronan held the pose as the crowd went wild, then dropped it and glared at his enemy. The grinding of Tooth Smasher's teeth in an unvarnished display of ire was like ambrosia to Kronan. Finally understanding his predicament, Tooth Smasher then took on the roles that would be enhanced by his armor. It left him less versatility in the battle, but would hopefully pay dividends. As Toofy then dug one massive power-armored boot into the ground, then the other, snorted and ran backwards and forwards in his zone. Galloping Squig, almost perfectly enacted. The rains of sand and sod that were thrown into the air were a spectacle not to be missed. Kronan had to think fast. He knew that ugly concubine, whatever that was off the menu. So, too, was Grot rolling in poo. An heroic landing had already been performed by Toofy. So he went into his best dance. He spread his legs wide and shuffled forward hunched over. He then stopped and raised his body up and put his hand over his eyes so he could see, and then dropped down again. Grot in the grass. A placeholder. Nothing flashy, but adequately done. Kronan would see what his rival had before unleashing his full power. Thus it was that Tooth Smasher went into another power-armored enhanced move, Gargant stamping and scratching its ass. Intimidating to most, it left Kronan cold. The cunning one then responded with angry snot wave. Aggressive, energetic, and it played well with his unfettered and unobscured musculature. Tooth Smasher retaliated with a very safe option, thinking his the advantage. He beat his chest and shouted, throwing head back and laughing and pointing at Kronan, the use weedy move. But this was the end, for Kronan had outmaneuvered his opponent again. As a move from Toofy was only half done, Kronan went into Mork's Full Moon. He dropped his posing pouch and mooned at Tooth Smasher at exactly the same time as he laughed at Kronan. Thus meaning, Tooth Smasher was laughing at his own derision. Now that was a masterfully played move, as Toofy was now, quite literally, the butt of his own joke. And the response was immediate. Tooth Smasher raised his chopper high and bellowed his most orky war cry as he charged at Kronan. A catastrophic faux pas for Toofy. For although rage and brutality were the key requisites of orkiness, so too was being seen as the biggest and most meaty. And in this loss of control, being baited by Kronan so much that he charged, Toofy had summarily and publicly lost the pose-off. Round 1 to Kronan. The derision of the crowd was palpable, as they expected at least a dozen more moves before the initiation of actual combat. And again, most often these events were boring and merely a delay to the good bit, the fighting. But in this case, the spectacle had been enjoyed so much, the utter showmanship and magnetism of Kronan so dazzling, that they had not wanted it to end at all. But, as with all things, the orcs soon forgot all about their ire when the choppers were out and the clash had begun. Still, it did leave a rather ashen taste in the mouths of all who witnessed it. Well, mostly anyway. As things progressed, It was striking odd that large parts of the arena were now clearing. Not the majority, for certain, but Kronan could not help but clock that the majority of the Red Orks had now made themselves scarce, including their leader, the weird boy and leader, Tober. He was no longer watching from the boss's big box. In fact, he was nowhere to be seen. But back to the main event. Tooth Smasher charged. His mighty chopper in both hands, his armor glittering in the midday sun. He was impressive. But he was not nimble. The first strike was contemptuously easy for Kronan to evade, as he rolled right under the attack and came up behind Tooth Smasher. Yet the rival orc was not a boss for nothing, and he wheeled like lightning. The backhand swipe of Tooth Smasher forced Kronan to roll again, like an ultra-hard level AAA game, whatever that is. Kronan was rolling and dodging like an elder. He did all of this to remain in the fight, but more than this. He made it a part of the show, for Kronan could feel it, something he had not felt before. He was conscious and well acquainted with the feeling of his cunning rising, but this was different. He felt a power suffuse him, imbue him with preternatural speed and might. But it was not coming from within. Kronan always marked his cunning rising, an itch in the back of his noggin that could then herald a painful and dangerous bout of unelicited thinking. But this was different, entirely different. With each time he rolled away from a strike and then waded back in to carve a slice from his enemy, he stood back, took advantage of his supreme speed to perform spontaneous poses. He raised his hands above his head in victory. He sniggered dramatically at another failure from Tooth Smasher. And with each of these misses, the poses, the derision, he gained greater cheers from those looking on. He could feel it, his name being chanted by the speed war. He could feel their energy, their power, their elation, their excitement. He could feel it. Finally, beyond the power of cunning, more pure than the feeling of a human head collapsing under his booted foot, he could feel the Waaargh energy coursing through him. He could feel the Waaargh, and he could harness it. Kronan's last roll was accompanied with a grab of half a metric shit-ton of sand, which was then launched into the eyes of Tooth Smasher as he rose. The dust hit the face of the orc and went into his eyes. Thrashing around with his chopper in an attempt to fend off Kronan, Tooth Smasher backed away. Decidedly un-orky, thought Kronan. He should have gone on the attack. And for his cowardice, Kronan ducked under 2 blows and swept him past the wildly swinging chopper, crackling with worms of power, and he took off one of Tooth Smasher's ears. He rolled away and held it up to the crowd, who, quite predictably, went wild again, bawling their approbation and veneration of the boss. The tide had certainly changed. All Kronan need do now was to best old Toofy, and it would all be over. As Kronan turned to barely avoid that massive chopper, he realized that this would not be as easy as he was making out to the onlooking mobs. The dance continued, with Toothy now wary, more shuffling forward and striking than putting all of his power into wild and wide swings. And thus, Kronan could not do his rolling about on the ground thing. So be it, he decided. Let the game be afoot. And with that, he blocked a strike, sacrificing one of his blades, which was carved straight through by Tooth Smasher's power chopper, but it moved at that fine hair length required for Kronan to avoid the blow. And Kronan whipped up again and took off Tooth Smasher's nose. The bloody green proboscis flopping to the ground. Now Toofy looked ridiculous. But both knew that this cosmetic damage to the least important part of any orc, their head, was naught but pantomime and showmanship. Intimidating and certainly ouchy, but nothing that would stop old Toofy. And thus it was that Tooth Smasher backed off, panting hard, his mega armor now dragging him down into the lethargy of fatigue, or so thought Kronan. Tooth Smasher then turned and ran toward one of the large gates that had been used as an entry point to the arena, and hacked at it twice. His massive chopper smashed the door to pieces, tendrils of energy erupting along the broken splinters of wood as they rained down on the arena. And behind the gate was a tidal wave of angry and hungry and very bitey squigs. As they charged over round beneath to Smasher, it was clear that he had planted his feet, and none of them could harm him in his mega armor. The same would not be true for Kronan. Thus it was that Kronan had to run from the squigs, get to the very edges of the arena, and then hurl himself up in one of his mighty leaps. Silence reigned across the bleachers as Kronan's hands scrambled for the lip and found it. There he hung, and all were aghast, for it looked like Kronan was running away. A cheer of deafening proportions went up as Kronan looked around and revealed his true intentions. He leapt down into the arena and landed on the back of one of the largest squigs there, and rode it to the other end of the arena. He was not fleeing at all, and all knew it. Silence again, as they all looked on, mesmerized by the actions of the cunning one. Kronan rode the squig, culling all around him that came close enough to be a threat, until he got to the other end of the arena. For there came a smashing from the other end of the place, behind another gate. When pressed later, Kronan did not know why he did what he did, could never explain how he knew what was behind the gate. He simply did not know. So later, he was sure of the one thing. He had been moved by Mork himself. Feeling the Waaargh energies as he had, he was now a living vessel of the power of the Waaargh. The power of the great gods Mork and Gork. And thus it was that he did not even skip a beat when he dragged open the mighty gates and found a huge avalanche of squigs there also. But it was a totally different premise this time, as at their head, unmistakably the largest squig that any had seen, was Tiddles, Kronan's very own pet squig. For in all the time of the games, the faithful Tiddles had made his presence felt in the camp. Without his master to brook his more violent tendencies, or to direct them at the very least, Tiddles had intimidated a good swathe of the squigs in the camp. And when he went to the arena to free his master, or to fill his gut in the one place everyone seemed to be congregating, depending on your view of the intelligence of the squig, he brought a plethora of his kind in his wake, a veritable tsunami of them. And as the gates opened, Kronan leapt into the air and landed on the back of his loyal squig, and he bellowed his victory cry as he led the counterwave of squigs. Balls of teeth were rampaging back and forth, their violence a sacrament to the great gods, its brutality a thing of joy to the onlooking orcs. None had witnessed a squig war before, and they knew from that point onwards it was definitely something they needed in their lives. But I digress. Kronan rode Tiddles towards the waiting Tooth Smasher, who had not moved an inch since smashing the gate. He leaned on his chopper and looked, well, quite pooped, really. Certainly not the type to elicit the loyalty of an entire war of good orky orcs. Nose gone and blood still flowing over his lips, tusks and chin. One ear ripped off, and one eye lost, blood around the socket. It seemed that the annoyance of the sand could not be shifted by old Toofy, so he had done the only logical thing and cut out the offending and annoying eye, with the sand in it. Yet the mega armor still crackled, the chopper still hummed with power, and he was far from done. Kronan leapt from the back of Tiddles and toward the boss, but cunning as ever, not directly at him. Thus, with Toofy's lack of depth perception, he lunged with his chopper to cut Kronan in half, only to sweep through the air some 6 inches to his side. Kronan landed and smashed his remaining knife into the arm socket of the mega armor. The right arm pinned in place, the sword clattered from Tooth Smasher's grip. Tooth Smasher reacted fast and had a power maul in his remaining operational left hand before Kronan could get away. Old Toofy was not to be taken lightly as he tagged Kronan. The maul came down on Kronan's left arm. Again, it was the best kind of muggins, and its power field did much to add to the impact. Kronan lost his left arm. It was torn from his torso and bounced soggily onto the sands. Yet Kronan was an orc in a trillion. He took the hit like a champ and decided to end the event once and for all. Kronan grabbed the dagger out of the arm and rammed it into the last remaining eye of Tooth Smasher. Then he stepped back as the rival boss screamed and staggered backwards. And the rising feeling in Kronan erupted. It was like his heart burst, its blood taking fire down his entire body. It was the Waaargh. It was the power. It was the faith of his fellow orcs. He could practically taste it as he looked down at his remaining empty hand. A lampant green glow appeared there, a light that could be nothing but the blessing of the gods. For he had seen the self-same energy formed into great crushing feet stomps by his head weird boy, Weirdnut Krunkelstein. He knew it was the power of the gods. And so Kronan concentrated. He felt the energy flow from the crowd, flow into his body, and then he forced it into his very palm. And he took 2 steps forward, and then punched his fist toward the chest of Tooth Smasher. The fist went forward, green energy surrounding it, until he made contact with the mega armor. In slow motion, Kronan witnessed the power of his gods, of the Waaargh, as his knuckles seemed to just slip through the mega armor, as if it were not even there. Aye, he was blessed with the fist of Gork, and the armor just parted around his bald fist. The hand then burst open, as Kronan reached into the body of Tooth Smasher, and grasped, then yanked out, his very heart. Kronan mused later that it was almost a shame that Tooth Smasher had lost both of his eyes, as otherwise Kronan could have witnessed them opening into saucers, like any human when faced with their demise. But, anticlimactically as it was, Tooth Smasher just fell backwards onto the sands, and expired. Of course, Kronan had to be absolutely sure of his victory, and so it was that he went about the swift but messy business of cutting off the head of Tooth Smasher, which, with a wee dagger, took a bit of doing actually. Kronan rose and held the dripping head of Tooth Smasher above him, enjoying the feeling of his rival's blood pouring onto his own noggin. He was anointed, not just in blood, not just in victory. As Kronan slowly turned 360 degrees, so that all could be absolutely certain of the outcome of the duel, he was awash in the chanting and the glorification of his name. He had done it. In this one battle, this one duel, he had done it. He, Kronan, the master of the cunning Waaargh, was now the undisputed boss of all orcs on Aquilonia. Or at least he would be, when the insult had been washed away, washed clean. When the true enemy had been defeated. Now many would believe that this would be the Humies, who still controlled much of the world, and certainly all of its most alluring real estate. But this was not the case. For Kronan knew that he could do it. He knew that with all of the orcs of Aquilonia marching to the one cadence, the one drum, there would be nothing he could not do. Nowhere he could not take. No one who could gainsay him in his domination of the entire world. But one fly remained in the ointment, whatever that is. One thing left to be done before he crushed the remaining Humies in an attempt to gain the attention of the Adipi Arse starters, the Space Marines, where the real fighting would begin. Perhaps, if he did well enough, went through enough of the colours and types, the Humies might even be forced to let him have a crack at the gold ones. The Mega Knob Marines. Yes, he wanted that very much. But one thing remained. The chaos-worshipping scum. The orcs who were not orcs. Tober and all of his ilk. They would need to be annihilated before all else. For it was the will of the gods. And so it was that Kronan, who had been dubbed the Cunning One, now stood on the field of glory. A victory second to none, a duel that concluded with the besting of his arch-enemy and rival, Tooth Smasher. And with the death of old Toofy by his mighty hands, Kronan was now the de facto boss of all bosses on Aquilonia. or almost. Yet there was some house cleaning to be done. Alas, Kronan was not really in a good position to get into these things right way. With the entire speed war looking on, Kronan's victory utterly complete. Only now did he fathom this. For the mighty Lord of Orcs went to raise his hands above his head, in the time-honoured signal that he had indeed kicked the living crap out of his opposition. It was then that his hugely muscled right arm shot up as it was instructed. Alas, his left arm was naught but a bloody wreck hanging limply at his side. Not even the exuberance and augmented elan from his cataclysmic achievement was able to make the tattered wreck of a limb move as instructed. For Toofy had been no pushover. He had dished out some licks in the fight, all right. The most important one being the power maul smashing Kronan's left arm. A trade he made with vim and vigour, as it permitted Kronan to get inside Toofy's guard and end the matter. Yet he was now utterly armless. Well, on one side. Now this could be a badge of honour to some, as Kronan had heard of a Humy lord who was named thus, Appledon the Armless, or something like that. Yet, for a truly orky orc, as Kronan most certainly was, in fact, it was uncontestable that he was indeed the most orky orc who had ever bestrode the sands of Aquilonia. So to have but one arm to crump Humys with was a deficit that could not be permitted to continue. How would that be fair? If he put all of his fightiness and power into one arm, well, it would unbalance him for certain. But it would also make his opponents believe he was not taking them seriously. Using only one arm? Now that, as all good orcs know, was just taking the piss. It would give him an unnatural advantage, as his enemies would be too enraged, would make mistakes. And he wanted them at their best, all of them, but most especially the Cutsoders. For to meet and beat a Cutsoders was now his life's goal, his overarching reason to live. Hence, as a sign to the adversaries he would face, it was only polite to meet them with both upper torso appendages in full working order. And that meant gaining a replacement. Alas, with the bedlam of the Squig War still going on all around him, it was not a particularly good time for decision-making. Now to say that the Squig War was still in full swing was a bit of an exaggeration if truth be told, and you know how we feel about truth in these chronicles. For Tiddles, Kronan's favourite pet, familiar, saviour and steed in the last few days had more or less dominated the field. He led his own mini-round gnashy and bitey Waaargh squigs to the arena, and they had engaged the loyalist squigs of Toofy's speed Waaargh. It was a time of darkness, a squig on squig. No quarter was asked nor given. Well, apart from quartering one another, when too many squigs had tried to chomp on the same adversary and simply would not relent. In these situations, it was much akin to watching angry toddlers on PCP pulling at the same balloon. Fountains of blood would erupt as they did indeed quarter the fought-over squig repast, only for each to fall backwards with a chunk and the life-giving very edible blood to be left in the centre. Good blood wasted in the sands, much to the dismay of the engaged squigs, who would then burst into tears at the waist before devouring the scraps they had gained and then moving on to the rest of the furore. And Tiddles was like unto a god of war. His the largest orb in the sands, biting and chomping on all before him. The last remnants of the beaten squigs of the speed Waaargh being chased into pits and dark places. Tiddles, being the majestic beast he was, he did not continue in following the routed, but returned to his master's side. The huge blob of dental hatred now stood next to Kronan, basking in the reflected light of his master's approbation. Yet even he could tell that the Lord of Cunning, despite his resplendent orkiness, was in fact very close to toppling over. Hence he lurked at his master's left arm, covering the obvious sign of frailty that could elicit further attacks. But he need not have been too concerned, if that was in fact his want, for some who looked on thought he was sniffing the cunning one, not as a sign of affection, but possibly sizing up the chances for making a quick snap for the destroyed arm and then running off to consume it. But these were, of course, utterly baseless concerns. For Tiddles did indeed adore his master, as we have heard. Strange for so many to act out of racial character when involving Kronan, some might think, but then he is a protagonist. So, hence it can only be a truly heroic journey if there are one or two elements that ostensibly seem suspect, or even a little contrived. It's not called the Legend of Tiddles or Ducker von Smashhoven, is it? No, of course it's not, because that would be silly. Now, moving on. And so it was that Kronan was victor on the field, and when the Squig War was clearly over and it was time, the boys from the bleachers all dropped down to approach their new lord. They raised him onto their shoulders and paraded him around the arena for what seemed hours. It was a little over 5 minutes in actuality, but seeing as this had been the longest any of them had done anything as fun, without there being gratuitous violence involved, it was a miracle of epic proportions that it lasted that long. And so it was that the Speed Waaargh was soon met by and embraced by the larger Waaargh, the cunning Waaargh, who had charged into the camp during the clash. The fact that a total victory had been gained was not theirs to know after all. And again, being completely candid, even when the Speed Waaargh marched out with Kronan atop them, even then it took a good hour and over 10,000 dead before the unification of the Waaarghs was confirmed. Of course, the fighting continued into the night, but it was on a much lesser scale. A new pecking order had to be gained after all. But where was Kronan during all of this? Simple. He was flat on his back. Taken to the grand hall that he had bashed into while barely able to stand, he was now escorted inside by the few bosses of the Speed Waaargh that had not beaten a hasty retreat when his star had risen on the sands of the arena. Of course, they were soon joined by Kronan's staunchest adherents, his bosses of the cunning Waaargh. They were all there, which was passing a little odd. Mad Nut Krunkelstein, Git Squisher McMurder, Ducker von Smashhoven, and even Grinner the Backstabber. Yet Kronan was barely able to talk at this point. The elation of the moment past, he was rather feeling the loss of blood from his arm. More orc bosses' faces swam into his vision as he sat on the huge chair, or thong, that had once been old Tooth Smashers. Faces that he would soon be able to attach names to in the days to come. There was Izap Newtone, the Big Mech, and Hypercrates, the Pain Boy, or Mad Doc, and his always friendly and cheerful grot aide, Len. A name that he would come to know intimately, for it was Hypercrates' face that he would first see upon his waking. Some time later, I can assure you. For even the recovery abilities of the orc had their limits. Luckily for Kronan, these limits were not nearly surpassed by the operation that was performed on him before he passed out. For in his last breath, he had said 2 simple words, "New arm." But of course, it would be sacrilegious of me to attempt to mimic the divine tones of the cunning one. So just take it from me, that is what he said. And so it was that Kronan awoke on a bed of surpassing opulence. For once, this 4-poster had been the nightly recline for the humid lord of this region. Kronan was not impressed. The purple silken sheets were slippy and slidey, and in the hours to come, Kronan would also discern that they had a preponderance to stick to him and attempt to slide between his butt cheeks, never to be seen again without a repositioning and a hearty and regular yank. Kronan struggled with his discomfort as he witnessed the looming face of a mask-covered Doc attempting to gain a reaction as he stabbed the arm attached to Kronan's left shoulder. The size was not quite as impressive, but it was as near a fit as could be gained, explained the Doc. Well, he did after he pulled himself out of the ceiling and fell to the ground, for Kronan's instinctive reaction to the prodding had elicited a left uppercut of no mean effect. Once down and dusted off, a few teeth clattering to the floor to be collected by his assistant, Len, the Pain Boy head Doc, explained that they had tried to gain a bicep-festooned appendage to equal his own. Alas, despite the many offers from his loyal knobs, the disparity in size was simply preclusive. So the only option had been to take one of the arms from his erstwhile rival tooth smasher, and then sew it on. Kronan looked down at his left arm. He nodded in approval. He knew that very soon his own growth would bring it up to spec, so to put it. But he did lament that he would have to put in some more work on this arm during his daily workouts. Meaning he would have to hold a shield or smaller chopper in his right arm for a few weeks while performing his morning exercises. Of course, exercises meaning his morning slaughter of anyone he thought might have once thought or looked at him funny during the first hour before dawn. And, of course, he would have to remember this for when the rule of 3 was broken in any meeting. Again, meaning he would need to dish out a healthy beating for the infraction. But aside from the arm always moving to scratch his arse when he was not paying attention to it, things seemed to have turned out quite well. Now Kronan wished to almost immediately get back to work. He was the big boss of all of Aquilonia. He had things to do. Yet Hypercrates had refused his entreaties. Well, being thrown objects, mostly with the left arm, of course, and enforced a period of a full day of rest upon him. Alas, the runty little doc would just put Happy Len in front of himself whenever Kronan looked like he was going to refute his authority again. And when Kronan looked into the eyes of this little imploring grot, he could not bring himself to do what was natural and squish him. Perhaps, in all of this, in all of the suffering and pain of his last days, after all of the benefit he had gained from grot kind, just perhaps, Kronan was beginning to appreciate them a little more than before. Or at least this would be the theme if he had been in any other fantasy setting. The reality of the matter was that little Happy Len had passed him his screen before making his plaintive big-eyed request for Kronan to stay put. And, thought Kronan, it had been entire days since he last gazed upon his secret treasure, the one item in all of the camp that was precious to him, yet worthless to all other orcs of the Waaargh. It was a data slate of the Humies, but somehow it responded, and it showed him the nicest of things. Things that really raised his spirit. For what others would call a vista of opportunity, this Kronan called his menu. For it catalogued the types, forms and functions of the many, many military organizations of the Humies. Much as he wished to just stroll to the end, his favorite ones, the gold ones. He tantalized himself with the myriad of types he would have to progress through, would have to collect before he could unlock the gold ones. The Humies were intensely silly, you see. It was a wonder they had managed to keep control for so long with such strange and slapstick armies. For some reason, the blisters of battle, the small marines with the white hair and the pointy noses, named their tribes after smells. Humies were odd indeed. There was the odour of the pungent shroud, the odour of the booty pose, the odour of the even malice. Thus they went on to the odour of our farted laddie, the scary hose, and the odour of the valueless pert. But, reasoned Kronan, as he moved on to the anal mini-tantrum regiments, they were no better. To be fair, their naming convention seemed more on the nose, less oblique or flowery. There were the Armageddon Squeal Legion, aptly named, as Kronan did remember the great Gazgul himself mentioning that they did indeed squeal. The Clodian Regiment, who never sat down, ever. An odd thing to brag about, really, but the Humies were all a bit odd. On to the Catifan Regiment. Despite the name, they looked quite bulky, tough. Kronan was looking forward to fighting them. The Piss-Riven Fistborn. They had impressive hair squigs stuck to their faces, yet Kronan could not help but note the size of their hats. They would be cunning. Fighting them would be tricky, but ultimately very rewarding. On to the tall-armed Desert Raiders, though whose afters they stole was anyone's guess. Eldar, perhaps? Then the Vilehailer Regiment, who had suspiciously long coats. Kronan suspected that they may not have had much on under those coats and shuddered. Lastly, there was the Breath Corps of Craig. Sidebar. Now one might think that dental concerns would be rife in an orc camp, but this could not be further from the truth, for the gobsquigs were abundant and hungry. Hence, orthodontists and dental hygienists were nary required. Sidebar over. Kronan suspected this would not be the same for the breath core of Craig. He shrugged. It was unlikely their halitosis would be effective over the ripe smells of blood. But he did not get to the arse starters or the prim anus knobs, never made it to his dazzling cuts odors. For this was when Kronan slowly slipped into the land of dreams, clutching a manifesto, his prized menu, the promise of the battles to come, and he slept the sleep of the just. Waking was a pleasure. Well, it was when he had pulled the damn sheets out of his bottom, for despite the uncomfortable resting place, he was rising to a new world. His world. Or at least, it was going to be. Kronan bounced out of bed, landing with a dramatic thump that sent many a phial and bubbling liquid container on the tables around him clattering to the floor. The crescendo was matched by the doors to his bedroom opening wide, and his bosses standing there in attendance, waiting for their lord to command them. Kronan strode out and walked the lines, nodding to those who he knew, stopping at those he did not. For his war had practically doubled this night, as the cunning and speed wars were now one. Yet there was much to be done, and as Kronan came to the final boss, Kronan the Backstabber of the Freebooters, he again stopped. The huge mega-armored orc was still smaller than Kronan, and held his head low. For only the two of them knew the secret. For it had been Kronan that had betrayed him, had led him into the trap against Tooth Smasher, and then turned on him. Yet Kronan did not forget the realizations he had gained during his time in the Speed Wars camp. The plummeting acknowledgement that he had indeed contributed mightily to the creation of the Speed War. He had done this by rejecting knobs, mobs, and bosses he did not think he could use at the time. But now, with this fact still front and center in his mind, and with his many plans to come requiring an overwhelming amount of boys, well, Kronan was what he was. He wanted to serve the biggest, meanest orc, and he had made an error. He had bet against a cunning one. In silence, Kronan glared at the freebooter with his strange hats and daft Penelope of war. He so wanted to just crush him there and then. But after a few more seconds, a large snort that made Kronan seem to shiver, Kronan briskly nodded and moved on. He would keep his eye on Kronan, but he now seemed to know his place, and even Kronan would not sell out to any non-orc. So as Kronan was the only big boss now in the running, he instinctively knew that Kronan simply had no choice but to remain loyal. Certainly, if he wished to partake in the carnage that would surely issue from Kronan's escapades. And no orc in their right mind would want to avoid a war of the magnitude that was presently formed, a 1 in a million years opportunity. Yet there were loose ends to deal with. Kronan would hear the counsel of his knobs and bosses before he moved. Hence, he called a big boss bash. It was to be tonight. And as his proclamation went out into the camp, Kronan could not help but remember when he was summoned, when he went to his first and only big boss bash. And now they did it at his word. The bosses of all of Aquilonia would sit at his feet, would listen to his words, just as he had done with the prophet of the gods. And his heart and chest swelled as he watched the preparation. And there would be no need for him to bring his best leadership to the bash. He would not use weasel or wimpy words. Hence, they had to be divinely inspired. He would require to commune with his benefactor. For he was now under no illusion. He was indeed a gleeful and ardent adherent of Mork, god of brutal cunning. He was as orky as any orc could dream of being. He was as violent as any worshipper of Gork, which was the majority of orcs, to be honest. Yet it was Mork's power that had gotten him this far, had blessed him with all that he had, and he would not forget it. Hence, to prove he was who he claimed, that he still had what it took, that the heady power of a combined Waaargh had not spoiled and removed him from his roots, his inner goal, his truth. It was that very morning that he went through the camp with his hand-picked guard, his utter and total Black Legion, and he went to a place where all could spectate, all of his people could watch, as he did that which they could not, that which no other would dare. He went to perform a mighty cogitation, a bout of unadulterated, undiluted thinking. The Speed Waaargh had not witnessed the splendour of this act, but they were soon informed by the members of the Cunning Waaargh that a wide berth should be given in order to avoid the head-exploding powers that Kronan would be summoning and mastering to his very will. And by Mork they listened. For was he not the cunning one? Had he not already done that which was impossible? He had defeated the Humies in open battle. He had slain Adipi Arse and taken their transports, had raised city after Humie city in his rampage across Aquilonia. Even in the darkest of times, when any other orc would be beaten or quit, he had prevailed. None now refuted his power, his right to rule. Yet he could not call himself the lord of all orcs on Aquilonia. Not yet. And this is what he would cogitate on. This is what he would direct his awe-inspiring mental acuity toward. He would think about how to capture that runt Tober, the traitor. The unorky filth who had not only turned to lesser gods, but even managed to lead his entire tribe into the worship of the weedy, humid deities. Pathetic. And so it was that he strode back to the arena, and it began. Each moment of his stint was punctuated by the firing of a thinking grot at the walls of the arena. Okay, some missed the walls, even sailed over the breaches toward the sun. Yet it was of no moment. The combined squealing of the thinking grots, in their lovely new robes, which some desolate runt-herd had stitched while fretting over the fate of the cunning one, had reached the pinnacle. And Kronan began to think. He knew that Tober had used some arcane power to tear a hole in reality. He had led his red orcs into it, but had they gone far? Kronan could not believe that the slack-jawed maggot Tober had the mystic oomph to go off-planet. For Kronan fathomed that if he were spiritually well endowed enough to do that, surely he would have just unleashed his power and taken command himself. And the worms of power that had been seen on Tober, despite being red, corrupting, disgusting, had never been larger than those he had witnessed on the head of Madnut Krunkelstein. Ergo, which is not something he would have said, because nobody but the most effete fop does anymore. He did not think Tober had the chops to escape Aquilonia. All he needed to do was find him. But he would have to do so swiftly. There was so much to be done. And Kronan knew, with as much certainty as an Eldar does when he looks at his last can of body and curl enriching hairspray, that he would be getting more. Kronan knew with that level of certainty that if he left Tober to his own devices, it would not bode well. Hence, he directed his mind to that most important quest, his own holy crusade, the hunt for Red Ork Tober. The crowds watched in utter silence. Well, some were enjoying the resounding echoes of the thinking grots and their subsequent splattering, but it was pretty quiet for so many orcs in one place. For they were in awe. He was doing it. He was thinking. Kronan deliberated, and then he rose. From that moment on, anyone who was of a mind to take a wager suddenly knew that it would be foolhardy or incompetent to bet on red. Kronan's face said it all. he had found the solutions. He was ready. And so it was that Kronan held his bash, spoke to his bosses, gave them their marching orders, quite literally. First, Git Squisher McMurder would go to the ancestral homes of Tober's tribe. He would go in force, but was not to engage. A frown and many raised eyebrows across the gathering followed. Well, those who had miniature hair squigs above their eyes anyway, as orcs have no eyebrows. But there was some mild shock, is the meaning of it all. Kronan instructed Mad Nut Krunkelstein to commune with Gork and Mork and attempt to use magic to locate the foe, as surely Tober was a foe of the gods as much, if not more so, than Kronan and his Waaargh. Daka von Smashhoven was to take his winds of Waaargh and cover as much land as possible. Again, ordered to locate, not defeat. Though it was firmly hinted at by Kronan's wink at his right-hand man that a few bombs and strafing runs would not breach this diktat. If they were humies, the prodded ribs and sly smiles would have intimated something along the lines of Daka being teacher's pet, but all knew he had earned it. For none but Tiddles had laboured longer or harder to free Kronan, and none but Kronan knew of the Herculean efforts performed by Tiddles. Hence, Daka was definitely viewed as Kronan's go-to guy. Hypocrates was ordered to prepare to test all who were wounded by the Red Orks for signs of contamination, and Isaac Newtone was tasked with a very special role indeed, one that Kronan was to discuss with him in private after the bash. Grinner was given busy work, sending him off up into the northern wastes to check for the scum, but all knew that that was all too unlikely, as that would be the first place they would all check, and Kronan knew that Tober would know that he knew it. Hence, he would be an idiot to do this. Not outside the bounds of reality, as Tober had turned from the true gods to worship the wimpy. Yet Kronan believed, despite this, he was not a complete grot-licker. The orders given, the camp exploded into activity, and the many bosses went on their merry way, eager for the fray to come. Kronan sat back and waited for the next few days, for he knew his time had come. And during those days, he went amongst his people, the many mobs, tribes and cultures, and he forged bonds with all. He was the cunning one after all, and no longer intended to fight it. Instead of cursing the unsolicited ideas he now had assailing him on the regular, he was instead basking in it. He would throw himself open to the inspiration and guidance of Mork, and so he collected a group of handy grots who were tasked with the writing of every single idea he had. Now when he perused his notes at the end of each day, he realized that some inspiration was of more worth than others. Also, that some grots were of more use than others. When notes had been taken poorly, he would have that grot reclassified and repurposed as a thinking grot for his next cogitation. Yet, even when the notes were inarguably correct, he knew that not everything that came into his head was of worth. Perhaps this was another test, a whole new level of challenge set upon him by his master, Mork. For he would now have to struggle to discern that which was worth keeping. For instance, it was hypothetically effective and potentially efficient to have the mechs make ice cream guns, for he knew that many of the humies were corpulent, and it would create a very real distraction for them if used in battle. By the size of some of them, any whiff of dessert, and they would drop trowels or lasguns and dive on it. Was not one of their own regiments pretty much specialized in stealing desserts? Yet, on reflection, it was not that good of an idea after all, because the round humies rarely put up much of a fight anyway. Nor would the Grox cannon be effective in hindsight, for Grox were plentiful, but they were upkept by the humies. When they were gone, the Grox would soon follow. And in reality, he had the idea while looking at a Rucker-Truck Squig buggy. He had been a plagiarist, a copycat, whatever that was. So he just ate the grot and note together to save face. Ideas had so much variety in their actual utility. It was baffling. Not that Kronan would have put it that way, of course, because baffling is a rather poxy word. But in any case, Kronan was now king of his world, leader of his people, and he got to know each group as well as any could. Of course, he always had the rule of 3 to use if things got tedious, a rule that had not been disseminated to the Speed War by his own boys. The hilarity of Kronan crumping entire delegations of kiss-asses before they realized the rule was an almost endless wellspring of mirth for his original followers. But after less than 80 casualties, even the most prolific butt-kissers and boss-botherers now gave Kronan a wide berth, unless he approached them, of course. Yet it was not long before his orders had brought results. Gitsquisham and Murder confirmed that Tober had not returned to his old turf. Gunnar the Backstabber soon reported that the big red idiot had not been seen in the north. Of course, Kronan told him to double and triple check the caves, as that equated to about 2,000 miles of mountainside. He knew Grinner would not be back any time soon, at least until summoned. But it was Daka and Madnut who brought home the goods. Of course, who else? Daka von Smashoven had been in the cockpit endlessly, flying as far as his tanks would take him, then returning and just jumping back into his second or third flyer, and off he went again. He was an orc possessed. Odd, but nobody would question his orkiness. Well, a few did, but they were even less tasty than they were stupid, so Daka let them off with losing just one limb. And Daka had some dire findings indeed. For Tober was not the coward that everyone had suspected. Far from it. He had instead been cunning. Troubling indeed. For Tober had not gotten far with his magical door, landing back on Aquilonia only a few hundred miles away. From there, his progress was easy to follow. Tober and his warband had been blazing a trail across Aquilonia's southern continent. Each Humi city or settlement he had encountered, he had razed. Yet he had taken the time to not consume the Humis, well, not all of them, and his warband had taken to arranging them in odd patterns on the ground. At first, Kronan was not sure of what to make of it all, until he went up with Daka as a passenger and witnessed the spectacle with his own eyes. It was all too familiar. As they flew over the lands and saw the stacks of Humi dead, often just their noggin had been taken and piled up, sometimes stripped entirely, so that most were mere skulls. Yet Kronan recognized the patterns. They were the same as those left in the Speed War's wake in the days before their battle. Here they had arranged grots in these strange, pointless patterns. Now they were doing it to the Humis in vast numbers. Of course, the largest Humi hardpoints had been ignored, circumvented, but Tober had done for hundreds of thousands of Humis by this point, and the shapes on the landscape now reminded Kronan of the sigils carved into the staff of Tober. He wanted to vomit, and so he did. Okay, the tidal wave of expelled green puke covered the entire windscreen and caused Daka to say some very disloyal things. But when he had righted the flyer and wiped away enough to pilot them home, he apologized to Kronan, who thought nothing of it, of course. Daka could do no wrong. Well, he probably could, but he hadn't done it yet. Without anyone there to witness the chiding and swearing, Kronan did not see as an issue that needed to be addressed. Now, Madnat had not been as useful at start, but with his new information, with the sigils and markings, Kronan consulted with him and took him deep into his council, whatever that means. The two walked away from the camp with only Kronan's 1,000 guard of mega knobs, his utter, black legion, and Madnut brought some of his mentalists with him. They processed to a place of safety, of security. Then the weird boy began his rite. The lines of power that worked around his body were a good orky green. Then they slowly lifted into the air and formed what looked like a massive foot. Now Kronan was used to Madnut using his great feet of Gork to crush his enemies. Now he witnessed a new miracle. For the foot did not stamp down onto the ground. It did come down, but gentle, landing but one pinky toe onto the sand before the two orc bosses. And it was the nail of the pinky toe that then seemed to swirl, a mist formed within it. Madnut Krunkelstein then began a really annoying throat-singing chant that drove Kronan to have to restrain his left hand from snapping out and strangling the weird boy. But Kronan managed it, hands now clenched together so as not to interrupt Madnut with a knockout blow. He looked into the glowing toenail as images began to form. And there they were. The vision travelling across the plains of Aquilonia as the throat-singing continued, and at last their end came. For the illusion showed the camp of Tober. It could be nowhere else. For there were red orcs aplenty, far more in fact than Kronan had ever believed. But then, he had to concede that he was hardly attempting to count them when he was stuck to the tree of Woohoo not so long ago. Now they were not enough to even give his mighty Waaargh paws, but they were enough for a decent scrap. Even so, as the toenail showed them the camp, Kronan could see what had become of these poor wretches. For most of them were mutated and twisted, engorged and augmented by the power of some horrific force. Most were red, larger than normal orcs, and definitely more spiky, toothy and gnashy. Some of their weapons seemed to drip humy red blood or gore. Then there were the normal green orcs, but they were not normal at all. Most were bloated and disfigured, and looked like a stiff breeze would strip the skin from their frames. Yucky. The last were the ones with multiple eyes and strange fires burning on their skins, or when they coughed, which they did a lot. Kronan did not wish to witness what the purple-skinned ones were doing to each other. It seemed to be some form of wrestling, but they never seemed to let go of each other, perpetually repeating the same moves, and when locked on top of each other, they did not stop or change, but continued their wrestling thrusts. Odd in the extreme, and Kronan was forced to hold his gorge. But after the event of the cockpit of Docker's plane, he put in far more effort, and did not disgorge his stomach's contents onto the spectral toenail and foot in front of him. Despite how much he wanted to wash his eyes and forget he had ever witnessed these things, still he stood and glared at the toenail. He had to be certain. They all did. Thus it was that he waited until he saw the vision finally stop inside the tent of Tober himself. He was there, in the camp. Confirmation received. The toenail now seemed to pull the vision back, so that it returned to the place where they now stood. And Kronan concentrated on the vision as hard as he had ever concentrated on anything in his life. For at its end, due to his diligence, he now knew in exactly what direction and exactly what range Tober's camp was. It was time for the end game. Despite the visions now clearing, Madnut still performed his swaying and eyes-closed throat-singing, so Kronan permitted his left arm to finally take action, and it punched Madnut in the throat. Kronan just leaned back slightly, so it only hit a bit, instead of taking Krunkelstein's head off. A lot of coughing, gasping, and rolling around on the floor occurred, of course, but Madnut saw the efficacy of the action, and did not bemoan the curtailing of his mystic chant, now that it had been confirmed as successful. They had found that little turd Tober. On the dawn of the third day, as Tober came out of his tent, he looked to the north. And it took every ounce of his self-control to not hardly step back inside. For what he saw was his doom. Now Tober, being a twit big enough to turn his back on the only truly powerful beings in the universe, Gork and Mork, was an insufferable know-it-all and egotist. For no other reason could there be for his next actions. He looked and saw the lines of orcs, good proper green orky orcs, crest the hillside with the first light. He knew that the cunning and speed wars were both here, that his enemy, Kronan Da King, was here. And yet, he did not run. He did not try to hide. Well, he'd been doing that for over a week or two, and it had obviously been in vain. Nor did he organize his boys into a defensive position, despite the odds. No. Tober strode out, and before all of his camp, he bellowed his thanks to the Red God, the Blood God. He shouted a thanks to Khorne. And with that, his boys all jumped to attention, dragged themselves off each other and out of their tents, out of their holes and huddles, or the bogs of filth that they had been resting in, and began to form up. Tober would march out to meet the Cunning One. He would march out to fight Kronan personally. And as the camp sprang to life, the Cunning Waaargh watched on. But as they saw that the scum were not fleeing, when they marched out and raised their 4 icky banners, the entire Waaargh gave a unified holler of pure, undiluted happiness. The hunting had ended, and the enemy would fight. Kronan sat in the Cunning-mobile, looked down at the spectacle, his main bosses around him. He smiled his widest, toothiest, most gleeful grin as he looked at each and nodded, and each one nodded back, and then to each other. Never had there been such a collection of teeth on rapturous display. Certainly not since Kronan had the Bad Moons hand over all the teeth that they had extorted from the Waaargh. Even so, each one was now nodding so fast, it seemed that they would unhinge their heads. It was when it was a fever pitch that Kronan stood and raised his mighty chopper high. Stood on the Cunning-mobile he was, all could see him. And he shouted his joy to the skies, to his guards. And with that, the entire Waaargh began to charge down the hillside at the waiting ranks of traitorous twisted scum. The collected firepower of the artillery then fired over the lip of the hill, and 100 plumes of fire and smoke streaked towards the massed enemy. Above this barrage, high in the skies, Ducker von Smashoven and his winds of Waaargh flew, raining explosions down on the vile chaos scum. But it was not the center they punished, but the edges of the chaos orc formations. Well, mostly. For it is rare that any plan, no matter how many crumpings were threatened if not performed correctly, to survive contact with the enemy. In this case, meaning that the winds of Waaargh were simply enjoying themselves so much that their boundless enthusiasm meant that they could not contain their bombings to just the fringes. But in any case, the vast majority of their assault hit the sides and rear of the enemy, as intended. The left flank. Gitsquisher McMurder, realizing he had not taken much part in the saga so far, knew it was now his time to shine. For verily, there were gits to squish in abundance. A target-rich environment indeed. As instructed, he took the vast majority of the snake bites and their snogger riders and did as he was told. Well, again, sort of. He was not on a squig himself, but, as a mighty cyborg, his metallic leg pistons pumped like never before. His pair of chain choppers roared as he led the charge down the flank, keeping up with all of the snoggers. In front of him were the weirdos who had become almost moving sacks of green bile. At least in a distance, they still seemed to be orky, for they were green enough, all right. Yet when the snoggers charged, the putrescence of the disloyal orcs created a miasma around them. A fog that the snoggers would not penetrate under any circumstance. With his cavalry screeching to a halt, or rushing off to the sides, wheeling to avoid the yuckiness, Gitsquisher had a vast plethora of reactions he could have instituted. He could fall back and wait for his ground forces to catch up. He could swing around the rear and avoid the smelly orcs to hit the main body of red orcs in the rear. He could hold position and force the scum to come to him. while signalling his issues to High Command aboard the Kronan-mobile. Yet, when all was said and done, Insquitition could not resist. He knew that the bulk now would affect the elan of his following boys, might put them off, and with these horrific blasphemies advancing, they might be able to envelop the central van of the cunning Waaargh, which would spell certain doom for Kronan. So he did the only thing he felt would honour the gods. He spat at the Snuggers and continued his charge alone. The chaos-worshipping pus-filled orcs of the grandfather Nurgle stood and laughed at him. They had little squig-like things all around them as Insquitition took his last few paces toward the lines of the scum. Their eyes began to widen, their formation buckling, their courage melting. Insquitition was a legend of murder, hence his name, of course. One he had spent many years building up, with a veritable cornucopia of slaughtered foes. Yet even he did not believe he had the rep to make an entire square of hundreds of orcs show any sign of fear. Yet he was busy. It was best not to divide one's attention just before hitting the enemy. And so it was that Insquitition McMurder plied his trade. His last few paces were punctuated by a mighty leap as he shot into the air and avoided the majority of the close-range weapon fire. After all, even his mega armor and cyborg frame was not invulnerable. McMurder landed amongst the enemy and slew a half-dozen in the first seconds. With each pace, he kicked a horde of the little squig things into the air, or stamped on piles of them as he advanced. They now seemed to be withdrawing from his rage, and clearing the scene for his chopper work amongst the Chaos Orcs. Now he did find that it took a lot more willy than usual to fully finish off these twisted horrors, but he was certainly up to the challenge. Yet, after only a half-minute of truly R-rated levels of violence, with bits and pieces flying from his zone like he was a wood chipper being fed a mix of cadavers and bags of vomit, his momentum was faltering. They were closing ranks around him, ready to simply dive on him and drag him down. It was then that he found out the reason that the Chaos Orcs had near broke, for he was soon joined by something truly amazing. The Beast Snuggers. And they hit like a juggernaut filled with really heavy ball bearings. It was like every brick privy in the universe had grown legs and charged. A clumsy metaphor perhaps, but no exaggeration. Yet he did not have long to realize the cause of the change of heart in the Snuggers. Not their riders, mind you, for they were all bloody eager for the fight, yucky or not. And there he was, somehow engorged, covered in a green light that made him seem to be twice or thrice his size, teeth like choppers, a maw as large as a squigoth attached to a ball with tiny legs. It was Tiddles. He had roused literally thousands of his kind, and, passing odd, he had led his kind, the humble squigs, to not only attack the fleeing Snuggers so violently that they were forced into charging the Chaos Orcs just to avoid their rampage, but when this was done, the squigs had picked up their pace and moved amongst them to hit the Chaos lines at the same time. Tiddle was wading through the Chaos scum, biting all around, but then spitting out their limbs or torsos into the next ranks. His glow seemed to empower him, for he was indeed much larger than usual. It was only when Tiddles had advanced so far forward that he had caught up with Insquitition McMurder that said Orc warboss could see the three weird boys sewn to Tiddles' posterior. Each had a head that was distended and had perpetual green worms of power cascading out of it and into the avatar of Squig Rage. Tiddles had saved the left flank assault, and now he was supporting Insquitition so the Lord of Murder could get really stuck in. For his one job had been given by the cunning one. Insquitition was to squish the leader of this warband, and McMurder was making good progress toward the banner at the phalanx's center. The right flank. The trucks had been mustered on the right flank. Thousands of engines roared as one, and a cloud of smoke was billowing from their dirty and loud engines as they tore towards the nasty, weird Chaos Orc lines. Even as they drew on, some of the horrific purple orcs were still wrestling with each other. Weirdos. They only stopped as the final mile was being eaten fast. The speed war made up the vast majority of the right flank. Boomdacker snaz wagons, scrapjets, dragstars, war buggies, and every other type of fast-moving vehicle screeched to the far right, past the trucks heading directly at the centre of the enemy lines. They thought that they would easily encircle the foe, but it was then that a tidal wave of loping beasts came out, some ridden by orcs, most by very pale female humies, with pointy teeth and strange-clawed hands. Odd for humies, odder that they were fighting alongside these orcs. But a fight was a fight, and most did not do more than raise a cough or chortle at the variety that was on display in this epic scrap. Leading the front ranks was Grinner. He had command of the nicest of battle wagons. Alas, it was surpassed in near every way by Kronan's brand new welcome home gift from Zap Newtone, his Kronan-mobile. But Grinner was used to playing second fiddle. So it was that the fastest elements were met in a horrific pitched battle of dust and screaming, bombs going off everywhere. It was dazzlingly fast, and there were no lines, no centre sections to the far right flank. The bikers would rip apart fleeing pink rider or beast, only to be jumped on at another angle by one of the chaos scum. Confusing did not even come close. Yet, in this instant, it was what the orcs were made to do. For it mattered little to any of them what was happening around the battlefield. All that mattered was the explosions raining down on them from Smashhoven and his flyboys, the enemy in front of them, the enemy to their side. And the orcs were having a whale of a time. None could tell how the far flank was actually doing, but nor did Grinner the backstabber really care either, for he was about to go in. The horror began as soon as they were a few hundred meters from the Chaos Orc lines. Wheels disappeared from trucks, leaving them to skid across the sands of Aquilonia and then stop. Flames tore out at them, changing everything that they touched. Metal, rubber, flesh. All was corrupted and turned into mind-bending and eye-crossingly colourful squalls of light and flesh. The charging wagons were halted as they ploughed into the front ranks of wheelless trucks. The entire advance stalled. But Grinner had no concerns. It was a bit of a laugh watching the entire force splattering, yet, deep down, Grinner was an orky orc. And he then did as he was instructed to do by the cunning one. He had crossed Kronan once. He knew that he could not survive a second infraction. Hence, he instituted the plan. The truck's now a huge pile-up. The boys inside were pouring out, but had to take cover behind their wrecks as the changing flames were spewing out at them. Grinner made his way down the line, laughing as he did, encouraging the boys who were a bit short in the tooth, rousing those who were frustrated by the breakdown in their charge. He wandered until he found the section he needed, and inside 3 ruined trucks he found his quarry. Shaking and jabbering, the insane weird boys were pleading to be allowed to escape. Grinner took his best flash kits, and each one grabbed a weird boy in the crook of their left arm, grabbing their necks with the right arm, as they had been shown by none other than Kronan himself. Sidebar, for reference, please see Gretchen, Runtherds and Killer Cans. Sidebar over. Each heavily armoured orc then took position, as Grinner then barged his way through the crashed and smashed truck labyrinth. As near as one as can be expected of any orcs, the flash kits smashed through the last wreckage, and each hefted their weird boys and pulled on their necks, cocking them, as Kronan had shown them. With that, they were pointed at the front ranks of the Chaos Orc lines, and each fired a huge wave of green orky Waaargh energies. The effect was simple, but dramatic. The first few shots slammed into a pink and blue shield, lighting up in a huge dome over the orcs, which had gone a long way to protecting them from the presence dropped by the winds of Waaargh. But under the sustained wave of green Waaargh energies, the shields cracked, and the bolts now impacted on the enemy. Many were thrown backwards into their own lines, smashing them all to pulp. Some were launched into the air or simply burst under the pressure. But either way, the spectral warping fires now stopped issuing from the Chaos lines, and with that, a huge bellow from Grinner was matched by all of the boys who had survived the crashes. And thousands of them now poured over the wreckage and ploughed into the Chaos army. Dagger like a river was flowing from the Chaos scum, but it did nothing but take out the first few ranks of the orcs. The greenskins filled with righteous wrath would simply not fall over easily. And when they hit, the wrestling orcs, the weedy blue ones, their strange pets, their spells and magics, all were being stomped flat. This was fine chopper work, but the Flashkits and Grinner the Backstabber did not hold their fire with the weird boys. Okay, a good half of them had exploded under the pressure and taken out a full score of orcs and their wielders. But all of the best weapons get hot, don't you know? Or something like that. Hence the right flank was a mess of carnage, speed, spells and blasts. Well, it was until it started to rain bubbles. The Speed War's extreme right flank peeled off as the plan came into effect. Now this was not really due to any instructions, or wish to stop fighting of course, as nothing could be further from the truth. Yet the Speed War were far more happy to come back and finish the job when the immediate danger had passed. For it really was raining bubbles. For in the confusion of the advance, the Waaargh had moved up their mech guns, and bubble chuckers especially. The creatures of Slaanesh were now mesmerized by the prettiness of the scene. As they took a few seconds to recoup from their battle with the orcs, all looked up, and the beasts and snappy women of Slaanesh could do nothing but curse their love of the pleasurable sight. Well, they did until the slowly dropping balls covered them. Like a nude swimmer looking up to see a mile-wide wall of man-o'-war jellyfish coming down to encase their knackers, the Slaaneshi demons suddenly fathomed their doom, yet could not escape. Orcs in front of them, orcs to their sides, duckers carpet bombing behind them. They could do nothing but watch as the bubbles came down and burst amongst them, each one a kinetic explosion of terrifying proportions. And the air was not just thick with one tranche of them. No, the bubble chuckers just kept on firing, making a never-ending barrage of the globes of doom. Things now seemed to be going quite well on the right flank. Certainly enough for Kronan to not want to execute him, thought Grinner. The centre. Kronan looked down on the collection of vile traitors to their race. The flanks seemed to be held by the oddie ones, the snot guard, the beaky one, and the fop servants. They were rabble, but Kronan knew that they would be difficult to shift. They had been making sacrifices to their gods, and were more potent due to this. Not that Kronan would have put it that way, as he was not really known for his verbosity. He may have mentioned something about their fightiness being better. Yes, let's go with that. They were more fighty, but not in a good orky way, mind you. For he now looked down on the central block of the enemy. They were obviously old storm boys, for they stood at attention in ranks, all equidistant. Yuck. Pathetic. And it was certainly nothing he would have involved himself in anyways. Apart from some odd and off-colour tactics, what bearing did it really have on the battle? None. Not really. Well, to say that is rather an underestimation, it could be said, but Kronan did have some plans, just in case the Juice God tried to pull a fast one. Was he not cunning? Of course he was. Hence, astride his cunning mobile, he bellowed his order to charge. And it was a glorious event for Kronan, for his one scream motivated and animated thousands of orcs to move as one. And they pelted it towards the milling enemy. Kronan had to fight every instinct in his being to not jump out from his ride and join them. In fact, it was rather a close-run thing that he did not just grab the driver of the cunning mobile and launch him away and take over, for the cunning mobile was the best muggins and bling he had ever seen. Not in its current form, of course, for at the present it looked like a slightly oversized battle wagon, and not a particularly impressive one either, for the Dakar was exceptionally light for a ride of a warboss, let alone the big boss of an entire war. And so it was that the centre engagement began. The ranks of Red Orks advanced in lockstep at first, but when they had gotten to a certain distance from the onrushing war, they broke into a massive charge of their own. Dakar was exchanged as they approached each other, but all knew that this would be resolved up close and personal. For Dakar was adored by the Orks more than anything, apart from the one thing: chopper action. At this point, Kronan watched his first ranks go in. The boys of his war were large and surly, thousands of them. More than he had ever seen before in any one place, yet they were but the first serving. He knew that the Red Orks would not fall easily, nor would it be anything less than the biggest fight he had ever been in before. His guts had told him, but also his dreams. For the night before this dawn, Kronan was struck with the most strange and troubling of dreams. He saw what was about to transpire, he was sure of it. But not much, of course. Mork did not wish to give him victory. Of course not. He would have to earn it the hard way. But Mork did wish him to know the magnitude of his danger, so he could perform his role. He knew it now. Others had said it. He had ignored them all as kisswumps and toadies. But now, what others suspected, he now knew. He knew it in every bulging bicep, every pectoral, every inch of his massive frame. But more, he could feel it in his brain. That almost pointless element for any orc, for him, was a mighty weapon unto itself. For he was cunning personified. He was as to Mork, as Ghazghkull was to Gork. Of course, Ghazghkull was the bigger and meaner, much more glorious and orky big boss. But Kronan had his place as well, for he would one day perform acts as glorious, as legendary. Yet, where the power of Ghazghkull was clearly that of Gork, for Kronan, his benefactor was Mork, and by Mork, he was about to dish out a legendary thrashing. He had not so much planned this battle, as permitted his power to speak through him, to direct his boys as should be done. He had secured his flanks with Gitsquish and Grinner, had negated any possibility of Tober and his scum from retreating via the use of Ducker von Smashhoven. But he knew just as deeply, just as truly, that none of it really mattered. The battle would be decided in the centre. It was he against Tober. It was Mork against the combined power of the Humi guards, but the Juice Guard the most. Who was the real war guard? The snivelling Skull Arranger, or Mork? Not Gork, of course. That would be a laughable mismatch, but I digress. Kronan watched as the Red Ork slammed into his own green lines, and carnage ensued. It was magnificent. Yet, as the armies consumed one another, he saw the reserves of the Red Orks come forward. They had their own mega knobs and flash gits, also some red spiky things, which he could only guess as being the servants of the Bone One. Kronan had his cunning mobile move forward, but at the prearranged signal, it slowed. Only creeping forward now, he leapt from its roof and landed amongst his real push. Kronan barged his way forward through the ranks of his utter and total Black Legion. Thousands upon thousands of mega-armoured orcs. For replacements to his legion were easy to find. Aye, many had fallen in his scrap with Toothspasher and his speed war, but many had merely been crippled or injured. And it had only taken a few days for a good percentage of them to be back in action. The rest were taken from the many, many volunteers that came forward to claim the mega armour of the Fallen, and they grew apace with Kronan himself. Hence, even in the last week or so, they had gained enough bulk to fill out their armour nicely. And so it was that Kronan strode forward at the head of his Black Legion, right in the middle of the fray, right into the middle of the Khornate worshipping Red Orks. Kronan's arms rose and fell, Each time, multiple Red Orks died with each swing of his mighty power choppers. He was like a particularly eggy combine harvester rushing through a field of snotlings. His ire was so vast, his power so unfettered. And to his sides and rear, his legion fared as well as he. The Red Orks were excellent for stomping and crumping humies, but all of their discipline and ranks did nothing to match the fury of the brightest and most stabby blades of the Waaargh. Kronan hacked his way toward the center banner. It was obviously Tober's, and he was making healthy progress. It was then that a huge scream rent the air. The blood, the skulls, the unadulterated slaughter that ensued had empowered the forces of the bony Bondslover, and it was then that he watched as Tober rose into the air, red energies, blood, wind and power surrounding the wretched traitor. Alas, it was then that the air split, and everyone on the field was knocked down by a massive burst of air. A burst which centered where Tober had been floating. And when Kronan looked up, righting himself almost immediately, that he spat, then gave a growl, and then smiled. At last, a real challenge. For in the place of the annoyingly runty Tober, there now stood a 20-foot being of claws and teeth and wings and burning axes. Tober had become. He had transformed into a greater demon of the Humy gods. The left flank. All had been blown over, their rides scrabbling to regain their footing. Squigs had been caught in the blast and thrown like a huge collection of exceptionally bitey confetti. Gitsquisher McMurdo was barely able to keep standing himself. He had planted his feet and then his weapons into the ground as the wave approached, Tiddles biting onto his backpack to stand firm as well. Now McMurdo was not sure if Kronan had sent Tiddles to support him, or if the massive ball of teeth had simply joined in the charge of the Squigs and Beast Snuggers, but either way, he was amused and entertained by the presence of the pet of Kronan. Of course, Gitsquisher had a slight inkling that perhaps Tiddles was actually here to eat him at the end of the battle, but then he looked forward to the fray if that was to be the upshot. But as the winds passed and the bellow of the demon arose, Gitsquisher was more than amiable to the huge Squig being at his side. For the distraction at the center of the battle now gave him his opening. He could see the one other being still standing after the shockwave, the one holding onto the banner at the center of this band of scum. Without even a nanosecond of hesitation, Gitsquisher powered towards the leader of this segment of the horde. He could concentrate entirely on those to his right side, as his cyber legs took him forward at the speed of a cannonball. He used his choppers to take the heads off any in his path who were getting up, any who posed a potential delay to his course. And to his left, Tiddles the Mighty, with a horrifyingly vocal three weird boys now screeching at the tops of their lungs, all still struggling to attempt to extricate themselves from Tiddles' posterior. But none could, for they had been stitched on by Hypercrates himself. These stitches would hold. And thus it was that Gitsquisher McMurdo came finally to the banner bearer, the leader of this host. Tiddles, being the helpful chap he was, attacked all of the bodyguards of the nasty wretch. McMurdo had a clear chance. The orc in front of him was a size of 3, but only wide. His height was only that of a standard orc, but the rolls of flab and drops of mucus and pus that came from it like a waterfall in slow motion were rife. It held a massive chopper of its own, serrated, huge and icky. It had no power field around it, nor was it a chain weapon. The strange orc did not scream or shout. He just stood there, silently. The flabby orc just leered at him, as McMurdo charged. His first strikes were blocked with contemptuous ease, the orc being almost sanguine and languid in the midst of the duel. It chortled a little, but in a way that made Gitsquisher shudder, for it reverberated many times and was not the laugh of any orc at all. Now, shuddered is probably the wrong word, but it did creep him out a tad. Of course, this did not stop McMurdo from making a dozen slashes at the fiend. As the orc had inches of its lard cut off by Gitsquisher, it barely noticed. It felt literally no pain, did not worry about even huge lumps of it falling to the ground under Gitsquisher's assault. Its riposte finally came, just as Gitsquisher overextended. You see, he was getting rather knocked off and not striking a palpable hit, so he let the frustration get the better of him. As he hauled his choppers over his head, the huge green turd darted in with a speed he had not displayed before. The Chaos Orc chopper came in and embedded itself in the right arm of Gitsquisher, as if it were made of paper, or something like that. The Chaos Orc ducked and just leered at Gitsquisher, with a na look on his face, as he nodded to the arm, as if permitting McMurdo time to see what was about to kill him. And so it was that Gitsquisher did indeed look at his arm as directed. There he saw the metals encrusting in rust and dust, a creeping phage that was to be his doom. But in that instant, Gitsquisher beamed back at the Chaos scum. He did this while pushing a button on his upper deltoid. Now he had not seen the point in the button when he had woken from his operation all those years ago, and it had actually caused a bit of inconvenience when it had been hit in other previous frays. But now Gitsquisher knew that it had been put there for this very circumstance, rare as it might be. And a small set of charges exploded in his shoulder, and the arm blew some 3 paces away to his left. The chortling from the Chaos Orc then became a bit of a squeal as, with a rage and satisfaction of equal degrees, Gitsquisher turned on his power claw and picked up his arm. The energies of the claw seemed to singe off the contamination, and with a pleasure rarely seen even in orcs mid-battle, Gitsquisher McMurdo then processed to beat the Chaos Orc to death, using what remained of his own metallic arm as a bludgeon. In future days, when the story was recounted, which will be often, if any bright spark ever mentioned that McMurdo could have just used his power claw, well, that heckler was then given the honour of a reenactment of the arm smashing down on their head and torso until they were a smush. Gitsquisher's victory was a turning point on his side, and the Chaos Orcs now turned to flee. Alas, so many of them were so fat and pasty that they merely waddled off, which was certainly no way to escape a battle-frenzied horde of true orky orcs. It became a slaughter, and the left flank was utterly smashed. The centre. Kronan snorted as the winds blew, then subsided, and in that place a mighty demon stood. Its wings were blacker than night, its hooves the size of wagons, its arms the width of mighty oaks, its head horned and breathing fire. It held 2 choppers the size of a man or more in the blade head alone, not even factoring in the haft. Kronan looked at the thing of nightmares, hawked and spat and thought, what a showy ponce. The Red Orcs roared their victory, for surely none could stand against such a powerful combatant. None. The fools. They did not know the ways of cunning. They had turned their backs on the true path, the way of Waaargh, the love of the great gods Gork and Mork. Mork being the particular deity in question on this occasion, it was true, for Kronan was ready. Now, not at one point did you stop to ask me why the cunning one, Kronan, Lord of the Waaargh, would lower himself to ride such an unbecoming vehicle as the lackluster cunning mobile. I can understand the wish to be surprised, though, so let's find out. And so it was that Kronan gave the signal to his battle wagon. Well, more to put it, the drivers and crew within. For Isaac Newtone was also ready. And at his instigation, levers were pulled and buttons were punched by his attendants, a few sharp kicks and slaps harrying on those who were agog at the huge red adversary that had just hove into view, of course. And it began. For, as I mentioned before, the cunning mobile was indeed more than meets the eye. And within only a minute of tortured metal screaming as it moved, the cogs and shafts, chassis and entire frame had lurched, chugged, then erupted into a very strange activity. It seemed that the wagon was performing origami or origami on itself as it shifted. And when the squealing had ended, there it stood in all of its proper splendor. For the cunning mobile had transformed into a huge battle cannon, and it now unleashed its first shots into the demon. The energy that erupted from it was so powerful that it singed the hair squigs off every orc it passed over, its light so dazzling that many were blinded. And when these shots hit the demon, they tore into its shields and then threw them, like an egg being hit by a hippopotamus dropped from high orbit, or something like that. The defenses of the demon dropped, and the second blast tore one of its wings clean off. The energies of the warp that formed the wing smashed and scattered like glowing bugs on a midsummer's night. The demon, Tober, howled its pain into the skies. Yet, when it brought its head down to look at the cause of its pain, it saw a small speck of green approaching at speed. By the time the demon could focus, the speck had enlarged to a massive form. Well, it would have been massive had Tober been of normal proportions, but even so, the speck was now clearly an orc who held a massive chopper. For during the firing, Kronan had strode back to the point where Madnut Krunkelstein had been lurking, as instructed by his lord. And Madnut had called forth the power of the Waaargh as he had never done before. To be honest, it was a minor miracle unto itself that his noggin had not exploded and spread his brains across the plains like a musk spreader on overdrive. But it didn't, for he was also touched by Mork. And so it was that he had cast his most potent spells onto his lord, with the power of the jump, and with the energies of the weird boy enhancing him. Kronan took to the air in one huge bound. And as he shot through the air, he could feel the power of the Waaargh around him, as he did in the fighting arena when he confronted and crumped Toothsmasher. He could feel the power of his people coursing through his veins, surrounding him and binding him. It was like a huge force. Kronan then did as he had before. He started to believe. Anyway, Kronan forced all of his own faith in himself, in his guards, in Cunning, in the manifest right of might that was always the orcs, and his chopper took on a field of power that was the will and energy of the entire Waaargh given devastating form. And without so much as one blow struck, one sweep of its weapons, one beat of its remaining wing, the shocked and stupefied Tober in cornate form watched agog as Kronan smashed his chopper into its skull, right between the eyes. It was as if the entire battlefield was watching. All stood slack-jawed and wide-eyed as Kronan's blow carved into its head and then straight through it. The two halves eventually falling asunder like a banana peel under his assault, as Kronan did not slouch and yanked it from the impact spot and repeatedly hammered it into the head of the demon as it was falling backwards. Kronan had stepped off the head, just as it was about to impact with the ground. He landed hard, and then slowly stood and watched the demon expire before his very eyes. On impact, the demon was already becoming blisters of light that rose slowly into the sky, a wind blowing them away as they faded fast. Kronan alone heard what the demon Tober had whispered to him as he was banished, a concern for the future, for this would not be the last time that they would meet in battle. Of this, Kronan was certain. The hunt for Red Ork Tober was over. He was done. And that meant one simple thing, but a magnificent one. With Tober's death, and the rampant slaughter of his Chaos Orcs now a formality only, Kronan had done it. Kronan now marched towards his cunning mobile and stood atop it. He raised his chopper in the air, the last of the Chaos scum being dealt with as he did this. The entire field now chanted his name. Kronan! 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 For he was now the undisputed big boss of all orkidom on Aquilonia. To be continued. Kronan Da King. Kronan, the Cunning One, big boss of not only the Cunning War, but now undisputed master of all orkidom on Aquilonia, sat on his golden chair, his thong. In his new luminous position, he had taken to riding around in it most of the time. Not that he could not walk or stride, leap or charge. Of course not. To even consider such a thing was tantamount to a crime against the gods themselves. For was he not the Cunning One, the most orky of all orcs on Aquilonia? Was he not even now called a prophet unto himself? For once there had been no prophet at all. Well, if you ignore the predations of the less scrupulous tooth exchangers of the bad moons. But I feel as if we are getting bogged down, for I was specifically referring to the prophet, meaning a warrior of the great ones, Gork and Mork, not the grubby money changers of the Aquilonian Stork Exchange. Why they had to try to institute the stork as some form of elevated and more genteel version of the much more solid and dependable chief was, quite frankly, almost unfathomable to all. Even Kronan had been informed of this particular stripe of oddity. And considering it had nothing to do with the usual activities of the real odd boys, it perplexed Kronan to such a degree that he sent out his bodyguard, Kronan's Black Legion, to identify and then purloin the wretch behind it all. Of course, this meant a hearty round of thrashings was unleashed on near everyone in the Waaargh until they indeed found the culprit. And when said undesirable was put to the question in front of Kronan, it was easily discerned that this ne'er-do-well had just attempted to be cunning. He had, in his infinite infamy, even gone so far as admitting to copying the Cunning One himself, and had been thinking about it. For this orc had come from a location that had been abundant with the sad, long, doleful white birds, the storks, and he had captured many, but he had not known what to do with them. Then he cogitated on it, and had come up with his own plan. To trade multiple amounts of teeth for the birds, explaining it was a new system of finances, and that it was actually the idea of Kronan. Of course, the moment that Kronan had heard this, he had risen, and he had the look of the ages about him, his huge girth and prodigious stature, the largest any orc had ever been in all of Aquilonian legend even. Kronan looked unto a deity of destructive power. Striding to his stork seller, this peddler of lies, he had taken a small hat from a stand near himself as he processed. And when he had approached the wistful and cunning bad moon, all he could see was the face of the traitor who had betrayed him so much before with these kind of antics. For all remembered how the entire Waaargh's economic model and its loot distribution matrices had been utterly thrown out of kilter, with the bad moon's very successful methods of creating false scarcity and squiffing all trades in their favour. Or at least, this is what he would tell his nobs if asked later. But the quintessence of it was far simpler, for this upstart scum had claimed to be thinking. He had to go. And thus it was that Kronan took his spare hat and crowned this orc with it. Alas, he stated, it did not quite sit right. It was floppy. So with a mighty thwack with a thunder hammer he had lying around, he attached it snugly to the orc in question. Now the hat and the head were one, and would never be removed. Alas, in his exuberance to create a properly jaunty look, Kronan had smashed the hat and head into an almost unrecognizable smush on the floor. But all agreed the hat would never come off the orc's head, and thus was their lord right yet again. Even in sartorial excellence, none could match their lord. Thus it was that Kronan put an end to the clearly unfair and corrupt stork exchange. At least that was one tedious issue out of the way. But where were we? Of course, profits. As I was attempting to relate before, there had been no profits at all, and now there would appear to be two. The first, the prophet of Gork, the god of brutal cunning, was, of course, the mighty Ghazghkull Mag Uruk Thraka. His name was on the lips of near all of Orkidom, across the entire galaxy, and in his wake, wars were fought the likes had never been seen. Yet now, in Kronan, some muttered that he was a prophet as well. The prophet of Mork, the god of cunning brutality. Now Kronan knew he did not have the same level of notoriety as his guiding light, Thraka, but in his own mind at least, Kronan had gotten off to a very good start. He was decades, if not centuries, behind the legendary Ghazghkull, yet he was on his way. And with Mork on his side, there was nothing he could not do. Well, apart from getting his left arm to stop pulling at his butt cheeks, or sticking one of its fingers into his nose whenever he was not thinking about it. And he rarely thought about his arms, if truth be told. But if he was not careful, the force with which the hand was put into either his butt crack or his nose could be, well, a bit ouchy actually. Kronan was also aware that he was a little more runty than his massive biceps and triceps and all of the seps festooned on his normal arm, for it had once belonged to his erstwhile rival, Tooth Smasher. And so it was that Kronan was often seen pumping weights with his one scrawnier arm while being walked around on his golden thong. Now all knew that it was decidedly un-orky to be humble, so to have himself elevated thus was completely in keeping with the expectations of his tribes and mobs, the warriors of his mighty Waaargh. Yet it did serve another purpose. Two, actually. The first was that any platform heavy enough to support his thong was quite large, tall and wide. Many platforms had been tested for suitability, but it had come down to not just the weight of the thong itself, but also the massive weight of the cunning one himself. And so it was that the only receptacle worthy of his standing and robust enough to support he and his thong had been quite fun. And thus, his support platform had been designated as the only Baneblade heavy battle tank they had found on the planet. A shame to use it thus, but nothing his mech boys could do made it run again. Not wanting to waste this majestic battle tank that could otherwise have been torn to pieces for muggins and gubbins, and probably ended as motorized butt scratchers or some other frippery, Kronan had requisitioned it himself. Hence, he was carried around on the backs of thousands of grots. Getting it up was always an issue, as the grots required the use of a kind of forklift truck to get it over their heads, and many grots had been squished under it when they had not gotten the numbers right, nor used any form of poles or other thingies for them to diffuse the weight. To be honest, before Isaac Newton had worked on the conundrum, Kronan had cause for concern over the number of grots in his camp. But Isaac had done the business all right, and now the process was far smoother. All right, many grots still turned into liquidized green sludge when he ordered a stop, and most of them let go, leaving those directly under the Baneblade to be instantly flattened. But Kronan figured these were within sustainability margins. Not that anyone would have put it that way, but such is the nuance of language. Oft it is whiffy and a bit conceited to some, but ridiculously parochial to others. Go figure. Nothing in life was perfect, thought Kronan, but it would certainly do. The second benefit, other than station of course, had been the fact that nobody could actually approach him if he was atop his thong, atop his baneblade, and that was worth every last grot expended. For as his power had grown, he had found that not even the rule of 3 had done him any good anymore. His people now reached from one horizon to another and beyond. And in that amount of orcs, there was always someone who had not the cunning or insight to be aware of the danger they put themselves in when they so much as looked at the orc boss, let alone attempted to mob him. There was also the issue of him being perceived as being blessed by Mork, and so some had wished to just touch him. And that was tedious beyond belief. So the Baneblade was of just the right imposing size and of the right height and width to keep pretty much all but a fanatical mob of mentalists from getting anywhere near him while in transit. Excellent. And of course, it looked spanking, it did. Glittering in the morning light, it was a thing to behold. A worthy conveyance for the lord of nearly all of Aquilonia. But that was the rub, the crux, the nagging buzzing that constantly vexed the Lord of Cunning. For he was not the true master of all he surveyed. Well, he was the vast majority of the time, as he had utterly dominated both land masses on Aquilonia. And yet, there was still that clugnut, that dangler, that irritating pustule still remaining, the last Hume outpost on Aquilonia. Now over the time, Kronan had become increasingly disappointed in the vigour of the Humes, for nothing like this had ever happened before, not in living memory, at the very least. And considering how atrocious orcs were about their history, even one or less generations later, anything more than a score of years before would be lost to the sands of time. And yet, Kronan had become most astute, and he knew things that others ignored. He knew that things had changed, because they had done so in such a short time as his meteoric rise to splendour. He remembered those times before, like how the Humes, but the Adipi Arse starters in specific, had always been too keen on a revenge-killing spree, as we have heard earlier in this chronicle. Their forays into orcdom to exact recompense for any victory, no matter how small, had been swift and brutal, exactly as they should be. And Kronan always laughed how the ultimate warriors of the Humes were in fact far closer to his kind than their own. Yet it was perplexing to the utmost, for none had come. None had even thought of revenge, retribution, retaliation. He had slain Marines himself. He had slaughtered an entire Hume army on the open field. He had crushed and burnt and butchered the Humes wherever he found them. He had, in fact, done everything in his power, everything any orc could ask, to be honoured with a suitable response. Yet none came. And Kronan was, well, sort of desolate. It all felt like such a huge insult, really. And so it was that he had left the one major Hume settlement alone on purpose, had crisscrossed the continent with his Waaargh, passing it on no less than 3 occasions. Now this was as close as he could get, without walking over the hills that shadowed and protected the conurbation, and stood there mooning. What in Gorka Mork's name were they playing at? Why had he left this place alone, some might ask? Well, it was a stareport, or something like that. His mechs had informed Kronan when they had first viewed the place. From these huge boring grey pads on the ground, the Humes had ships, like massive trucks, they explained, that took them out into the stairs. For this was but one world, one place to be dominated. And the remaining mech boys, as Kronan had considered they might be taking the piss, so had snapped a lot until he was certain of their sincerity, had gone on to tell him that all of the lights of the night sky were, in fact, and reality, and certainly not a sad and annoying connivance, were other planets. Well, they explained lots of things about burning gases, which made him chortle, lights in the skies around which the planet circled, It was all tedious to his bodyguards, and more than one preemptively assisted their master by silencing a few of the mechs with crumpings until Kronan noticed and waved them away. Wiping Mech Boy off their gauntlets, the knobs acquiesced, of course, but they were mightily surprised that Kronan listened to any of this cobblers. Sitting in his highest, biggest, widest, most thought-attracting hat, Kronan was now gobsmacked. The limitless potential. Kronan had known about wider orkidom for some time. He knew that the great prophet of Gork, Gazkul, Mag-Uruk-Thraka, had come from elsewhere, but he had never really thought about where he had come from. And it now shattered his soul, broke his calm, removed from him all sense of time and space, security or accomplishment, for he knew that this world was only the beginning now, surely. And so, Kronan had previously left the starport alone, as he had expected, nay, thirstily anticipated, more Humies to arrive in an attempt to stop him, as they had always done in the past, always. Perhaps they were just late, is what he told himself. But now, after the word came of the final surrender of the last hive in the northern continent to Grinner the Backstabber, who had been sent up there as it was bloody cold. I mean really nasty cold. Like you wake up in the morning and find there are squigs and grots trying to snuggle into your poo pouch just to escape the bitterness of it all. And Grinner did indeed grin too much. Perhaps the cold would wipe the smirk off his face. It was the meanest and most miserable of duties. Hence, Kronan had sent Grinner. He had let him live, had allowed him to be a big boss in the war still. But Kronan had not forgotten his base treachery. Hence, Pong duties and tasks were always meted out to him first. Alas, when they had spoken on the new thingy that the mech boys had dreamed up, allowing both to see each other as if standing in the same room, there was Grinner. It seemed that the cold had frozen that annoying grin in place. All that differed was a chattering of the teeth and the icicles on his schnoz. All of that aside, the plain fact was that they simply were not biting. The Humies were not arriving as they should, not as they had before. And it was high time that Kronan let go of youthful dreams. He was a leader of a Waaargh, a prophet of the great god Mork. He had to be a realist now. He could not wait around. And thus, he had to take this last bastille of resistance and he did not quite know what at the time. All he knew for certain was he had to complete the job. He had to take all of Aquilonia. So, the next day, he would enact his first reconnaissance in force to get a better look at the Humie starport. And so it was that Kronan strode from his tent the next morn, ready for the activities of the day. Though he was in the very centre of the city, just north of the starport, he ordered his tribal tent to be put up in the grandest hall. He didn't like the Humie beds and their intrusive sheets. He found it uncomfortable and, well, to be frank, but no less earnest, a bit un-orky, really. His guard jumped from their slumped or reclined positions as he arrived, and it was like listening to a particularly enthusiastic piston factory as their mega armor whirred into place. Kronan had the doors opened immediately, as he stood, feet wide apart, shoulders back, hands on hips, in a powerful stance to proclaim to all, from highest to lowest, from old Norras to fresh youths, "Come and get some, if you think you're hard enough." The palatial portals were drawn back, and Kronan glared at the entryway. The thin and long corridor that led to his quarters that he could see down. It seemed to go on forever. And, as per the previous owner's rules, which Kronan liked intensely, none could start to walk down this long corridor until the doors were opened on his end. Protocol. Now Kronan had never liked it before, never understand the poxy way the Humies thought that they could not only lord it over other races, but even their own people. But Kronan had spent his time in the trenches, pressing the flesh, meeting and greeting without eating. He had made his presence known in the Waaargh. They were his now. Yet, now he understood. It was not for the person living there. It was for the others. If Kronan looked great, then they who followed him would feel pride also, not just in him, but in themselves, that they merely followed an orc so successful, so cunning, and yet so quintessentially orky. Hence he ordered the removal of the busts that had previously been on the plinths in the sconces every 3 paces down that long corridor, and had them replaced with his own image, to magnify his greatness, and, if someone was annoying, or even likely to annoy, he would bid them to perform the rite of kissing. Sidebar: the corridor of butts. Now the day that the cunning one had taken this particular stronghold, he had seen it immediately. He had understood. And the ideas that attacked his now receptive noggin went into overdrive. When he summoned Mad Duck Krunkelstein, Hypocrates, who of course brought Happy Len, and Big Mech Isaac Newtone, they were agog at his suggestions. Well, more sharing of a dream, really. Their eyes had glazed as he had bespoken his mind, had passed on his vision. Now, some might say that the proposal elicited the kind of vacant stare one gives a person with authority when they have just verbally shut themselves in everyone's presence, and in such a way with such an intensity, so as referrals to specialist services are made the instant anyone can feasibly escape their presence. But of course, this would not be the case in this instance. They were all just mind-blasted by the sheer avant-garde brilliance of their warboss. He was a Renaissance orc. The proof was this. Hints had come before, of course. His invention of origami, orkigami, the cunning-mobile, his cogitations. He was omni-talented, omni-inspired. He was indeed the chosen one. This was definitely it. Most certainly not the thing I said before. No, not that. This, the good one. Thus they prepared this dazzling feat of bio-organic and architectural perfection in the one day. Len was particularly helpful in this regard. Who would guess that Len the Grot would know so much about bottom bio-thingies? The corridor was completed and set up before the morning question. And there it was. Every 3rd pace of plinth, and on that plinth the image of their lord. A perfect cast, a likeness, like no other, but not a bust of his head and face, for all could see that daily. He wanted to be close to his people, to those who got this far. Surely they should know their leader better. Hence they had to look at the many forms of his buttocks as they strode. Of course, the specialist he had employed on this work of art had made it biologically exact, and, honour of honours, had filled each set with much captured methane from the cunning one himself. They would be filled with his essence of cunning. Some gagged on the gases, not prepared for the power of the cunning one, but all understood by the taut and relaxed orbs that they were going to meet an orc who could quite literally clench their heads off. Sidebar over. Today, Kronan only had Grinner perform the rite of kissing, and thus he was a bit later than the rest, as he stopped at every plinth to show his loyalty. And Grinner's hair squig was also a lot more windswept than usual when he arrived amongst the rest of them. Daka von Smashhoven, Madnut Krunkelstein, Gitsquisher McMurder, Isaac Newton, Hypocrates, and even Runtherd Sidesplitter was invited. They stood and were talking through the potentials of a shufti around the Hume defences when a massive orb of pure, unadulterated dental fury came careening down the corridor of butts. The greenskins present did not miss a beat and actually sighed in relief as Kronan strode to the door, his arms thrown out, bellowing a deep belly laugh. For surely there had been deep concern of late for Kronan's pet had not been seen in days, and if he had not returned, none might have survived the wrath of the cunning one. And so it was that Tiddles came bounding towards his master. He leapt into his arms as Kronan was bowled backwards by the monstrous Squig. It had knocked over every butt in the corridor, but Kronan was so elated to see his pet that none dare mention it. The two rolled around on the floor in a horrific display of sheer power. The Squig was huge and seemed even more bitey than before, which was really saying something. And the fray looked so fast, the snaps coming from it could easily take off a torso, plus all the limbs and feet and head and stuff of anyone it actually hit. Yet Kronan was laughing all the while as he dodged it and punched it on the snout a few times. The thing backed off and sat, smiling at its master, now that the pet was sure it was indeed Kronan. For it was true, Kronan was even larger than when Tiddles had left. And Tiddles then opened his mouth to his master and let out his long tongue. He had brought a gift, and what a gift it was. Kronan looked on in awe as he reached out and picked up the present. Tiddles' tongue then retracted as he wagged bodily in front of Kronan, who did indeed pet him well, but his eyes never left the gift, and nor did anyone else's in the room. For it was a thing so rare, so valuable. Not for itself, but for what it meant. And all looked on at Tiddles in wonder, for Kronan now held a leg, a large, humy leg, and it was covered in power armor. Tiddles had brought Kronan the leg of a space marine. All in the room now laughed maniacally, fully, without restraint. Joy. They had been bought a thing to elicit unfettered joy from all present, for this was proof. They would get to fight the Emperor's own angles of death, the Adipi Arse starters, the Space Marines. When all the others had gone, given their orders to prepare, Kronan went to his Humy tech, his data slate, what he called his menu. For he could not wait until the morn. He wanted to rush there right now to see them, identify them, confirm it, and then to charge the Marines full on. But he could not. He had to take this seriously, for these were not orcs. These were not slime like Tober or Tooth Smasher. These were not even the standard explanatory deference farces, or something like that. No. These were the best. In the first instance, Kronan had told himself not to get his hopes up, as it could be the smaller Marines with the pointy noses. Starter-level stuff, really, and he felt he deserved more. But the size of the leg itself was enough. He had thought it so small as not to be the proper Marines, but then someone else had held it, and he realized it was actually quite massive. Well, for Humies anyway. It was just that he and Tiddles, had become so robust and colossal in dimensions, it could be nothing but an Adipi Arse starter. And so, he skipped the anal minute tantrum and went straight to their entries on his data slate. But which ones were they? Which? He had to know. Was it the Crimson Trysts, who according to reports thought they were quite tasty against orcs? Nice one. He looked forward to testing their assertions. Oh, so very much. Was it the Ultramarinades, which always made Kronan think of cooking? A disgusting habit the Humies performed, dousing their dinner hours before eating it. How on Aquilonia did they have time to plan this far ahead? Were their lives this boring? The Spaced Fools, or something like that. They looked doggy, but they had some amazing choppers, and had even been advised by Gazgul as being premium tier Marines, worthy of the collecting indeed. The Blank Tipplers, who had an eternal custard, or something like that. He wondered if they'd ever had problems with the Desert Raiders, Despite the silliness, Kronan wanted a crack at these ones. They all seemed to have choppers, a good sign that hiding and Daka were not the main event with them at the very least. And of course, the blood bangles. They looked more Eldar than Orky, if truth be told, but perhaps it was just a pix in this report. He hoped anyways. He didn't like the idea of Eldar Marines. It didn't seem right somehow. They already had the pointy-nosed ones. They didn't need more, thought he. The silly man-bears seemed appropriately named. They were larger again, and of course they wore the colour of Waaargh. Green. Oh, yes, they did. He would be proud to crush them. The iron cans. They would bring lots of metal boxes, but they did look like they were up for a scrap at the very least. The Haven Guard, who seemed to just sneak about in their own castles like cowardly Kommandos or something. Well, so it seemed anyway. The Dork Angers seemed right up there with the Blank Tipplers. Choppy, heavy, perfect. But they too wore the colour of Waaargh, to be treated with respect. A good fight it would be, Kronan hoped. The list went on. The Tide Consuls, the Angers of Darnation, the Angers of Furry, the Angers Hermilion, the Arstail Bras, the Average Sons, the Harharthans, the Cholesterol Lions, the Dank Crackhounds, and the Sexecutioners. So many to read up on. Kronan eventually skipped to his favourite bit, and then got on with the day. He had a lot to put in place, and he trusted his bosses as far as he could punt a giant squigoth in mega armour. Well, he trusted them to be loyal. He trusted them to do as he told them to do. But it was their ability to understand their instructions he now constantly queried. But, to his surprise, the day went as well as any day can. Well, when it doesn't involve a huge kicking being dished out at the very least. Even so, all now seemed in place, and he was ready. Tomorrow would be fun, but he knew deep down it would not be the best of days. Not yet. That would be the day of the big scrap. And so it was that the day arrived, and Kronan looked on as the reconnaissance in force took place. And he was ready. From his vantage point over the entire vista, he could see all, could hear all, could witness the ways of Waaargh that were used that day. He looked down on the fortifications around this starport. He had seen them before, of course, but paid little heed back then, for the reasons explained already. But I shall repeat these, as I do tend to waffle on inanely, so I would not be surprised if you had not caught it in the midst of my verbal tryst with your ears. In basic, he had left the starport alone, as he had expected the Humies to bring more troops. Better troops, more worthy of a scrap. There, done. Now to push on. Thus Kronan now sat cross-legged in the highest peak, his own guard about 100 metres below him, as they could not make it up as high, due to their mega armour making the hand and foothold somewhat less dependable than usual. Of course, Kronan was nubile and did not wear his armour. What would be the point of guards if he had to perpetually festoon himself with his best armour? No point at all. And anyway, even without his armour, they all knew he could take out anyone in mega armour, as he had most definitely and finally proven in his duel with Tooth Smasher. And so it began. The valley mouth filled with a carpet of tiny green beings that screeched as they moved forward, covering the entire plain before the Humie city, and it was running at full pelt towards said defences. Grots. A veritable sea of them. The hard points of the curtain wall were elevated nicely, and their Daka was absolutely prolific. Waves of it crashed into the onward rushing, diminutive greenskin horde, blowing entire columns and ranks of them to pieces as they charged. Sidebar. Grot Motivation 101. Now one might think that the normally cowardly and rather ineffective Grots would, by simple dint of their numbers, have tried to rebel again in the face of certain death. For in all of the history of Aquilonia, only Kronan had taken a Hume city. The mass charge had always failed previously. Always. Something that the runt herds and youths had taunted the grots with over the day preceding. And yet, Kronan was a leader unlike any the orcs had ever known. For he truly understood them, the grots. He had spent so much time with the herds, had an intimate knowledge of the little wretches both inside and out. Well, mostly their innards, if we can be candid. For in his early days of Origrotmi, many a grot had split or exploded on him. Yet he had persevered and pushed through these minor hurdles. But more than this, he had witnessed the discussions of the runt herds all those moons ago, and his cunning mind had absorbed so much, like osmostigi, that he was able to recall almost all at the drop of a hat, which was quite prophetic really, as most orcs now took off and threw away their headgear whenever Kronan hove into view. None truly understood why, but Kronan did indeed detest others wearing headgear of any sort. Least of all, hats from the Humies, but I digress. Hence Kronan was able to fathom what motivated the grots, more than any leader had ever done in all of the history of orkidom on Aquilonia. And it was difficult to compromise for an orc of his caliber, for it hinged on a trait, an emotion, that he had so little experience with. Fear. It ran through the grots like a particularly nasty drink that always comes out of your bottom too quickly. The grots were just about cunning enough to know when they were onto a loser. Barely anything else, but this they could get, so to put it. So Kronan would have to motivate them. And so it was that Kronan had indeed invited Sidesplitter, the head runt herd, to his previous meeting. And it was with a tear of gratitude, of sheer joy, that the herd took his message unto his brethren. Sidesplitter had gathered all of the runt herds together to inform them all in one go, behind closed doors, so it did not get out too early, because everyone hated it when a really lovely event was ruined by spoilers. And when they all heard of the planned event, there too were tears of joy, unabashed outpourings of overwhelming gratitude to the cunning one. It had been such a long time. None believed it would occur again, to have it not only permissible, but a phenomenal display, a veritable battle of ability, lauded throughout the entire camp, the entire war. This was a thing of wonder. The morn had broken hours ago, but that is when the event had begun. For Kronan had decreed that all of the grots in the camp be rounded up and placed in an area to witness the contest. For Kronan the Cunning had declared that a full-on competition of colossal scale was to occur. A contest of Origrotmi. And so it was that the runt herds had 100 tables arranged and walked the lines to make sure no unfair practices or gubbins were being employed, like choppers or glue stuffs, for the art of Origrotmi, in its purest form, had to be the use of the grot naked and natural. Thus the biggest enthusiasts were gathered and encouraged to perform their trade. Even some amateurs were given a table to attempt to reach the heady heights of contest winner, to show the beauty of their art. And so it was that the grots looked on in utter bow-liquefying terror as they were subjected to this display. And as one, they understood the implicit message Kronan was giving them with this carnival of barbarism. It was simple enough for even they, and it was thus. Anything the Humies do to them was as nothing compared to what was in store if they crossed the cunning one. And thus they would charge the lines all right. Here endeth the lesson, no matter how yucky. Sidebar over. The Daka scythed into the grots, leaving chunks of them everywhere, saying scores with one rattling discharge. And then it began. The sounds of the grots, the explosions, the screeching, the high point, so much like his old sanctum sanctorum, his axis mundi, Kronan. Kronan observed and began to think. Now Kronan found the projection of his prescience into the perspective of the humans vile, but it could be useful. Most importantly, because the Arse starters weren't really humies. Not really. Their big boss, this Emperor, must have mixed them with the sons of Waaargh, the great greenskins. They thought and fought much more like the orcs. Kronan knew this, and yet their hats. They were the key. Their cunning was so powerful in them that the boss marines, these catpains, had shields of pure thinking, and he now knew that this was a wellspring of cunning. And yet again, Kronan knew all too well that this Emperor was only a babe in arms, was a puny god. Mork was mightier in cunning, and the Grots did help. They helped him on his way. The curtain wall of prodigious height, the darker, the large areas of boring grey rockcrete that held some of the Humie battle wagons of the stairs. And he thought, so, if there were marines here, surely they had to come from somewhere. So they would have a wagon in the deep void above the planet. To take the city, he would need to crack the walls. To crack the walls, he would need to destroy the batteries. To kill the batteries would be near impossible, as their range was too great, far greater than his own big guns. And to take the space battle wagon would require another space wagon. So he would need to take the starport and nab one at the least to take him up there. But the battle wagon above would pour fire into them as they took the city. And that is when he saw it. This, all of this. It was the riddle of the boxes all over again, just with more boxes. He thought back to that first of all of his cogitations, his very first moment, event, practice of the dread art of thinking. And he sneered as he stood, the grot still exploding as he raised his mighty arms to the sky and gave thanks unto Mork. For he need not think again, not on this world. For Kronan Da King, the warboss of the cunning war, he would do exactly the same thing he did to beat the riddle of the boxes the first time, just on a far larger scale. Now Kronan did not, of course, just use the one method of spotting, for he wished to gain a more holistic picture of the entire battlesphere. Kronan would never have put it that way, of course, as he was not a fop, but the general point still stands. Thus it was that while the Grots were being exterminated wholesale on the ground, there was the one craft plying the skies above the foe assault. For Dacker von Smashhoven was the only orc he could trust with this level of task. And so it was that the uncannily skilled and restrained orc had swept across the skies above the starport, and taken more than a few picks, as he had been instructed. And when Dacker returned, Kronan had a very tidy amount of clear picks to view the defences. As Kronan perused them, he knew, with the certainty of a Tau gun line being struck by an assault formation, that this battle would be an utter bloodbath. Well, if he played his cards right. He also knew the exact tribe and culture of the Space Marines in the midst of the defences, for they wore red and yellow in quarters. They had to be the growling Hiffons, and they were tough. The assault would indeed be a pageant of slaughter. And so it was that Kronan began his preparations in earnest. Or was that frank? Who knows and dares to dream? But back to the tales of high adventure. Kronan had given his instructions to Isaac Newtone and his other big bosses. But some were less enthusiastic about the diktats, if truth be told. For much work needed to be done for Kronan's actual plan to take shape and lead to his boot being planted into the rump of the Marines. So, knowing that the Marines inside would need a hearty distraction, or else they might sashay out to cause trouble. Kronan gave them something to worry about each and every day of his preparations, which weren't many to be fair. Of course, he knew that the Marines would be fortifying their positions further with every passing second. But needs must when the Squig charges, as they say. Or at least they did these days, as Kronan attempt to make this little ditty intensely popular. How, one might ask? Well, by instituting the rule of 3 if anyone did not state it in every conversation at least once. Not that he got his guards to inform people before they even processed down the corridor of butts. Well, he did. But dissemination of such concepts is not particularly effective with knobs involved. So it really did take some doing, meaning a lot of crumpings in the days running up to the assault. But then, Kronan did indeed need to raise his fightiness, and his conveyance, his thong atop the now trackless Baneblade, had actually diminished his proximity to the annoying. Hence, his need to crump had similarly been diminished. And so, the new rules and crumpings helped out a lot actually, especially with his left arm, that was now almost as meaty as his own right arm. Moving on. The boys did not really understand why they were being asked to throw themselves at the walls every day, but being truly orky orcs, they did not mind in the slightest. In fact, on one day, it seemed that the assault might actually get past the walls, but this was gratifyingly rebuffed by the intervention of some of those wonderful Adipi Arse starters, especially too much slathering from Kronan, the intervention of a tiny amount of the Nob Marines, the Primanus. They had been hiding them from Kronan's war, it seemed. Now some might bemoan the loss of life, but not Kronan. For he knew that the mobs that survived, well, the few boys that had come through the fray, would be stiffened up quite nicely, and the frustration of not making it over the walls would make their rage and fury unto Gork's own when the day of the real attack began. And, in reality, he had boys to spare at the present. Kronan was staggered when he saw the lines of them still arriving every day, from tribes and climes he had never even heard of, all across Aquilonia. Still, they came. His mind swam at the possibilities, yet how to use them if the Humies were all gone? He sighed. Truly, when this last Bastille was ravished, as it should be, then what on Aquilonia would he do with all these mobs? A trouble for another time. He had sworn that he would not need to think again until after he was king, and so he stuck to his word. It would certainly keep. Kronan never once used his backletion in these assaults. Not because he was saving them from the carnage, because that would have been astonishingly spiteful to orcs so loyal, but he needed every last one of them for his plan to work to its best, and Kronan did not want to take any risks this time. He needed to mark his pathway to glory, to make the Emperor of the Humies take stock, so he would then send progressively more potent and fighty warriors at Kronan. One cannot expect to make it all the way to the Gold Ones without working for it, after all. He would have to take the head of the Marine Catbane, their boss, or it all might be for nothing. Well, that was putting it strongly. For a good fight is its own reward. But he, unlike so many in Orkidom, was aiming much higher. His goals far outstripped that of any orc he had ever known, except perhaps the prophet of Gork, Gazgul. Hence was all finally in place, all perfectly aligned. The moment had come, and Kronan could scarce control his excitement. The riddle of the boxes was about to be concluded to his advantage yet again. True, there were more boxes to this conundrum, but in its essence, it was the same. So, if Mork was right the first time, and he surely was, then if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Kronan leered his finest, most toothy leer as he rose on that blessed morn. And so it was that the Azure Falcon, strike cruiser of the Emperor's own Angles of Death, had a rather eventful morning. Now it wasn't immediately apparent that they were lax, for nothing could be further from the truth. There had been raids and cull missions on a regular basis. Storm Ravens and Storm Talons had been on near-perpetual sorties into the atmosphere, smashing the huge collections of greenskins that had not yet arrived at their constant muster, and squads had been used to hem them in and butcher them all. But the main body was left alone and seemed utterly oblivious to what was going on, because the Marines wanted them all in one place, under the targeting crosses of their incredibly well-worked-out defences planetside. And that is when the ship would unleash hell and make sure there was nowhere for the greenskins to go, for they were scum in the eyes of the Emperor. Few Marines were actually present on board, so nobody actually thought to bother them with banal oddities. And so it was that the flashing lights were at first ignored. They did not seem to be direct weapons of any sort. They were so harmless that not even the proximity or targeting sensors gave off any warning before they bloomed in the darkness of the void. Yet, as they seemed to be getting closer, the deck officer advised to summon the bridge officers to active duty. They had been in some form of long and waffly discourse, sitting like a clutch of hens, is what some might say. But more acute and astute minds would understand that the meeting had been thorough. The Marines did not wish to merely win a battle, for that, they all knew, would just mean that the orcs would scatter back to their old grounds. They would return to their turf and be dashed difficult to winkle out, as had always been the case on this world, on Aquilonia. A pity, as the Humies had thought that the planet had been rather a lovely little idyll with an incredibly long and rich history. Also, when the greenskins had been leaderless, they had been easily handled, culled to levels where they were a nuisance, but not a threat. Now, none could believe that in such a short few years, the entire orb had been taken by an orc clustering. When the bridge officers arrived, they took stock, and without a second wasted, they gave new directions, ordered the light bursts to be analysed. Auspex scanners whirred, and the regions were brought into far clearer picture. And this is when the most experienced mariners looked on agog. For in the midst of where the lights had burst, there seemed to be small things floating there. Another burst of light from the port and starboard, and one above. All seemed miles away from the ship still, yet much closer. So the new regions were enhanced again, and the mild amusement was now replaced with stark staring terror. For in the blast areas of these lights, there were indeed floating things. They were orcs, and they were getting closer. The captain of the vessel barked at all around to heave to and power up and raise the void shields. All of the ensigns snapped to and did as instructed, but it was not enough. Just as the ship was about to fire its engines, the bursts of light were no longer discernible. For a second, some thought they might have stopped, but the older hands worked even faster. They knew. And it was these who did not jump when the alarms went off. The rookies practically escaped their skin. All looked at the lights and winced at the klaxons. They were used to them, but not expecting them. Not here, not above this dirt globe, because they had been boarded en masse. On Aquilonia, Kronan looked on impatiently as Isaac Newton was using a strange contraption that covered one eye with a huge type of horn or something, like a hollow spear. Odd. It had glass at one end and the other. Yet as he looked up, he would nudge his instruments a tiny bit here or there, getting his grots to nudge others. And finally, he turned and gave the signal. He waved at Kronan. And with that, the endlessly herded grots of mobs were permitted to run away from the pads, as Kronan marched forward with a full battle mob of his guard, his elite, his Black Legion. Near half of them, in fact, and that was a lot these days. Onto the pads they stomped, and, when the entire thing was full, off they went. Kronan leered at his boys, plus his main entourage, for he had brought Madnut Krunkelstein and Gitsquisher McMurder with him. And so, Kronan laughed along with his boys as a teleporter pad fired up and activated. Now, being thrown through a teleporter pad is much akin to the use of a shock attack gun, for it punches a hole through the warp itself and sends things rushing through, just on a much larger scale. Thus Kronan was able to defeat the riddle indeed, exactly as he had done the first time. When he had told Izap of his plan, to ask if it was possible, the big mech had not even needed to think for a second, before he was nodding like a maniac, grinning from ear to ear, which, as you can imagine, was quite a meaty and wide grin. And so it was that Kronan and his entourage appeared on the Azure Falcon, right on the bridge. Lucky for them, less lucky for the bridge crew. For Kronan nor any of his boys were in the mood to be patient or tactful. In fact, they were rather rushed about the entire affair. I mean, it's not often that an orc gets to really get the drop on a human force, let alone invade a strike cruiser. But after interminable days of inactivity, watching all the other boys trying their hand at the city, even if they failed, they had at least had a day of fun and frolics in the trenches, amidst the shot and explosions. Ah, happy days to any greenskin worth his salt. Orky was the thud of cannon-hitting lines, either being magnificent, of course. For who didn't love a good scrap? Only weeping Eldar and wailing Humies actually required to win. They just didn't seem to get it. It was all about the taking part, really. So the Black Legion rampaged through the Humies as if they were an inexhaustible supply. It was after only 1 minute of mega-armoured stomping, chopping, slicing, hammer smashing, and claw crunching, and the Humies had all been used up. The Legion was still arriving all over the ship. Well, most of them were. There would always be a few sets left to float about and cool their heels if Izap missed the cruiser. But generally, he was accurate enough. Hence, within only 10 minutes, there were about 5,000 meganobs on board. Now Kronan was as enthusiastic as anyone else to get right into the thick of it. But alas, he would have to coordinate. The trials of being a boss. He sent his legion under McMurder to take the most important segments where the Marines still existed. Which wasn't many by then. A squad in the hangar bay were really putting up a sterling defence though. Kronan was proud of them, of course. Another enclave of resistance in the engine room. But everywhere else was dwindling fast. The Legion were, of course, ordered to clear the lower decks. Many had flamers and a real need for heat about them. So they mooched off down into the dark regions where the scrawnier Humies were, the Charter Smurfs, or something like that. In any case, there would be no issue now. Kronan had brought with him some minor mechs, understudies of Izap, and they were already using odd beeping chain lines and muggins, pushing them into the metal stands of the Humies. The orcs were somehow trying to take over the ship itself. At one point, they heard it begin to say things, chirping in the annoying Humie language about destructing something called a self, whatever that was. But the next moment, Izap himself had arrived, emptied the contents of his stomach over another mech, then wiped his mouth, heard the repeated warning, and sprinted to the controls. Using the wires and other muggins the lesser mechs had attached, he launched 2 of them out of the way and began to push buttons as if he were playing whack-a-mole, and with a passion and energy one might only find in someone attempting to stop their feet being eaten by a mad pack of squigs. And he rested when the computer stopped talking, and then returned to his activity at a much slower rate. Now all of this happened so fast that it might appear that there was practically no resistance, and that would be a total error to say, for the growling Hiffons had put up a real fight in many a segment. The Blade Guard Elite Squad, led by Marconi Milan, had raced to the apothecary almost instantly. There the 3 veterans had held the line and slaughtered over 3 score boys from the initial waves, and then engaged in a never-ending set of duels, as they held one doorway each, and the mega-armored knobs could come only one at a time. Yet, even after most areas had been clogged with greenskin dead, McMurdo had arrived and taken the tired Marines to pieces, allowing others to get inside to cut down the other 2 veteran arse-starters from behind. All told, the Marines had slain a further 30 orc knobs. Brother Castanas, the librarian, was reported to have attempted to literally cut his way to the bridge. He had used warp powers of his order to blind or even burst orcs in front of him. His force sword carved through a veritable stack of orcs also. But when he met with Madnut Kunkelstein, he was just no match for the orky weird boy. For the Waaargh energy was flowing through him, and the librarian was also fatigued, so the contest was short and final. McMurdo then proceeded to the hangar to finish off all last resistance. But all he saw was a single storm raven flying out of the hangar toward the atmosphere of Aquilonia. They had gone to warn their catpain, but before they had done all of this, the Marines had trapped and neutralized near every form of transport or weapon in the hangar. Many orcs exploded while prodding or playing with the muggins that they had left behind. And soon it was apparent that Kronan's second stage of the plan might not happen at all, or so most thought. All they saw was no flying thingies, and no way for Dagger von Smashhoven to come up and get them, nor any way to teleport down, for there was no teleporter here, and Isaac had come up to the Wagon of the Stars, so he could not assist from the ground and use the teleporters he had. Most believed it would take Newtone at least a day to recreate a plan to get them down, probably much more. But they had not factored for the cunning one. Oh no, they had not. For when Kronan had organized the forces that would remain on this stair wagon, he then went down to the hangar himself. For the mobs left behind were to be very busy indeed, and Kronan wanted Isaac on the bridge, making sure all went to plan. His divinely inspired plan could not fail. Well, it was highly likely to actually, but Kronan was like a mariner of legend, his firm and meaty, huge and heavy hand on the till of the entire Waaargh. And so it was that Kronan got to the hangar with Madnut and knew exactly what to do. For it wasn't actually important for many of his knobs to get down to Aquilonia. Realistically, he alone needed to be there, to challenge and slay the leader of the arse-starters, the Catpain, for reasons noted previously. Thus did Kronan espy the teardrop-shaped thingies in their hangars, and because of his data slate, he knew exactly what they were. They were poop pods. This ship could send them down to the surface at an incredible speed. Without a second thought, Kronan had his closest knobs bring some out, and the mechs were kicked until they opened them. More wires, more mechs being burnt or shocked, so that their blackened bodies gave off an incredibly burnt, mushroomy whiff across the entire ship. Yet they managed it, and a full half-dozen poop pods were prepared. It was twice Kronan's favourite number, so it seemed Mork himself was smiling on their escapades this day. Kronan was quite large, as we know, so only he, Gitskusha McMurdo, and Madnut could fit into the pod. The doors were then pushed into place again by meganobs, and they were winched into place. Without further ado, Kronan was plummeting through the skies towards a stairport. Well, he hoped he was. The margin for error was quite extraordinary, is what any passing layman might think. But when one is divinely inspired, as not only Kronan, but all of his Waaargh were, extending even to the weird boys like Isaac, it made near all things possible. For their god, Mork, was indeed on their side. And so, the 6 tear-shaped poop pods were, pooped out of the cruiser towards the planet. They hurtled down and Madnut made a toe of Mork, green spectral energies swirling around in the cabin as they collided downward. And through the toenail, as he had done before, Kronan watched avidly at the activity occurring below. His plan was working. The stair ship itself turned on its axis, and its waste batteries now opened up at the port. It shot down, as the knobs had manually loaded and fired the huge Dagger cannons on board. Fire to the left of them, fire to the right of them. The ship was unleashing only a small fraction of its full complement, as many a heavy Dagger cannon exploded or fired madly wide. But those that came down were realistically aimed by ISAP. And so it was that Kronan could see the shots missing his poop barely, but taking out one of the group headed down. But the Waaargh was in full swing. Battle wagons and trucks littered the approach to the port, fire billowing from the walls, from whirlwinds and thunderfire cannons, as the Marines slaughtered entire waves of good orcs as they charged. Yet they were getting closer. The fire from the captured ship came down, and in one moment halved the batteries on the crenellations and caused mass confusion amongst the normal humies trying to put up a fight. The red and yellow Marines dove from explosions, still firing down at the oncoming green tide. They were so accurate, so powerful. Heads and limbs were being torn off orcs as they came in. Kronan wished to weep from the beauty of it all, is what some literature would have stated. This was not true, of course, but his eyes were like saucers as he took in all that was occurring. He and McMurdo both drooled as they witnessed the carnage below, but Kronan also had a special twinkle in his eye. A look of almost fatherly pride as he saw the combined power of a Squig charge come barreling into the walls, tearing them down, just as he had done all of those moons ago. Life was a great cycle of death and birth, bogey flicking leading to choppers, and shooters leading to crumpings, and then ultimately to being big boss. Kronan could see the circle of strife, and he knew his place in it, as a provocateur. And it felt wonderful. But what didn't feel wonderful was all the waiting. He could see the bouncy Marines, some with long guns, some with short ones, some with choppers. They bounced around the stairport, now trying to take down as many knobs and mobs as they could. The Marines had expected the walls to fall, it seemed, for they had many, many fallback positions and barricades in concentric circles within the port. They would unleash their pinpoint-accurate dagger into his boys, then fall back. So few of them had actually been ganked by his Waaargh that Kronan laughed. This would take ages. Hurrah! Huzzah! Other leaders might have thought this a bit out of place, callous or even careless, yet McMurdo and Madnut also giggled or tittered along, so he felt proper orky again. For nothing filled the heart of an orc more than the sight of a good scrap. Well, apart from being in said scrap, and that was about to occur. The last thing that the three saw in the huge green spectral toenail was the real attack now coming in. For Dagger von Smashhoven came streaking out of the skies with his mighty winds of Waaargh, and they filled the airs like locusts. They swept down and were wreaking havoc on the Humie defenders. No small number of Marines were also caught out while retreating. And, of course, there would always be some of the winds of Waaargh who were just too excited firing that they forgot to pull up. And so it was that the poop pods had plenty of competition as targets in the sky, so they all hit down. Well, almost. Or so. This heralded the other half of the Black Legion arriving at the starport, and their ranks were unstoppable. When the last Squig had been brought down, the Legion simply charged at the defenders across a huge front. Now, to say that landing in a poop pod is usually rather ouchy is a bit of an understatement, and when they did indeed decelerate, Kronan was actually glad he had not brought Tiddles along, because he would have become pate. The only way that Madnut had escaped becoming a smear was his prodigious green energy bubble around him, and also the entire poop pod. Madnut had attempted to use his powers to defray as much of the impact as he could, but McMurdo and Kronan both had a rude awakening as the thrusters fired. Now, only months ago, both probably would have been shattered, like the dreams of an Eldar dancer when they had been told that flouncy twirling had fallen out of favour. The force of it was so much. But Kronan had grown, had become far more dense and robust than before. And as he had grown, so had his boys. Of course, the better armour that both wore also might have helped a bit, just a tiny bit. But now they were down. The weird boy let go of his control, and the pod dropped to the floor, 2 foot. Now, Orky magic is quite powerful, but rather unstable. So the green hand holding the pod had crushed most of it, so the 3 inside were a lot closer and pallier than usual. When the hand let go, the ball then had all of its ramp explosives go off at once, filling the entire cabin with ricocheting shrapnel. But only 2 doors went down. Well, burst off is probably the better way of putting it, I guess. And the 3 then burst from it like a triad of wrath from a dried prune. Overhead, the winds of Waaargh were dogfighting with the few marine fighters. They fought well, but they had no hope of controlling the skies. All around them, Kronan could hear the din of battle, the sweet symphony of slaughter. He looked around and saw 2 more pods smashed into the ground nearby. But alas, nothing came out of them. A pity. But then, that just meant more rampant arse starters for him. And Kronan could hear the loudest concentrations of Darkar. So he, McMurdo, and Madnut all rushed into the fray. The Marines had fought like titans. The cunning one had to walk over entire carpets of greenskins as he headed onward. He had no doubt that had he not taken out the stair wagon, not smashed the walls from on high, none of his mobs would have gotten this far, no matter how plentiful they were. Kronan turned a corner, and near walked into a small group of explanatory deference farces. He and McMurdo roared as they butchered 200 of them. His chopper raising and falling, cutting swathes of them in half in a single swing. Silly humies. McMurdo was stomping the heck out of them and slipping off limbs with his claws. Madnut harboured his strength, as he knew these were no threat to the bosses. When they could not catch up to the last fleeing humies, they pelted it down another alleyway, attempting to get to the very heart of the scrap. And within moments, there it was. And there he was. The central stairs up to the massive building, which was now burning from anywhere over the 3rd floor. Dakka jets jutted from it, and bomb blast had blackened it, so that only tiny slithers of the alabaster walls remained untarnished. At the foot of the stairs was a circle of death. Red and yellow-coloured Marines all stood behind makeshift defences and snapped shots out at the oncoming waves of Kronan's mobs. Yet standing dead centre, right at the top of the stairs, not hiding, not skulking, but feet far apart, shoulders back, the Catpain stood. Kronan recognised this stance, of course. He used it so often himself. The "come on if you think you're hard enough" stance. Luckily, Kronan did indeed think himself hard enough, as he bellowed and launched himself into the air. McMurdo matched, then outpaced the knobs rushing in, so he slammed into the Marines, right at the tip of a spear of huge power-armoured warriors. The Black Legion. Kronan landed but 20 paces from the boss of the Humies, and it was most definitely on. But this was not like his battle with Toofy. Oh no, utterly different. For the Marine Catpain did not mince about or engage in posing. Oh no, he came at Kronan instantly, and near took his head off with the first sally. The Marine powered forward faster than Kronan had expected, lunging with his sword to impale the cunning one. Kronan stepped sideways and brought his own chopper down, like lightning, but with a power totally unexpected for such a shorty. Even if he were a Marine, the Catpain blocked the blow and let it slide down his power sword into the floor, then uppercut Kronan with a power fist. Kronan felt his jaw shatter and lights burst behind his eyes. He felt himself flying up and then plummeting down. As he blinked, all he could see was dancing, wagging squigs for a moment. Then he shook his head and cleared them. He rose, much to the surprise of the catpain, by the look on his eyebrows, raising to meet the back of his neck. Kronan sniffed, hawked and spat. A cascade of teeth larger than most boys' life savings came out of his gob, but he then growled and attacked. The catpain was quick, skillful, strong and experienced, but he was no proper orc. After 100 blows were exchanged in mere seconds, Kronan saw his chance. He dropped his choppers and grabbed the forearms of the catpain. Kronan's hands were so meaty that they encased even the power gauntlet. The catpain pushed crackling power down his arm, and Kronan could feel the flesh on his borrowed runtier arm sizzle. The pain was just about right, thought he, as he revelled in this last moment. For he did not let go, and with the other hand, he began to move the catpain's arm backwards. The also crackling sword, the blade, slowly moving millimetre by millimetre toward the Marine's face. The catpain was stoic and resolute. His eyes met Kronan's as he tried again and again to reposition, to slide his arm or wrists, or to release more power from his gauntlet. Yet the cunning one just smirked as he reacted and never let go, never tripped, never stopped leering, as he then forced the sword into the catpain's head. The Humi was tough, real tough. He did not wince, he did not scream, he did not crumble or beg. He simply glared back at Kronan as his head was cut into and his flesh burnt away. Only when both of his arms lost all of their resistance did Kronan know he had finally gone, had finally died. Kronan then turned and hefted the catpain above his head and screamed his most orky scream. The Marines that were left were in no position to turn to look, but they knew their lord, the catpain, was dead, and thus, so too were they. And within only a minute more, McMurdo and the hundreds of meganobs had made this a reality. No bouncy Marines were left, no flying Marines, nothing. Kronan had done it. He had done it. Kronan was now king of all of Aquilonia. Kronan sat atop his golden chair, his thong, amidst the largest audience hall in the starport, and atop his head was the jewelled crown of Aquilonia. Yet something was wrong. Something tasted like ashes. That nagging, buzzing idea raised its ugly rump and exhaled into his face. It had all been too easy. Where were the rest of them? The Marines never ran. Where was vengeance? Where was justice? And then he slowly rose, his eyes widening, his jaw dropping. But he had to be certain. He had to be. Kronan bound down the corridor at such a pelt that Tiddle's bear woke before he was at his destination. Kronan accosted the remaining exhausted mechs, raised hell until his needs were met. He had the other know-whats from the port and the space wagon sent to his data slate. And then he studied it for days. His doors remained closed, Tiddles deterring anyone entering. And he looked. And he looked again, until he confirmed it. He knew. He was certain now. He had been cheated. He staggered, his arms barely taking his weight as he fell forwards, sending the contents of the table across the floor. His heart echoed in his ears like a million drums, drums that got closer and louder as he panted. He could not see. Everything, it swam before him, its shades changing. It darkened, as he felt his veins pulse like they were filled with squig sharks. He could barely contain it. The hints had all been there, right in front of him. He had been a fool. He had crushed and slain the Emperor's angles of death. He had crushed the Emperor's weedy people in battle. He had razed every city of every one of their tribes and clans. He had gathered the green-skinned tribes and openly made war. Yet they had not come. And now he knew why. Because they were elsewhere. The other Arse-starters, the blisters of battle, the breath crop of Craig, the Catifans, the Marinaders, the blank tipplers, the Bangles, perhaps even the Gold Ones. His dreams. He had been cheated, and Kronan knew. They were at a bigger fight! The rage, the wrath denied, the drums in his ears, they hurt him now. Everything was green. His body shuddered. He felt every sep burn. His skin contracted. The desk beneath him shattered. Everything was green. The colour of rage. The colour of... And he threw back his head, opened his mouth, opened his mind, opened his very soul, and out it came. A scream that was amplified by every voice that heard it, and then emulated and augmented it. A ripple across reality, as it travelled across Aquilonia, and then out into the depths of the void. To be continued. Well, of course it is. And so it was that Kronan, who now wore the jewelled crown of Aquilonia on a troubled brow, was grown mighty in the eyes of his people. For across Orkidom the call had gone out, as we have clearly identified before. But as the primal scream went out across the galaxy, each greenskin that heard it, well, more felt its power wash over them. Each threw back their heads and gave the same bellow, the clarion call of their people. The Waaargh. And it was mere days afterwards that the trickle began. A trickle that became a river that became a tsunami, as one after another starship began to arrive in the orbit of Aquilonia. But few were the lone ships that made the muster. Most often they were flotillas or minor fleets of ships, and Kronan had become accustomed to the event of first contact. Now, in more effete or intellectually challenging settings, this might have involved lots of protocols, rules that could not be broken, prime directives and the like. But for Kronan, first contact had been named thus for a very simple reason. For despite the power of the core, the centre of the Waaargh clearly being the cunning one himself, many of the bosses of the spacefaring piratical forces believed that they had a better shot at pulling off this war. And so it was that Kronan would meet each and every one of them at the docking bay. One particular docking bay set aside for the purpose. The fleet bosses would disembark, start blathering on about how odd they were, and then this is when Kronan made first contact. In most cases, it took but one swing before he contacted the neck of the boss, and then got his noggin-arranging grots, often led by Happy Len, to remove the new trophy and have it added to the stack behind him. Of course, this could not be random or slapdash, and required that the head be placed according to the amount and fightiness of the forces that he had brought to the gathering. And so it was that when each head was taken, it was oft the case that Happy Len would need to direct exactly where the new decoration should be placed. Needless to say, the grots were still orky, hence the discourses betwixt them would invariably devolve into a massed fray. Yet, surprisingly, Happy Len tended to win out every time and have his way. Okay, it might have something to do with the fact that Tiddles, Kronan's pet squig, treated Happy Len like a pet of his own. So anyone disagreeing with Len tended to get a close encounter of the horrifically and terminal dental kind. Now some found it odd that Kronan would throw tidbits of food to Tiddles, who would then engulf most of it in his mighty maw, yet always seemed to save some for the wee grot whenever he was present. Should Happy Len like it or not, the wagging squig watched him until he consumed the gift, no matter his own wishes. Hippocrates did not seem to mind his main aide being affectionately protected or bossed about by the huge squig, but then it didn't really matter what he thought. For to Kronan, Tiddles could do no wrong, and if that was the case, then, well, he could do no wrong. So even when Tiddles borrowed someone's limb as a meal, sometimes even during a meeting, then it would behoove them to not grumble about it too much. But let us crack on. And so it was that the newer stairship commanders were far more compliant these days. It was probably the tree-like construction, with over 100 lovely green heads now festooned all over it, that gave them the hint that they did not really wish to indulge in the ritual of first contact. But of course, as orcs, there would always be some, and Kronan would have it no other way. For now, when he looked out of the viewports of his mighty stroke cruiser, as the Arse starters called these ships, he could see a whirlwind of small, sharp and beefy-looking kill cruisers and escorts. Like a cloud of flies on a giant squig of stoppings, they clustered around his ship. There were hundreds of them there, and many more arriving every day. Yet Kronan knew that there was something missing. He could not quite put his finger on what, though. He had taken his world of birth. He was gathering a colossal number of his people in the one place. Yet he did not know if he had to go immediately, or to wait for more boys, cruisers and bosses to arrive. Because, being the cunning one, he was all too aware of how useless his own people could be when trying to read directions. If he set off too early, then anyone following was bound to be taken off course by the little distractions that often place themselves in the way of an orc. Undefended planets, agri-worlds, that sort of thing. And so it was that Kronan took to his quarters to consider the situation over a good night's sleep. Or so he thought. Now Kronan was indeed the cunning one, and he had wanted to remove all potential weakness from himself. He must become. So he decided to learn the arts of Void Waaargh. For he was no super soldier, genetically engineered, then allowed to claim a huge swathe of the planet and hailed as a prince, only to be defeated and forced to flee off into some self-imposed exile in space on a cryoship, to subsequently be found by a more advanced vessel, try to commandeer it to fail again, and then be exiled on another planet next to an orb that would explode, then be picked up by the same schmucks who found the first ship, take that one over, simply to be defeated again by his arch-nemesis, purely because he could not grasp three-dimensional warfare. And so it was that Kronan had asked Isaac Newton to set up a visual assistance in this regard. Hence, when Kronan went to his chambers to rest, his doorway opened wide into what would seem to be a huge tent. For, as discussed previously, Kronan found the Hume dwellings deeply un-orky. Hence, he had his home made to look like a tent of his people. Hanging from the ceiling of his tent were many, many grots. Each had differing lines of rope keeping them aloft, as they rose and descended and swept slowly around the room. Now each of the grots had been given a makeover, so they appeared to be cruisers or escorts, with metal cones stapled onto their noses and armour attached to their sides with pins. They floated about above him, so Kronan could watch how they moved, how they ascended and descended, and how, when one was near another, they could attack each other. Now starships will be using shooters and docker of a dizzyingly myriad forms, but the grots were able to use their short-range burners to mimic the situation quite nicely. Hence the little things would flail and gnash as they got near one another, and then attempt to burn them. But due to the way it had been set up so cunningly by Isaac, very few of them were actually able to get within range, so they would sweep near and then be dragged away into a further part of their circuit, only to have the grot there scream its chagrin at being robbed of its rightful kill. Hence, even while learning, Kronan found it very conducive to his most terrible state of being, that of sinking. The screaming, the shouting, the grots floating above him. Kronan would often just lie on his back and watch them, and then go off into a perfectly restful deep slumber. Tonight was no different to normal, or at least, before he did indeed enter the land of Nod, the world of dreams. And it was an odd dream indeed, for Kronan was quite sure he was being spoken to by another force, an entity. For it was not often that his freighter spoke to him. In fact, his bottom burps had never coalesced into a face either. But this night it was thus. For as he snoozed, he was laying down beneath his combating grots in their cruiser attire. His mind went blank for a change, when he anally exhaled most prodigiously and copiously. Truth be told, if he were awake, he would worry about it becoming a full-on follow-through. Yet this time, his freighter had colour, green of course, and it did not diffuse on the winds of the grots. It shimmered with a glow and formed into a face, a large green and particularly toothy grin. Kronan looked at it nonchalantly, as one does in dreams, as it began to waffle through a deep-throated tract of some form of premonition. And thus it spake unto Kronan. Hacknien, the first chopper. It should be yours, Kronan. The origins of Hacknien are a mystery, unknown perhaps even to orcs. Well, definitely actually. Demons will speak of the blade in fear, calling it the thorn in the rectum, or that bastard blade. They don't yet, but they will, I assure you. It is a weapon that existed long before the rise of humankind, and doubtless will bear witness to its end. With any luck. Well, more like effort. With enough effort, it would see the end of humankind, thought Kronan. Alive with a dark cunning, Hacknien has the power to sunder the material universe with its cuttiness, hacking through matter as a mundane chopper moves through smoke. Which seemed a bit wordy for a statement like, "It's sharp," mused Kronan. Even the hardest codpieces of demons, or armour sealed with the power of the warp, is little proof against its assaults, as it drinks the energy of the Waaargh like water, magnifying it. Which really was so overstated that Kronan was beginning to lose his rag, even while in his dream. The fart apparition went on and on about Hacknien taking many forms, or something like that, and it all sounded so poxy that Kronan zoned out utterly and thought about crumping instead. Yet, his ears perked up again at the most important part, the buttons on the inner guard that made it do all manner of magnificently brutal and unexpectedly cunning things. And Kronan knew that if he gained this Hacknien, he would not only be holding a magnificent chopper of wonder and worth, not only that it would be an icon by which he could draw even more of orkidom to his banners, but like a particularly potent strain of military-grade catnip to a felinoid formation. The swag, or drip, that Kronan would acquire would indeed be worthy of the excursion. But also, that this might be the most blatant get-out-of-jail-free MacGuffin-y of all MacGuffins that ever a protagonist could hold. And yet, it would be a gift from his benefactor, his mentor, Mork, his god. And should Kronan possess such a weapon, he knew that all others would know what he now knew. That he, Kronan, the most cunning yet orky of all orcs, well, apart from maybe Gansgul Magorek Thraka, but let's leave him out of this one, would hold a very sigil of his right, his might, his splendorous destiny. He would now be on a mission from God, and none could refute it. If only he could gain this Hacknien. And so it was that Kronan woke with this name rumbling around in his bonds. He recalled every nuance of the dream and related it to Mad Nut Krunkelstein, who he summoned immediately upon waking from this madness. The weird boy looked on in wonder at Kronan as he related the events he had witnessed. Now Madnut's first sally was to ask Kronan if he had eaten a rancid or rotten squig before reclining, or perhaps indulged in some way past its sell-by date hummy meat, or if he thought that perhaps Kronan had taken on too much and insinuated that more delegation could indeed spread the load. But when Kronan's pet Tiddles let some drool from his mighty and very gnashy jaw trickle over the shoulder of the cross-legged head weird boy, Madnut soon changed tack and nodded his agreement that this was indeed a potent vision from their god, Mork. When pushed for a resolution, Madnut sat there transfixed with confusion. Well, he did, until Kronan gave him a helpful buffet across the cheek and delicately pointed out that the scum Tober had called upon his gods to send him across Aquilonia only months before. And surely anything that Turd and his whiffy weakling Hubie gods could do, then surely the mighty Mork could do at least thrice as well, minimum. Collecting the teeth that had been helpfully dislodged from his gob, Madnut did indeed nod and state that it was true. Anything the Hubie gods could do, Mork could do better. I mean, like literally anything. And so it was that the day was filled with many a shouted order from Madnut Krunkelstein, as he gathered as many of his fellow weird boys in one place as he could feasibly do, without their heads all popping like a piñata hit by a bane blade. And it always amazed Kronan how his visions permitted the impossible to happen so effortlessly. It was almost as if the greenskins were a walking cornucopia of unrealized power that merely required him to point out the potentials before they could be almost instantaneously realized. Like they were carrying around on a genetic level. Not that he would have put it that way, of course, because so few use the word cornucopia these days. Must be the lack of a classical education, but then, who could care when you could find nearly any information by just using a data slate? But I digress. And so it was that within only 2 days, the plan was reaching fruition. Kronan strode to the hangar bay and was immediately accosted with the most strange of sights. So strange was it that he was not entirely certain he was still awake. Or he was, until his rebellious left arm crept into his butt crack again. And it never did that in his dreams. Hence, Kronan knew he was awake. Yet his mind boggled at what transpired before his vision. For as he entered the hangar, he was accosted with the most whiffy of pongs, as Madnut had filled the entire area with pungent and yucky-smelling incense. Well, to call it incense was a stretch. For some reason, Madnut had gotten into the habit of using giant squigoth pats for his fires. He stated it lent to an otherworldly ambiance, but most believed it was because his main grot attendants did not like him much. But after the grog-induced dance of the grots that Madnut had subjected to their camp, it was no surprise. For one entire night he had got completely pissed, and then invoked green smashing stamping feet of Gork and Mork across their entire compound. The carnage had been horrific, but then they were only grots, and the numbers came up again in no time. Many of the fleets or flotillas seemed to bring their own grots, which was always handy. Alas, the grots did not see the funny side of the event. Go figure. And so it was that Kronan strode into the bay, trying his best to not breathe through his nose, and he was assailed by a vision of true power. Kronan had decided that this would be a quest of unprecedented personal achievement, or a total failure that would make him look less skilled or useful than an iceberg lettuce. Hence, in either case, he did not want a gaggle of fawners there to get in his way. It was to be a small, crack elite group. It would be he, Tiddles, Grinner and Madnut only who would go on this awesome quest. Now, Gitscusher McMurder had not been overly thrilled to be separated from his warboss or involved in this epic quest, nor Dacker von Smashhoven, and Hypercrates insisted that Happy Len at least attend as well, just in case emergency medical assistance would be required. Kronan ignored most of them, yet knew that Tiddles would definitely like his own pet, Len, to be along for the ride and acquiesce to this one point alone. But he informed Dacker von Smashhoven that he would be required to stay and make everyone toe the line. And when he pointed out to Gitscusher McMurder that he also would be needed to run the welcome wagon and the first contact protocols, both were sated. Not that it made a heck of a lot of difference, thought Kronan, as he would just lop off their heads if they disagreed. Yet his time and revelations in the events that ran up to, and included, the Squig Games, did moderate some of his behaviour these days. Oh, he was unspeakably brutal and violent as always, but he did restrain himself and offered just a modicum of consideration to his main bosses. All bar Grinner, of course. As that rapscallion was not to be trusted, Kronan would take him along for the ride. Thus Madnut screamed a final dragged-out bellow, and the ritual came to its conclusion. The power of the Weird Boys was crystallized by the roar from the Psycho Orc, and before them it rent a hole in space and time. Kronan, Madnut, Grinner and Tiddles, and his pet, Happy Len, all looked at the green wobbling tear in reality, and then stepped inside. And they were launched across the galaxy to the one place they could possibly find Hacknien, the first chopper. A place called Armageddon, which was once called Alanor. The very birthplace of the Orcs.
And so it was that they tumbled through time and space. Well, this is how we are putting it this time. Because to go into the knuckle-biting reality of travelling through the warp would be unsanitary for your minds. And let's be honest, there isn't an orifice or appendage that hasn't been twisted in its function to the most degenerate way in that hellish kingdom. To have any real ability to explain the horror of that nightmarish realm would require me to teach you entirely new words just so we had a basis of comparison. An agreed lexicon by which we could lessen the individual time taken in the description of these torrid and horrid experiences. For the activities are so criminally immoral in the warp, in every sense of the meaning, that to merely list them, even without explanation, would leave too much to the imagination, one might think. But this is certainly not the case. Now, in most situations, we all know that the imagination is far worse than the actuality of a situation, threat, fate, or death. Well, for anyone above the baseline intellect and empathy of a greenskin, at the very least. For they are not known for these traits. But in most sentient beings, you know, the life urge and the imagination are equally developed. Yet the warp is such a yucky place that it is this perpetual one-upmanship that drives its accelerated cycle down. Because it is not your own imagination, Not that of, say, your best mate, you know, the one who always stares out of the window, then shoots a look at you, and says something witty or oddly perceptive about the world. You see, the more truly degenerate an act or thought is, the more powerful it seemed to be in the warp. The more wrong makes it the more right there. Hence, when you view the warp, let alone get shot through it like a cannonball, it is seeing the most intelligent, creative, and dark imaginations of any and all races that have ever existed. And they can be very creative. I mean, what else have they got to do, really? All that thirsting over souls and playing the great game. It's all well and good, but it doesn't half leave a mess on the lawn. So, to travel through the warp is more like being shot down a full waste pipe, and I mean full. So you are drowning in all the world's most odious excrements and fluids. Your mouth is open, and you can taste every last fecal element. Your eyes are burning from not just the sight, but just because the vision is melting your eyeballs. And you literally are exploding from every orifice, or being probed in turn. It is a deeply, deeply unpleasant event. Or at least, it was this time. Now, Kronan was to find out in the future, the near one, like probably the next episode, maybe the one after, but pretty soon. And he would discover that the walls of a ship and some faith in Mork would see him through, and give him a perfect opportunity to practice his backhand. He was worried about his left backhand slash, you see. His right could slaughter a clan of Squigoths in a single stroke, but his left? It was less impressive. He barely made 8 grots the other day. Now 6 had actually been his lowest total, but that had only been days after he gained this new arm from his arch-enemy. And it was not often that Kronan believed he really required to practice his trade, because he had been so active, putting it mildly. But every now and again he would roll from his tent and feel a little clumsy. This was usually as he had had another growth spurt. And it was odd how even 1 more inch could make everything so much less comfortable. But who hasn't said that? Hence had Kronan occasionally had to test a weapon or so. He favoured choppers. Everyone knew that. And when he took a huge step, a massive swipe of his greatest or newest chopper, he would not hit all of them. For some grots were unable to control their ducking instinct. But Kronan would, of course, make sure to finish them off much slower to make an example of those who did. Even so, to be only able to cut through 6 grots in one swing was still not bad. Most only got a hat-trick, 3 of them. Yet only for him, for Kronan, it was unacceptable. Anyway, Kronan did not enjoy his first sojourn through the warp, and he sort of now understood how bad it had been for the little grots he had used even in that first heroic battle, the one against the metal boxes. For there he had deployed shock attack guns. Yet when he remembered the look of wide-eyed terror on the faces of the grots, he could not help but chortle, because it was undeniably, categorically, and irrefutably very funny indeed. Now sometimes Kronan even acknowledged the simple fact that he might not even actually need the grots at all, that perhaps he could always think or have ideas utterly independent of their calming effect. In fact, he even considered that he just liked to watch them all being burned or thrown or eaten, especially by himself, of course, as if he had been hardwired as a living weapon. But this time, he had to admit, even he believed it had indeed been some rancid meat he had eaten. For what wasn't funny about grots being squished? Of course he needed the grots. It was now a ritual that he could not and would not break, for it was given to him by his very benefactor, his god, Mork. Now, what on Armageddon are you all here for? Oh, curse me, indeed, Armageddon. For that was the destination of the great spell that Madnut Krunkelstein had manifested, and there was no luck involved, for they were indeed blessed by Mork. Otherwise that sort of distance would have been utterly impossible for even a colossally well-endowed weird boy. Like the size of a mountain it'd have to be. On a spiritual level, like. And so it was that Kronan and his small entourage stepped out of the green warp gate and onto the sands of Armageddon. Once the center of the most powerful orc empire the universe has ever known. For once, it was called Alanor, the world of destiny. And Kronan, Madnut Krunkelstein, Grinner the Backstabber, Tiddles and Happy Len all took in a long, deep breath, then vomited copiously and voluminously. In fact, Len was in danger of being washed away by the green tidal wave, for during their travels through the warp, all had witnessed things that hurt their very souls to see. Visions that did not rise the gorge, but propelled it into their mouth so fast it had to be expelled immediately. Being orcs, none of them so much as wiped, as they all began to giggle. The memory of the travel almost instantly wiped away by the elation they felt at being on this world. Well, plus someone made a fart gag, which always lightened the mood. And Kronan stood again, feeling the sun on his face, the wind in his hair squig. It smelt of ashes, burned his very lungs to take in the air. The ground was broken. The mountains before them were like jagged daggers trying to pick out the eyes of the heavens. And he turned on the spot to take it all in, because he could feel it. A feeling he thought he knew, but so much more powerful now, like having a sip of Budweiser compared to downing a yard glass of tequila. It was a natural habitat that despised all who dwelt or visited. It was cool and hard and sharp and bitter. The whole world was rage and its ramifications. It was a burning husk. And Kronan knew he was home. He drew in a deep foul breath and grinned as he made his way forward. And so it was that Kronan led his crack team across the dust plains of Armageddon toward the largest of peaks before him. Now I say his crack team, as that is mostly what he saw as he made it through the dusty winds. For Tiddles had taken point, and his sizable rump was all that most could see as they trudged, as the winds blew at them. And Kronan grinned again, when Madnut sniffed the air and spat into it, only for it to land in his eye and knock him over in the shock of it all. Yes, this was the last semi-test of Mork. To keep away the weak, he was on the right path. More to put it, Tiddles was on the right path. Not that anyone else would even notice, but I thought it best to mention that the remaining weird boy that was still sewn to the posterior of the mighty Squig had a glowing lambent light coming from its eyes, and Tiddles now did also. As he turned to make sure his master was still following him, he loped forward with greater speed. And so it was that Kronan, Madnut, Grinner, and Tiddles, and Happy Len, of course, rushed across the plain. For Tiddles was giving Happy Len the Medigrot a lift, his pet as he was. But things changed as they approached a crest on the last hillock and could now see the base of the mountain, for it was ancient and undiscovered. Well, it had been until the Humies before it had arrived, and Kronan and the rest looked over the edge of the incline, down towards the activity below. Now many a hero in most normal dramas would then take a deep sigh and blurt out something like, "Well, that's it, we're done for," or perhaps, "This is impossible. Oh, if only blah 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 were here to help lead us." And of course, the numpty Mary Sue character pops out of the undergrowth like a bad smell. But no, this is a tale of high adventure. And so when Kronan looked down on the Humies below, he counted them in groups of 10. And then he, Grinner, and Tiddles all began nodding at each other in enthusiastic agreement. And so it was that Kronan took out his data slate to show the defenders to Grinner and Madnut, then preemptively mark off the entries. Now some might think this presumptuous, to mark a scorecard before a match has even kicked off, but let's just say that Kronan had a newfound positivity and exuberance since he had donned the jewel crown of Aquilonia, and thus did he mark them off. Now, there were some beefy-looking warriors in the colours of Waaargh, green, with red headbands, not hats, Kronan was glad to see, but he knew them immediately. They were Catifans. They were mostly lurking around the forest, like a constipated priest who's just had a quart of prune juice and wants to be able to duck out of the way in case blessed relief strikes. But they were wary, looked sharp. Excellent, thought Kronan. But not in that way, because it sounded a bit Bill and Ted. And so it was that Kronan swiped through entries until he found more matches. For these ones he had hitherto neglected. The mech boy army of the tech pists of Mars, and their leaders, the Mongos, or was it the Mangoes? Either way, it was something like that. The Catifans seemed to have popped in for tea or something, for the mech boys were the ones that were obviously semi-permanent. They arranged themselves around the mountain entrance with a multitude of data slates and other know-what's-a-muggins, and they had clearly been drilling and blasting, for large slabs of stone were being hauled away by gangs of metal Humy toys, like killer cans, but seemingly without Humies in them at all. But it was always odd fighting the Adipi Megacass, for there had only been a scant few on Aquilonia, so they had been snaffled by the front waves in any assaults on Humy cities. And so, Kronan looked on like a hungry fox does an open coop door. And so it was that Kronan and Grinner the Backstabber would be the main thrust. Madnut would support, with his dance of the grots on them, Ari meaning huge stomping green feet of psychic and powerful energies, and requiring a sweeping wing in his army, Tiddles and Happy Len would be held back for a flanking manoeuvre. Well, that is how some form of tactical apologist would probably justify the next moments. But the stark reality of the matter was that there were only a few hundred of the Humies, so Kronan and Grinner just charged. Now Kronan was indeed the cunning one, and so it was that he let fly with his most impressive Darker and wrist rockets, and blew one of the fuel dumps that were stacked nearby, to set the entire area into confusion, with many a burning Humy running around the place and screaming, which was endlessly amusing to the greenskins. But he also let rip with his custom Slaughteratron, a personal weapon only made for him. He had chosen it out of a dozen different makes and models. It was swift-firing, but had superb stopping power, and, at a push, he could write his sigil into a transport before targeting its engines. It was the gift that kept on giving, but it was also his least favourite way of dispatching his enemies. As it whirred and he aimed it at any groups he thought might be boring to stomp in close, some of the annoying metal things with tracks and large guns. They shot at him a bit, one bouncing off his shield, so he retorted, as he didn't fancy wiping machine oil off his knuckles when it could be the glorious red of the Humies. Thus did Kronan indicate that the warboss Grinner the Backstabber should take the annoying Scatalai lines, while Kronan hogged the Catifans, and Grinner did not complain. Well, mostly as he was dodging so much heavy ordnance, but his shiny mega armor always saw him through, and right into their lines this time as well. For he was a fast bugger when needed, was old Grinner, his piston-assisted legs more bounding than running, as he slammed into their front ranks, and it was like throwing tin cans into a wood chipper. Kronan could console himself that there were thrice the number of Catifans. These anal mini-tantrum were beefy, they were up for it, and he was not disappointed. Kronan near lost his face to a plasma shot from a very shouty knob, who then followed up his ball of hate with a balled power fist. Kronan blocked the power fist by grabbing it within his own mighty palm, and he was not surprised to see it engulf the blow. Kronan lifted the Catifan up by it while crushing the power fist. He then tossed the knob at two others, all practically exploded into a mist of red. He was getting into the swing of things. It had been days. Kronan used the Slaughteratron to cut off retreating Humies, letting them know their only way out was over his dead body. And to their credit, only a few needed this warning. The rest of the warrior Humies puckered up and prepared to face Waaargh with Waaargh, and it was glorious. For Tiddles read the lay of the land and performed his surprise attack on the ranks being hit by Grinner, and Madnut also seemed to be trying to bash down their larger war gear with his mighty stomping feet of Gork. Kronan could almost feel a tear creep into the corner of his eye. Those boys had left them all for him, and so he would respect this gift, and he would really enjoy himself. Now even Kronan's mighty mega armor and shielding could not sustain too many ranked fire events, so Kronan moved like the wind. He leapt only rarely, as that was inviting death, and he hunched while moving so as not to give them a large target. Oh, who are we kidding? He slammed into them and made a great paste out of multiple with each swing of his mighty choppers. The only thing he begrudged was the reach, really. Despite his size, he knew he could get a much better batting average on every swing, had he a weapon worthy of his new stature. And so the musing went on, as Kronan was in his element, throwing grenades or small vehicles or equipment, causing distractions, as the catty fans could not believe this amount of carnage was coming from just one opponent. But alas, even when he moved to 1 Humie per swing, he did it too late. He had culled them so quickly that he had expended his enjoyment in less than 5 minutes. Drenched in Humie blood and offal, Kronan turned to see the last of the Tech-Pist's devices destroyed by the other party of 3, and Len, of course. And so, sanctified in the blood of their enemies, the eyes of Tiddles glowed green again, as did his butt, as noted before, and off they went again. Following the blessed Squig into the recently uncovered moor in the mountain, and Kronan looked on in wonder as he saw the cave entrance, for it was really odd, a bit, well, not what you would expect, really. And this feeling went on as they delved, for they went down and down into the earth over the next hours, winding stairs and sheened floors, and for the first time in a long time, Kronan was actually bemused. Over the last few years, his cunning had grown to such an extent that he was rarely surprised anymore. Startled, of course, usually by the stupidity of some of his subordinates, mostly by the Humies and their ilk, but amongst his own kind, little caught him off guard these days. Was he not the blessed of Mork, the cunning one? But this was so odd. For when the spectral Flatus had given him the meandering prophetic performance, he had thought that the first chopper would be in the first city, wielded by the first orcs. But this was strange indeed, for the lines on the walls were too clear, too clean, too sharp. And his rising shock was catapulted to his throat when Tiddles finally led him into a huge opening. And there it was, the first city of the orcs, or so he thought before. But now, he was absolutely certain of it. For it had exact lines, towering, towers, huge monoliths with complex iconography and etchings. In fact, if he did not know better, he would say it spanked of Humies and even, yuck, Eldar. But this is what made him so certain. It was ancient indeed, for it was clearly an early, degenerate form of their species who had made this. Like children, they were akin to the squishier races, and thus had they evolved into the gods of war that they were today. Sidebar. And nothing ever said to Kronan about this position would ever change it. Nothing. For he knew the corrupting power of too much, power. How primitive civilizations did not know the truth of the universe, and thus thought that great architecture and accomplishments was the goal of a worthy life. Whereas Kronan, as a prophet of his people, knew that the orcs had simply developed beyond these stupidities. The universe was a war zone. Nothing else mattered but war, as it should be. The orcs knew the truth of the universe, and lived it. Or at the very least, that is what he would have thought, if we were in another setting with more expansive and subtle undertones and character monologues. In reality, Kronan was just a bit nonplussed at what he had decided was gaudy and effete. Sidebar over. And so it was that Kronan was led to the largest building in the centre of this huge ancient city. Before him were the open doors of a great bastille of the orcs. Odd again, in that it seemed so regimented, so orderly, so organised, really. But Kronan could see by the lambent glow from Tiddles that he was following destiny itself. And thus he strode up the stairs to the massive edifice, or erection, but I am told it is no longer acceptable to call any building an erection for some reason. Go figure. Moving on. Kronan stepped into the colossal building, disturbing dust that had sat there since. Well, he could not be certain, but for a bloody long time was his guess. And he would be right, of course, for none had trod these hallowed steps for a good few million years. A good few. Now many would question that these erections might not have subsided, or even at least lost a lot of their tensile cohesion in this unfeasibly long time. But it seemed that the potence of the ancient orcs was not just about girth or length, but also in staying power. They built their erections to last. And so it was that Kronan and his party went through many a micro-adventure whilst inside these hallowed walls. But as this isn't a multiple-choice fantasy book, I decided to skip most of it. Like, we know he gets out of there alive, so what would be the point in trying to generate false tension? Nothing, that's what. Hence we skip to the bit where they enter the last room in the tallest tip of the, edifice. Bet you thought I was going to say erection. And so it was that they walked in a hushed awe as they followed the wagging squig to his final destination. Strangely, when they entered this final end-level room, they processed inside slowly as they clocked the semi-kneeling squig. A moment of awe. A moment to write home about. Well, if one were into that arcane art. Writing to people could be time-consuming and tedious. Not in the actual process itself, of course, as that took relatively little time, but it was more in the expenditure of effort attempting to think up witty quips and alliterations that might make the person reading it think, I may have misjudged the memory of my old friend, as I was certain he was not up to this form of incisive, economic, and dashing commentary. And before them, there it was. Or at least, there it would be revealed to them. As Kronan walked to the edge of a podium and looked about, sort of confused really, as he could not see a blithering thing under all of this dust. Yet, when the great god Mork inspired his nose to explode in a profusion of goo and hearty amount of gust, as Kronan was known to have a prodigious capacity for air in his mighty lungs, the truth became apparent. For his phenomenal nasal explosion cleared away the sands of time, and lo, there it was. And before he knew it, Grinner, Madnut, and even Len were all right behind Kronan, nodding in approval of what was clearly his gift from the gods. They giggled and prodded each other in the ribs, sometimes with a little too much force, as Len was bowled completely off his feet, and Tiddles then growled at the freebooter big boss who had done it. In fact, had the mood not been broken by the actions of Kronan, it was very likely that a much-anticipated brawl might break out between Grinner and Tiddles. It had been on the cards for quite some time. Yet, Kronan delayed this impending confrontation in the only way that would retain honour for all. He stepped forward and wrapped his hands around the hilt of this mighty weapon of war. and all stood agog, for they witnessed something truly rare indeed. For Kronan, despite being the cunning one, the centre of a mighty war, was the most orky orc they had ever seen, and his next moments were astonishing to them. For Kronan actually seemed to struggle with the chopper. He winked and went to heft the weapon, then kind of gave off a shy giggle as he did not manage it the first time. Now he would, of course, claim it was all a massive jape. To go so far to say so many, like, I mean, a lot of humies to get here, and then not be able to actually use the weapon? Hilarity of the highest order, thought Kronan. But his entourage did not have the finely attuned sense of humour their lord now commanded. So, it was lost on them. And perhaps, just perhaps, Grinner had a tiny glint in his eye, a hint of witnessing the first sign of weakness from his boss. Yet this glint died like the smile of a Tau after being told to fix bayonets while eyeing a rampaging Carnifex brood. For Kronan then pulled himself together and hefted the first chopper in the air above his head. And this was shocking unto itself, for the first chopper, Haknien, was absolutely gargantuan. It was a two-handed weapon, at least 12 feet from tip to pommel, and it was made of substances that none present recognized. It had an unnatural darkness that seemed to eat the light as it touched it, never reflecting anything back. Of course, this was not true, or it would be tantamount to invisible. But it ate most of the light. Let us agree on that. And as Kronan looked up at the blade, he could see the inside of the handguard of this vast chopper. 2 rows of switches that could be easily activated in the midst of a scrap. And Kronan pressed 3 of the buttons. The first one shot lightning up and down the edge of this weapon. It hummed and crackled, like the blades of the Adipi Arse knobs. The second button he pressed made another field appear over Kronan, a field that he was sure was even more powerful than the one secreted in his, body somewhere. These effects turned off, Kronan pressed but one more button, for the sword to become so light that Kronan feared he would be dragged into the skies by it. And he promised to himself to never press Cloud Mode button ever again. These 2 lines of buttons comprised a lot of differing abilities, ones that shall become apparent as they are needed in the narrative, one would imagine. And so it was that Kronan hefted the blade over his shoulders and led his small crack team back to the surface. There, Kronan had expected, nay, enthusiastically anticipated, a welcoming party of humies. But the lackluster sluggards that they were, the humies had not reacted to the wholesale slaughter that the orcs had meted out to them what must have been a full day before. And so it was that Kronan ordered Mad Nut Krunkelstein to open a wobbly bridge to go home. It was passing odd that this time around the trip through the warp was comparatively uneventful, for the denizens of the warp seemed to shy from the power of Kronan's mighty chopper. Yes, the Neverborn seemed to fear it. And when Kronan returned to his people, to his mighty Waaargh, he now wielded a weapon of worth. The first chopper, Haknien. Finally, it was time. Time to launch his mighty Waaargh. Here endeth the first book, Kronan Da King. Stay tuned for Kronan Da Conqueror, coming soon.